Hello and welcome to LCK Challengers. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we are casting live from the WGG Esports studio for the epic marathon, super awesome fun day of Challengers. How are you doing today, Wolf?
I'm doing great. Well, we got a decent crowd here in the audience today as well, considering it's a red day, we call it in Korea, where it's a official holiday. People are off on Monday. Yesterday was Lunar New Year, as a lot of you know who tuned into the broadcast yesterday. We were wearing the traditional garb and all that, but it's been a long week of Korean League of Legends, right? We had Challengers at the beginning of the week, then we had our first week of LCK. We filmed Pog State late last night. Yeah. I did the Monty Wolf show this morning before this. So it's a lot of League of Legends, but I think based on what we saw from Challengers last week and the Challengers players who were promoted into the LCK, I'm excited to see some more, right? Like see some more of the depth of what feels like in a weird way, like a different region. Like it's not a different region, right? But in some ways, like the meta is a little bit different. The playstyle is very different. So even though this is LCK Challengers, it feels like we're diving into something where we learn some new play styles and strategies.
Yeah, even when we first started LCK at the beginning of last week, it was like, well, this is what Challengers are doing. So it's kind of like this, as you were mentioning, kind of a separate group of people that kind of have their own thoughts, when in reality, it's like, it's all part of the same team. They probably have similar thoughts. So hoping that it's not a lot of Lucian and Zeri today. Maybe we get to have a little bit of the
Heimerdinger, maybe?
Heimerdinger, the Ezreal Karmas coming out here. A little bit of diversity in the bottom lane in terms of champion picks. I think that would be very nice, especially because if we did 9 games of Zeri versus Lucian, I think I would lose my mind today. So anything but that would be nice. More Zac would be cool as well. We did have Zac one time yesterday. It was Cuz who did pick that up. So more stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping for some more Kassadin to get through the drafts. I'd like to see, just in general, like maybe some more Graves sneaking through. Graves seems really strong in solo queue. Like every time I turn on a pro player stream, like there's a Graves in the game no matter what, but he's just not in the pro games. I think he's just a strong solo queue champion right now, but because you can carry with Graves pretty hard if you get ahead. His ult is amazing to finish off. If your team is not that coordinated, but you're like, I shoot my Graves ult super far over that wall and kill that guy, like, yeah, it's pretty strong in solo queue. Maybe we'll see some of him, because I miss Graves. It's been a little while. Other stuff, like I'd like to see more Sylas, actually. Like it's creeping him back in a little bit. I think it's a fun champ to watch right now, especially Sylas versus Syndra, Sylas versus Victor. That matchup could be pretty fun.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys are new to the Challenger broadcast, we are going to have a little bit more of a laid-back feel, right, compared to the LCK is more of a homey feel. We also have the chat available, so, hey chat, hey casters, what's up? Yeah, we're going to be interacting with you guys. If you have questions or if you have comments about the game, watch out for Nightbot. He's very sensitive.
Careful with your caps.
I think it's like 8 caps allowed, and then that's it. Want to mix in some small words as well as your big words. Hello, Papa Smithy.
Papa Smithy. I knew we were. I asked you before.
Hello,
like,
famous.
Who are we going to get the cameo today of? Like we had Medic, we've had some other casters come through, but we got Papa Smithy. Rate the player's hair. Oh hell yeah, I will. Here we go.
Isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Challenger hair is not as good as the LCK hair.
I'm going to have to strongly disagree. Have you seen that the Challengers players who went to the LCK, first of all?
Yeah.
I mean, Envy's hair is out there. I wouldn't call him a Challengers player per se, but he's definitely up there in the crazy hairstyles. We got a lot of interesting cuts, but let's talk about the matches we didn't broadcast on the LCK Global Challenger stream here. Some of these results. Did see pretty much everything as expected, except that D plus Kia dropped a game to Nongshim, but that's kind of expected-ish. Like, it's not that crazy considering that Nongshim looked very good on their matches on Monday.
Yeah, Nongshim pretty good. Everything else was a 2-0, which is pretty interesting to see. Generally in Challengers, it's like, well, you win one game and then you make some big mistake in game 2 or something like that. It's usually pretty back and forth, but not for days 3 and 4. DRX getting a 2-0 home Life Esports, KT, T1 all getting the wins. T1 over Kwangdong, not too surprising, as T1 is also very, very strong.
Yeah. So here are our standings. You can see we have a pretty clear top and bottom here. It's obviously early days. Each team has played only 2 games, but T1 and D+ Kia are big favorites right now. I'd say Nongshim is a close second in that tier list, and then Hanwha and KT having a little bit easier opponents so far here. I think Kwangdong Freaks and Gen.G stronger than this standing shows. Same with DRX as well, who did lose in that opening game against Nongshim. Bit of an upset there. Live Sandbox and Bro kind of struggling a little
Yeah. Yeah, if you were watching Live Sandbox, they did win yesterday. Spoiler. If you were going to watch that VOD, sorry about that. But Live Sandbox, they did get the win. But before that, after their loss to D+ in LCK, I know a lot of people were like, well, what does their Challengers team look like? Well, it's not looking too much better. Let's take a look at Week 1 key points. The bottom lane, it says Lunami. And, of course, that is the combination of Lucian and Nami. In the bottom lane is having a lot of success.
Yeah, the bottom part there above the win rate just says that it's the Lucian Nami bottom comp win rate. As you guys probably could figure out, 10-4, 4-1 for the Challengers, right? So 10-4 in LCK. So we saw Zeri win 3 times, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I've been counting it. It's not that many in LCK so far, and it has not been very good into the Lucian Nami. It's been a very dominant lane. I expect that to continue here in Challengers.
Yeah, I would expect it. And yeah, just looking a little bit at chat as well as we're going, but taking a look at today's matchup, Kwangdong Freaks up against Live Sandbox, then we got KT up against Bro, and then DRX up against Life Esports. So you'll be missing, you know, Nongshim, you'll be missing T1, you'll be missing D+. These teams are probably going to play tomorrow.
That's right.
Tomorrow should be pretty stacked in terms of that, but we do have a couple of teams here that are doing quite well. We do have Life Esports and KT, who both started off the season 2-0, so going to be looking to see if they can continue with their streaks today.
Yeah. I noticed a lot of you guys in the chat are talking about how you wish there was a cast of the other games. There are some co-streams of those in Korean at the moment, so I think we actually have like a graphic for it later. We'll list some of those off so you guys can find where to watch them. One day we might have someone co-streaming that in English too, but at the moment, all of us are working during those days. So Kwangdong versus Live Sandbox, you know, we talked about the good start of the 2-0 teams we'll be playing later on. It's a bit of a rockier start for these two. I know a lot of people hoping to catch Dangmu playing for Live Sandbox, but as I mentioned before, the Academy series hasn't started yet, and she's still listed as a substitute for Live Sandbox, but isn't on the starting roster tonight either. I say tonight, it's 2 p.m. Starting early.
Yeah, this is like my normal wake-up time. Esports. On the esports schedule, but not allowed to have an esports schedule nowadays as we were working 6 days a week. Take a look at this, Lancer. I noticed Kevin did point this out in the chat. Lancer is going to be starting over Illima here for the first game, and you know what? I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, they're starting off 0-2. They're going to make a change, but having Illima subbed out, pretty interesting.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You know, I was looking into Lancer a little bit last week just to see, you know, is there a chance, like, is it likely he'll play? And it seemed like he wasn't really even getting that much scrim time back then. So this is pretty bizarre. But again, Kwangdong Freaks changing things up a lot. We saw them, you know, swap even out June, their key support player in the LCK for Moham. So not shocked by this too much. For Live Sandbox's roster here, we thought Vincenzo had a pretty weak performance, to be honest. And then obviously Diablo really struggled when he was playing Zeri into the Lucian, and was dove multiple times, and just overall had a rough start to the season. But he's 15 years old. He's very young, and I think that the talent is definitely going to come eventually for him. So see how he does against Bull and Andil in the bottom side here, because I think every young player wants to have the win to kind of redeem themselves. And starting off 0-2 in a season like this when you're this young, never going to feel great.
You know you're tired when you read Diablo wrong. Did you read that wrong?
Wait, did I say
Pretty
Diablo?
sure. I think it's pretty easy, Diablo, right?
Did I say Diablo?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What did I say?
Maybe I'm too tired to even notice. Cool. Here we are. Matchup
You scared
history.
me. I'm like, what did I say, guys?
I don't know. Marshball is calling you out. Okay, 2021.
Oh, you read the
and
chat. I
summer.
thought you were just saying
I was
that.
reading the chat. No.
I was like, whoa, Brandon, like, what's going on?
No, I would never call you out like that. Maybe I would. Let's take a look here at the head-to-head, the matchup. They are exactly even, 6-6. So you'll note that they did go 2-0 and 2-0 either way in 2022 summer. Imagine calling out your coworker. Yeah, I would never do that. Here we go. We are into the draft. So right into the gameplay, Wolf.
Yeah, Heimerdinger. I said I wanted to see a little bit more of him in Challengers, but I guess Live Sandbox think he's pretty good and won't be allowing that. We saw a lot of bans on Heimerdinger in Challengers last week too, more than we do see in the LCK. Ash gone. Now, you don't have to ban Varus and Ash and Heimerdinger, but they just might, because we're seeing a lot of prio lanes here set up for blue side.
Yeah, the
Marshball
karma.
calling himself out. All right.
It happens. This is generally why chat is not on while you cast, because this is quite distracting. But
Yeah.
we will have some fun with it. And a lot of stuff open here, especially in the jungle, but still, we are going to have the Varus first picked.
Oh, I got really excited, but it's just going to be a troll hover into the very, very standard boring Maokai, but that's okay. He's going to be locked in here. As Varus without a Karma, without a Heimerdinger, without an Ash on its own here, it definitely can still be strong. We've even seen Varus Jhin work, for example, but very unusual to see the priority here on this rather than the Zeri, when so much of Zeri's counters in terms of the 2v2 have already been removed. Let's see what he wants to pair with this. Could just be the old school Nautilus Zeri counter. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I was thinking, you know, maybe something like a Braum, especially when you're looking at the Maokai, but as you're mentioning, it's very good into the Zeri. And then this Cassante priority is pretty interesting. We're seeing a lot in the LCK. You pick jungle alongside of your bot lane in the first 3 picks, but not the case here, Wolf.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an early prio here to make sure they get it. Speaking of Braum, it's like that is going to be the response here with the Zeri to the Nautilus. I think it's a good answer since Nautilus has come out here and can block a lot of that damage. And is going to be good in team fights into the melee Nautilus engage and the Cassante. We've been seeing so many Enchanter supports and just like AD supports as well, just range supports in general right now, that Nautilus is kind of rare. So we do see the Braum pop back up. Wukong, very strong, obviously, into the Zeri if you can get that lockdown, if you can avoid the Maokai ult. As this has been really common too, the Fiora ban against the Zeri comp, because side laning top lanes are going to give you the ability to buy time in a game where Zeri is struggling through the early phases to get second, third, sometimes even fourth items online. Will be the Camille also taken away here. So Jax, still a possibility, but we're seeing the Gnar into the Cassante so much more right now.
Yeah, you know, Huni was talking a little bit like about that yesterday. We were asking him about this matchup, and he just, you know, Gnar just very stable. You're just able to get ahead through your range, and then your mid game is very strong against the Cassante. So it's quite often the counter pick. And they banned away 2 of the, you know, main split pushers, and it seems like Dahyuk doesn't want to go for the Jax today. So yeah, it's standard top lane. And, ooh, Cleaver going to be hopping onto the Akali.
Yeah, interesting Akali pick here. We've seen the Akali very rarely blinded here in the LCK and Challengers, but also more often against the pushing bottom lanes, not with them. All right. Lee Sin again. I believe Courage played this actually last week. I think Courage was, in my opinion, the strongest player for Kwangdong Freaks' Challengers team last week. Like, looked like a standout player, really smart pathing. As we will see, the Sylas that I have also been hoping to see more of here in response to the Akali can be a fun matchup in the early stages too. And it's going to be all about the scaling, I think, here for Live Sandbox in this game. Can obviously do a lot with this Maokai pick early to punish the Varus lane if you can get ahead of the curve on that Lee Sin. There's a lot of damage too with Lee Sin into a you know, Zeri Braum lane. You can kind of get trapped down there with Maokai if he roots you, and then you're just stuck on the bottom side of the map. So you got to be careful about how you want to play this one out.
Yeah, these are the non-swapped champions. We are not having support Silas in this game against support Lee Sin, so just keep that in mind. This is just the pick order. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. The Zeri Braum coming back into this one. We get to see Akali versus Silas once again. Very strong skirmishy 2v2 mid-jungle for Kwangdong Freaks. Going to be looking to try to get their Akali ahead very comfortably. And yeah, I don't know, Wolf. I think, especially in challengers, I would favor Kwangdong's comp in this one. What do you think?
I like that assessment because I think if you remove the nameplates here, I would say I like Live Sandbox's comp more because I think it has more stability and potential towards the mid to late game. But in challengers and in a meta with ever since durability, to be honest, since that was released to the game, we have seen very snowbally gameplay. Something that Faker has even addressed recently on his streams, that he's a little bit unhappy with the state of solo queue's snowballiness on the durability patch. I think getting that Varus ahead and playing around the early mid here for Kwangdong Freaks is going to be super powerful, especially because of the Cassante priority and how he can stop some of those Gnar engages later on pretty easily with his dash and his ult. So I think if these were the Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox teams from the LCK, I'd be like, oh, Live Sandbox looking pretty solid here. But
yeah,
not to be the case in this Challengers region. League, rather.
Well, here we go, guys. This is game 1 of the first series today of 3. I hope you're strapped in. You've got your popcorn, your coffee, whatever it takes to make it through the entire broadcast, because that's what we have as well. And you could join us. It's going to be a fun day.
So is it just me, or did we lose the music?
Yeah.
Chat was mentioning that as well, so I think
he was talking about chat, which in that case, you know, tell your friends about the Challenger League broadcast, LCK CL Global 2023.
Chat, let us know if the sound is working for you, because it's not working for us right now, and I hope it's working for you. But we will see that it is lethal tempo here for Bull this time around, so it does look like it is going to be on hit Varus. Just looking for extra damage here rather than going for the lethality variation.
The sound is fine for chat.
Sound is fine for chat, so I'll get it fixed for us.
Get on that, Wolf. We need to hear this. And yeah, you guys were talking about, you know, if Bull went for Poke, he should be banned from League of Legends. I mean, that's one way to look at it, obviously in a very extreme light. But we see a lot of Viruses in the LCK going Poke. Not going to be the case here for Bull. You know, a lot of extremely low range on the enemy team. And obviously they have a Braum, so I really like the on-hits as well. It does make sense, and it feels like Bull is on the same page with all you guys. So there you go. We're all on the same page there. And yeah, challengers, you know, sometimes you come in with a plan, and unfortunately you step through the shredder on your way through mid-game, and you're like, oh wait, where did our plan go? And then you have to pull in plan B, haha. Live Sandbox's support. But other than that, like, it will depend on how these teams play out their plan.
Yeah, for sure. So far this early game here, level 2 hit first for Diablo and plan B. And this means that Bull and Andal are just going to have to wait for those 2 minions to come through to stack theirs up. Not seeing a level 3 gank in this game on the bottom side because of the Braum and the Nautilus. Very difficult to try to, even with a small edge like this in the bottom lane gank. A Nautilus is okay. Courage.
Yeah, he's getting in there. He's level 3. He's got red buff. He's trying to force that flash away from Vincenzo. Not going to happen, but he is still going to push him out of his own jungle and take the red buff. So counter jungling not dead in 2023. Lee Sin still being very annoying.
Yeah, I think the counter jungle nerfs, I still don't like them per se in terms of what it means for the game itself. But I also think that they may have been overstated in terms of its impact on the pro games, because so far we're seeing it actually happen quite a bit. Is nice check here.
Wait, but Vincenzo didn't back.
He is now.
Wait, but he ran all the way around after getting chunked by Lee Sin in the hopes that maybe Courage would just run away?
I think perhaps he was hoping that, and this is a guess, and your guess is as good as mine as we have a trade here, is that he was going to come over and identify whether Courage was taking his Krug so he could alter his pathing, and also potentially if Dahyuk was under less pressure, maybe Dahyuk could come over there and help out if Courage was lower health, but should have known the health obviously from their last exchange. So definitely delaying his pathing quite significantly, but he's not going to lose a scuttle for it or anything like that, but at least knows that they were topside, that he stayed topside, and means that Diablo can sit down here comfortably in the lane.
Yeah, we did see Dahyuk take Fleet Footwork into Lancer. I think it's just going to be better for taking more aggressive trades. And Dahyuk is definitely that kind of player from when we saw him last week, so not too surprising for me.
Yeah, Fleet Footwork is...
So.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fleet Footwork is just a really underrated rune. It's very strong at helping you in the laning phase, but it also can help you obviously set up for team fights later on with that extra movement. As we lost our sounds again.
Yeah, sound is gone again.
But I hope it's good for you guys. I'm sure it probably is.
Photon doing really good stuff over in LEC as is expected. Would have been nice to still have him here in Korea, but not the case.
Yeah.
We haven't heard any player hair ratings yet.
No, we haven't really. I mean, we've had obviously the players in the lower, you know, like the lower player cams, but we haven't had too many great shots. I mean, Cleaver's hair at the moment, he's definitely got a little bit of curly action going on there, but he's also got his bangs cut just at the right level above his glasses, not pulling a Moham or anything like that. As fight for the Drake. As we do see Guangdong have a bit of control here. Vincenzo very late to arrive.
It's going to be interesting to see how this one does go down. It is a 4-on-4, but Cleaver is isolated. The rest of the team not able to get on in there as Liv Sandbox are just going to bully him 4v1 and take this Drake, I believe. Yep, they should still get it as they do have the advantage around this objective.
A little bit of greed here for Guangdong. They had the faster setup, but they started the Drake instead of actually using their control over these choke points to actually push Liv Sandbox out, take some aggressive trades. So remember, this is a Varus. It's, you know, the lethal tempo Varus, and he isn't going for an early, you know, Dirk or anything like that. He doesn't have that much damage, but he still does have some element of poke. When you have this much control, probably could have actually just tried to use the choke point instead of rushing the Drake earlier, because health bar advantage slightly in favor of Liv Sandbox here. Positionally, they don't have any sort of edge, but they had a fifth member, which was the Dragon. Pretty strong here at 6 minutes, and he did a ton of damage to Guangdong Freaks and helped cut Cleaver out there for Liv Sandbox to take, and Dragon. So what looked like a good start here for Guangdong gets turned on its head.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of miscommunication, so Liv Sandbox feeling pretty good about that. As you do see Lancer is doing a very good job of just pushing this in pretty early on. He is able to get this plate already at 7 minutes into the game, as we have been seeing a lot of this action, but you know, these trades are going to go this way, right? The Nautilus will hook, and Plan B on the Braum is just going to jump in front, put up the door, and prevent a lot of the Varus damage. So what ends up happening is that Andal takes damage, and you know, they get like a little bit of push in the lane, but that's just about it. That's what Braum does. He neutralizes a lot of the aggression.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's fallen significantly behind in experience somehow, finding himself a full level behind Andil here. So we'll see if he can catch up in that regard, but not having his level 6 could be quite impactful actually for an upcoming fight. I think we'll have the Herald fight pretty soon this game, so he's significantly behind in that regard, so it could be impactful, but they may just simply try to farm bottom instead because it is the Zeri lane, and you don't have to get Herald early. You already have that extra 5 minutes of buffer time for your Zeri's items with the first Infernal Drake in your pocket. As I think the Observer is also highlighting, he is level 4 right now, so won't be hitting that anytime soon. Meaning, making it even less likely that they will contest. I say that, and we did see Diablo thinking about it. Some happy feeding. Deciding, are we going to lane? Because he's going to have to give up this whole wave that was just pushed in by Bull right now if he does go. So now you're really priced in. Like, I lost the whole wave. Better force this to work.
Yeah, I think they should be able to. So I think that was his real flash. No, that didn't look like a Hex flash.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
So, Okay, so he's able to get in there. Shelly rather is having a little bit of trouble around that pit. And so, like you said, Live Sandbox, they commit to this pretty heavily, and they have not started it.
K-Ramen early today. We did see, obviously, that Diablo, while losing that wave to the tower bottom side, does pick up some of those mid minions, so it's not falling like extremely behind or anything like that. He's going to rush back down faster. Then we see Bull coming over here as Guangdong Freaks will start up this Herald. Guti does have the Chains of Corruption stolen and wants to try to use it here to maybe set up something for Vincenzo.
All right, here we go. Guti is trying to do his best as Vincenzo is here as well. Cleaver, he has an Oblivion Orb only. He's not going to be doing too much damage. So the hook does come in, but take a look at Courage's health bar. He's able to survive, actually, as a massive Gnar is into the wall, but he's alone. As, you know, what happened, Live Sandbox, to committing heavily to the objective? That didn't quite pan out as their bottom lane went back to bot.
They went back to bot, but Bull can handle this by himself. He's Varus. He's okay. Plan B doesn't have level 6, so he's not that vulnerable, even though they're going to hide in the brush here, which got our observers a little excited for a second. There's just nothing really they can do cross-map here, and you both sent your bottom duo down early and committed hard when you didn't have any sort of positional advantages, which is seemingly off the back of Guti having this Varus ult here and Dahyuk having Narvar. So that's the idea, but like, this was a very messy fight. Vincenzo gets a big ult, but there's no follow-up damage. Where's your Zeri? Not here. And
yeah. Also, Guti's got Chains of Corruptions, as you mentioned, into Lee Sin, Akali, and Cassante, which all three of them dodged it. Yes, the Maokai ult hit, but like, you know,
yeah, you would think
not going to get too much value for Guti. And,
yeah, you would have thought that
went in there and died.
The synergy between those two ultimates could have been a lot better there. There was high potential for sure, but yeah, not enough damage at this stage in the game. And see what timing Guti can finish his Rod of Ages. He did pick up a kill, obviously earlier on in the game. So if he grabs that one, you know, say 13 minutes or so, it's going to be huge for the Sylas's ability to get level 16. Very strong item on the Sylas, makes him tankier too. Grabbing that extra health, and you know, the other stats that you're going to get, the passive, even having this Catalyst right now, very nice for him. And I don't want to say this game is, you know, doomed or anything by any means, but Guangdong Freak's definitely getting a big gold lead now, despite losing the first Drake.
That's pretty massive. Both junglers are here, as you can see that Courage would love to drop this Rift Herald, especially for the Lee Sin. It is very annoying to be just carrying this around. You want to use it as fast as possible so you can get rewards back. As another 2v2 fight in the mid lane, this is what I was talking about. They have excellent skirmishing power on the side of Guangdong Freaks, as they should win that mid 2v2. The bottom fight as well, also going in favor of Guangdong Freaks. Double kill for Cleaver, and now we do have the Zeri trying to have her moment. She might get a couple of kills, yes she will, but eventually she goes down, and now that's 3 kills onto the Akali. So an Akali moment, a little bit of a Zeri moment, but still very heavily in Guangdong's favor.
I think very heavily in Guangdong's favor, as you say, and the Zeri picking up those 2 kills is very critical, especially the last one that he does get, because it's huge for how much money he's got now this early on in the game. Look at his damage in that fight. It's definitely a Zeri moment, but we usually define a Zeri moment as the moment she gets some kills and gets online, but this Zeri moment came at the cost of a lot of extra gold and a lot of extra control going over the side of Guangdong Freaks. And so much damage is done in this top 2v2 before things really even happen on the bottom side of this fight. No real value here on Vincenzo's ultimate. Guti just stuck there trying to get over the wall. Splash coming up, look at it, in like 5 seconds, 7 seconds maybe away from that. So almost gets out but can't get out, and
yeah.
It's a lot of money to the Akali.
Yeah, in a 2v2 situation, as the Maokai with 0 items against Lee Sin Akali, who just got 3 kills and just picked up Proto Belt before that fight, like, or maybe not before that fight, but she was still going to be a huge threat.
She was
right?
way ahead, right?
Yeah, and not what you're looking for to skirmish there. I mean, Courage missed 2 of his Qs that were pretty point blank, even one of them after he kicked, and still they were able to pretty safely and comfortably take the 2v2 without losing either of them. So definitely, Liv Sandbox just look a little bit lost, to be honest. Like, their macros all over the place. Some of the fights they're taking don't make sense. And Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they're also 0-2, but they're just kind of playing a calm game and understanding when they can fight.
Cleaver's positioning really good here.
We're going to go in for this one. The ultimate from Vincenzo, very, very nice. They finally take down Courage, but take a look at this Akali. Like, how are you going to do anything against her double kill? But now she is alone, as the Gnar ultimate does go into the wall. They did not have Cassante here, and that is going to be a big difference maker from Dahyuk, who is able to clean up the end of that fight.
Well, feels like challengers to me, Valdez. Kwangdong didn't learn too much from their last Drake take attempt. I like the positioning there for the Akali, right? Cleaver is set up in a position where you can actually kind of lock the door on any sort of heavy collapse and can punish after the Chains of Corruption go down. So he's hoping, all right, we're going to have a big combo here. We're going to have a nice setup. The damage was kind of there for Bull. As watch this fight. Like, look how much Bull does in the back here. But it just isn't enough, unfortunately.
TP advantage.
TP advantage. Dahyuk over here is going to get his Gnar bar at the end of this, too. Like, he basically wasn't even there. Yeah. TP advantage. Drake started a bit too early there without full control, and it's a slippery slope here to a comeback potentially for Liv Sandbox with now a 2 Drake advantage. The Zeri has 4 kills.
I said this last week, LCK Challengers plays a lot like LPL does sometimes, where it's like, we're just going to force this fight because we're ahead and we can outhand you. And I think Kwangdong were like, yeah, we're ahead, or Akali's fed. Like, if they want to fight, we can always fight here, yes. But, like, they're kind of ignoring some key points, namely positioning and also summoner diff that did come into the case on the latter half of that fight. Kwangdong, they're still in a good spot. They're still ahead, right? It's 16 minutes into the game, but yeah, they give up that Drake. They give Liv Sandbox a chance to come back in the game, and that's stuff that they would definitely like to clean up in the future.
It's a rough one, that's for sure. But I think it's still winnable for Kwangdong, right? And they have a gold lead still, but the question is, will Cleaver be able to have the same impact in later team fights that Diablo does? And that's what Diablo having a front line of this Maokai, potentially Mega Gnar, and the Silas, who can be very annoying, very tanky in the front line, can steal some critical ultimates here. The ultimates that he could steal are actually quite insane on the other side. Like, he can kick away, he can obviously get into the backline with Akali, he can Chains of Corruption to counter a fight. That layered, of course, with Vincenzo's ultimate can be pretty amazing peel for Diablo, who should be able to kind of skate around the back of the team fight and do tons of damage. And even with Bull going for Immortal Shield Bow and going for, you know, longer damage Varus here, not the poke, he's just not going to be doing the same, especially when he's this far behind in terms of gold. And that's not even considering Diablo's 2 cookies he could sell. Pick up +10.
Wow! Huge!
How much were... Dude, it's been so long since they changed cookies. They used to sell for like 30, right? It was crazy.
Used to be way too much.
You could just get 60 gold from this, like, and the mana. Like, even if you sold it, you still got the extra mana. It was...
Yeah.
It was kind of broken.
Yeah. That was a very good change, for sure. As hook on to Radiant Virgin Maokai. Not what we're looking for out of Ondil, but it's fine because they're just trying to get some space here for the Rift Herald charge. Probably going to get a second one here as they are putting themselves in a position to get flanked, but Dahyuk not on Mega Gnar just yet. No second charge does come in, and Dahyuk just going to escort them out of the building like security is. Now the hook is going to go onto the Braum. That's not what you see. Want to see as Ondil goes down, and this is a bit of a nasty fight here for Kwangdong. They're just trying to get out. The flash kick does come in out of Courage as he tries to disengage, and they will be able to, but okay, knock up onto the Zeri, but she's just a little bit too scary already with 2 items. And Kwangdong.
That was...
I don't know.
Like, the beginning of this where they push the Rift Herald through, grab mid-turret, and are looking for a second charge, it's ambitious, but it's not unrealistic, right? But then when you realize, oh no, I don't know where Nara is, I think he's flanking, and then you see him coming over, you back out there, as they did. And everything about that is fine. Until Andil decides, you know what if I just queued in? And then that's when everything goes wrong. Because look at this, they see Dahyuk, Lancer dashes away, and I was like, okay, if you freeze frame right here, fine. No, don't go in there. Just instantly plan B ults, the follow-up is there. Meganar is reached, of course, because he was given that extra charge from Andil, and he was already getting close to it, right? He was on the edge, starting to poke away, and just not the right call at this moment in time. If you had a traditional like scaling AD carry, like if this is a 2-item Aphelios or something, but yeah, maybe we engage on this Aphelios ult in. We have an Akali you can clean up, but you don't have a clean up AD carry yet. Varus might not ever be at that point in this game, and Akali can't just go into a hooked Braum. It's just not the comp you're looking for.
Definitely some discussion in chat about the Akali pick into so many tanky members. I think it's fine from ahead, but definitely going to see some trouble in this situation, as, you know, is the problem.
Yeah,
right?
it's like...
You're not always going to get ahead.
It's like what we were talking about when people asked us about the draft. I was like, well, I mean, I think Live Sandbox had the better draft, but will they execute it well? It's definitely going better for them right now, and I think the strengths of the draft are shining through now that they're starting to take a lead, not in gold, but in terms of these objectives. TP.
They're going to TP on top of the Meganar here. Cleaver needs to be careful as a very nice angle from Dahyuk, and now everybody on Kwangdong once again trying to just run away. The Maokai ult is going to catch the ball, and Braum lines it up as they lined up to avoid the Maokai ult. Everybody is in the Wombo combo chamber, though, as the Akali is popping off, as is Bull. And, I mean, what happens when you stack all the champions? I guess Kwangdong Freaks win. That was not the fight I was expecting. The Akali now has 8 kills. And it turns out the auto-attacking Varus is pretty good if he doesn't take any damage.
How are you guys feeling about that Akali now, Twitch chat?
I mean, what the hell?
Okay,
like, what is this?
Okay, look at Cleaver, by the way, at the beginning of this fight. Blast Plant over here to the edge, avoids the Maokai ult, and then Dahyuk prevents him from getting into the fight. So for the first half of this combo, he's not even there.
You're CC'd the whole time.
Yeah. And Cleaver's like, well, look at all this. And then the all-out from Lancer just grabs everybody, and Cleaver's like, thank God I finally showed up to this fight. And as you mentioned, if Bull isn't really touched in a fight like this, he is going to do absurd amounts of damage.
Yeah. At first, it was Maokai into Braum, and I'm like, whoa, that was sick. But then it was Nautilus ultimate into the backline, plus Lee Sin kick, plus Cassante.
Yeah.
So, Live Sandbox stacked up, and they did not get the fight. And
Luke Valles, I used to commentate a game called Heroes of the Storm.
Every fight looks like that?
Yeah, every fight looked like that. and there's a lot of CC in the game right now, especially with these comps. Sometimes you wombo harder than the other guy, or you wombo second. And the Akali still has 20% health, and that's all you need.
Yeah. Well, if Sandbox, if you're going to do that, you are not going to win fights any longer. Your Zeri will not be able to do damage. Note that Diablo did pick up a stopwatch, which is going to delay his builds quite a decent amount. It's going to be good if they fight like that again, I would say. Someone
in the chat asked a question. I actually love questions like this because they're fun and like we can be wrong or right. But somebody said, if they had to ask us right now, who do we think wins this game? I actually still think Live Sandbox.
I'm going to say Kwangdong.
Because, I mean, I think Zeri is starting to well and truly get online. She has a stopwatch now. Like, I'm trusting in the Zeri. The Zonia's on Guti.
That's fair.
And obviously his Rod of Ages is completely stacked now very early, so he's hitting level 16 pretty quick this game. I think that amazing combo we saw from Kwangdong, as well as it was executed and how messy the fight was for Live Sandbox there, they should have lost that fight, I think. The better combo was there for Live Sandbox first. They also kept, it was a really good play from Dahyuk to keep Cleaver out of that fight for so long. Now give me your reasoning. Why you're just saying it's Akali, that's
all
it?
All of your points are great, but I think you're also stuck in LCK mindset. Because when fights are this messy, I think the Akali and the Varus are going to do better. But let's see. Who knows? Honestly, it's hard to tell, as in the back line you see, in goes Cleaver, but he's alone. Courage didn't go in with him. He immediately gets burst down, and you know what? Live Sandbox, they get a clean fight this time, and they look pretty good, as meanwhile, Casante's going 1v5. Not sure about that. Courage and Bull just decided to leave.
He forgot Courage was Lee Sin and not Akali. He's like, oh wait, you can't do anything after this. I mean, I think he dies no matter what, so use your combo, put them low so you can try to stop this Baron. They're zoning Courage out. He just is getting his smite back up, but they're just going to time him out.
Yeah, he's just going to leave. That's going to be Baron here for Live Sandbox.
So if I had to ask you right now who's going to win this game.
Ooh. It's hard to go away because, you know, if you look at this replay, like, Live Sandbox fought this pretty well. Like, they backed away from the flank from the top side, and then they just kind of...
Yeah.
They protected their Zeri really well, and that's really what the difference maker was.
Yeah, the positioning of Diablo really good here, and Courage and Cleaver do a really good job of trying to collapse and punish the Zeri retreat, because they know, okay, if we get behind this pit, we can catch the Zeri here potentially and take her out, but they're zoned by Guti. So they protect the Zeri as she kites back, prevent those two assassins from getting into the back line there. Or would-be assassins, let's say. I wouldn't call Lee Sin an assassin, but in this case he was trying to be and was failing.
I think Kwanglun's comp is a little bit of an issue if you are not on the same page of, like, Cleaver keeps going in by himself, but he can't be, like, engage Akali, right? He kind of needs to be cleanup / like assassin Akali, and Lancer needs to be the one that's engaging alongside of Andil. A lot of the other fights we've seen, Kwanglun, where they lose is like, okay, here we go.
He's got Meganar.
Yeah, this is not really the time to fight. They're just trying to poke, which, again, is not really anybody's game plan in this one. As the skill shots just sailing wide, just waiting this one out. The stolen Akali ultimate. As, okay, flash on in once again from Andil. They're trying to fight here with no Meganar, which might work out, but look at Guti in the backline. It is just utter chaos once again. They kill the Zeri, though, and that might be the winning moment, but this Sylas is just too huge, as Guti is trying to do this, trying to carry for himself, and he is level 15, and now he's level 16. This is all the Guti carry.
35 kill game at 25 minutes, Valdez.
Sylas OP.
Sylas OP, Sylas level 16. Does less damage than the Akali in the fight, but a lot more meaningful damage there at the end. So durable, so difficult to kill. I can't wait to watch this replay. Watch Diablo in this fight, okay? There's a control ward there. That was a hook that hit by accident. He then stopwatches, and Courage still flash kicks him to set up for the kill. Beautiful play there by Courage, capitalizing on the accidental hook into stopwatch to start out the fight. They still lose it because Guti is busted on this really fed Sylas. Not as fed as the Akali, but just so durable in this fight that he can't actually go down. And
death cap and a fully stacked Dark Seal. They don't even need Zeri. Like, did Zeri do damage in that last fight? Like, maybe a little bit. But that was not why they won at all. They just used everything on the Zeri, and then Guti's like, actually, I'm the carry. You guys messed up.
He sold his stopwatch, Diablo did, after that. his broken stopwatch, that is to say.
Yeah.
He's not planning on getting a GA anytime soon. He was like, yeah. Ever get hooked by a Nautilus in a brush where you have a control ward on the brush and you're on the back side of it and you still get hooked? Feels bad, man.
Yeah, definitely a little bit sad. And yeah, Live Sandbox, you know, they have the big win in the fight, but they're not able to do anything just yet until this Baron spawns. They did take the Hextech Drake. Hextech Soul, I actually saw a tweet from Molecule where it has the highest win rate for teams that do pick up that soul compared to other Dragon Souls.
What was it?
The win rate?
Yeah, or like was it significantly higher?
No, it was like 2. Oh, okay, Cleaver's dead, by the way. Guti is just a monster. Looks like he will get away with the Zhonya's, but for now, that's it. It was like 2% ahead of the next one, which I think was Infernal.
Oh, okay.
Which kind of makes sense.
And this is across all major regions, right?
Yeah, it's all pro play.
Okay. Because I would expect that in the LCK, the Hex Tech win rate is significantly higher, just based on what we've seen so far. Woo! I don't know if you want to hook that one also, by the way.
Yeah, I think
I think we need to... we got to take the Q off his keyboard for a minute.
I was about to say, like, remove the key, and maybe he'll be okay. Like, he should just press his ultimate ability. The other two abilities are, like...
Yeah, you can have his W. We'll let him have that one.
Yeah. Where's Illima? Well, Lancer subbed in for him here in Game 1. And
it's not been about him, though, I think, and not in a bad way.
You know, I know it's been a little while since Nautilus has been in the meta, but, like, this has not been the look that we want to see. I mean, he does have to engage alongside a Lancer, so that's going well for them. They don't have their Akali, who has the majority of their gold, by the way.
Lancer was really flirting with the idea, I think, of actually taking that engage and ghosting through the back and just all-inning them into the turret. Like, you could tell by his movement, he was like, do I ult him, do I ult him, do I ult him? And then he's like, okay, no, let's hold it. I'm glad he made that choice, because I think it could have been a big play, but I think the risk is inevitably too high. If he just gets burst down there by trying to stay and make that play happen, it's a Baron for the sandbox. It may still be, and when that spawns here in 35, but...
Majai's...
Yeah.
For Guti.
He's so ahead.
And the... what is that thing? Crystal Shard, Void Shard Staff?
Yeah, I just call it the Magic Pen Crystal.
It's the purple shiny thing. Yeah.
It builds into Void Staff and something else. I can never remember what the other thing it builds into.
Lighted Jewel, that's right. Thanks, chat. Here we go. Looks like Liv Sandbox have had enough. They just want to engage. They got a little bit more. That is a huge ultimate from the Gnar. And take a look at Diablo this time around. He is totally safe.
Guti in trouble.
Guti did go a little bit deep. And he is going to get out because he does have that Akali ultimate. This fight is just going kind of insane as Bull is doing insane damage as well as he was protected. But unfortunately, the Zeri is just going to win in these later game fights. They are all incredibly low. And now maybe he's hoping he was poked because, okay, Diablo, he nearly bounce kills Bull.
Yeah, and also
the only one who's left.
The damage from the sapling is like really close to getting him, but it's not enough in the end.
Carry
I don't know about. Okay, let me do a quick teleport check. Okay, there's no TPs. Yeah, they have enough damage. Yeah, very low health bars, but they could do this if they juggle it right, and they do. Sorry, I just had flashbacks.
Perfect.
Any Varus stealing Qs or anything like that. I love how in Challengers, like in LCK, like we'd see like Kana like bounce over the wall here where Raptors are to make a play like this. Challengers, nah man, he just walks right through.
Just grabs him.
He just grabs him like, well, it's like a cartoon arm with like a huge, like suddenly the character's arm gets a huge bicep and he just grabs them through. Yeah, this fight was pretty nuts, but it's all about the Zeri. Probably going to get POG after that play, if they do win this game.
I don't know. Andil, yeah, I think it's Lulu duty for him next game, unfortunately. As now Lancer's going to get caught here. At least the tanks are in the front line. Lancer is pretty unkillable, but at this point, okay, Bull just disappears. Yep, that's going to do it. Liv Sandbox take a massive fight. Can they end the game here with the Baron buff? Looks pretty likely. This one was not your cleanest game of League of Legends. A couple of 0-2 teams in Challenger League to start, but Liv Sandbox, you know, better comp. They actually were able to play it out. I was expecting even more Challengers craziness, and maybe Kwangdong Freaks would pull ahead, but no, not meant to be. And Liv Sandbox are able to take the win here in Game 1.
That they did. 45 kills, 30 minutes. I mean, there were certainly some clean engages, I would say, on both sides, and we saw some awesome combos and stuff. But I think it was draft diff, actually. Like, usually it isn't. Like, we said this in Challengers a lot, like, draft diff, usually it isn't. But in this case, I think because the game became so chaotic, and when everybody gets fed, because everybody gets a bunch of kills,
yeah,
it just becomes like, all right, well, which fed team is stronger? And
look at the damage numbers. They're so high for everybody.
Yeah, and look at the damage for Zeri, actually less than the damage for Silas and less than the Varus. I still voted for him. I think a lot of people will vote for Goody here, but I
voted for Goody.
I thought his damage was...
I went for Goody.
His damage in that last fight, his movement was really good. He did die to that one hook that Andal had that was good, but...
You know, broken clock is right twice a day.
Look, that's mean, Valdez.
I'm sorry.
This
He
is a
just
best
did not
of
have
3,
a
man.
good
You got to
game.
cast him in the next game.
Yeah.
And in the break, he's going to go watch the English VOD and be
No,
like,
he's
what did
not.
he say?
I'm sorry, Andil. Just, yeah. It wasn't your game. Yeah, we can't be perfect all the time. But,
He did have a few good ults, to be fair.
yeah. When, you know, Live Sandbox a couple of times, they kind of stacked for it. And that was actually one of the only times that Kwangdong Freaks were able to get the win. Like, I was actually pretty surprised that Live Sandbox were so deathball-y. You know, I expected a lot of the fights to be a lot more all over the place and crazy, and it was still very challengers, quote-unquote, because the fights were still, like, very messy and all over the place, but the one consistency was that Live Sandbox, they were fighting on their terms, they were fighting as a deathball, and that's how they were always going to win. Especially if the Zeri and the Sylas get fed, which they did. So the Akali was kind of useless. Bull couldn't do as much as the 2 carries on the other side, and you guys were right. Liv Sandbox's team comp ended up being the one to pull ahead if those scenarios did come true.
And I think it's funny because ironically also what you said right before we started was like, it's challengers Kwangdong will win with this comp. Like that almost came true as Guti will pick up POG.
What do you think about his hair? 1 to 10.
I give it a solid like 7 to 8.
Yeah, I was gonna say 7 just because it's a good style, but there are a lot of Korean men that have the same style as well. It's like the popular style nowadays.
But here's the thing about Goody's hair, because you know Showmaker actually recently adopted this style as well.
It's very common.
But I don't think it looks as good on him. No offense to Showmaker, but I think Guti looks like one of the OGs with this kind of part in his hair. Like it looks like he's been doing this for a while. He's not on the bandwagon. He's a pioneer, I would say.
Okay.
So I'm kind of feeling
nice.
like I think he pulls it off really well, and I think a lot of people are trying to, but they can't pull it off like he can. Nor are people able to pull off Sylas gameplay as proficient as Guti did.
He was great.
Game 1.
Guti was very, very strong. It was nice to see what he was able to do in this game. He was really a big carry, and turns out if the Sylas can get the 1 kill, can get the Rod of Ages and pop off, he gets really large. But either way, guys, that was game 1. We're going to take a short break and be back for game number 2.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challengers League 2023 Spring. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we just casted game number 1 of Live Sandbox up against Kwangdong Freaks, and it was a doozy, a lot of kills. Not the cleanest gameplay, but a lot of fun, a lot of action, and Live Sandbox were able to take it with a nice little Zeri ball comp, if you will. Everybody gathers around the Zeri. You got that Fed Bruiser in the Silas, and it was really strong.
Really strong front line for the Zeri, and just not a lot of great targets for the Akali once everybody started really coming online, especially the Silas. Just couldn't get through the front. And there was the one time where we did see Cleaver try to get into the back line, but was shut down by the Gnar. It just pushed him away. A rough time. I think the composition, not as good for Kwangdong. Like we said, ultimately it was kind of a draft difference, but it could have worked. And it almost worked, and it at times it was working actually, but it's all about the team fights. The chronicler rule, you never know until the end. And I think if they didn't fight for those Drakes the way they did, if they didn't force it so hard, I think it could have, if they were just more patient, use that Varus, then maybe it would have looked much better.
Yeah, I think they just fought on Live Sandbox's terms, and Live Sandbox came in with a plan to just, go in as 5 in every team comp or in every team fight, and they deserved that win at the end of the day. They played it a little bit cleaner, just a little bit, just enough. Kwangdong Freaks have selected blue side, so they will be on the blue side once again for game number 2.
Yeah, so we could see a similar draft here. I don't think that the Heimerdinger and the Ashe are going to come through, but could be first pick Varus, maybe with an Enchanter support this time around if they're allowed to play it. I think that Lucian is not going to be allowed either. Given how Diablo played, I gave him my POG vote. I know that's a dirty thing to do. I gave it to the Fed Zeri at the end.
How dare you.
Even though Guti shaped a lot of the mid game, but I thought his positioning was really good in those fights in the end. And ultimately, the game was defined by those two players. So kind of a chicken and egg thing. I don't mind that Guti picks it up at all. I think he played amazingly. We'll see if they run the same style of composition again. I think that the Silas will probably be the big change for the draft for Kwangdong. If we do the same first phase of the draft the same way, they will not allow the Silas through a second time. So maybe something like Fiora gets through. We'll find out.
Fiora could come through. We did see Karma ban the last time. I was actually taking a look at my sheets here. It was the most played for Kwangdong. They have played it 4 times. Or actually, no, this is the most banned. Sorry. So they have been banning it a lot. And would not be surprised if they continue to do just that. But let's see. Let's see how this one goes. How is Kwangdong going to mix up the draft compared to game number 1, which did not go their way?
Yeah, that is a good question. So far, the draft looking the same here. The Yuumi and Heimerdinger. The Yuumi and Heimerdinger, right? And Rise on blue side is such an interesting ban. I don't think you want to show that one actually in second slot if you're going to ban it on blue side, because it makes it very apparent you're not interested. So they could just be like, oh, okay, we just banned Lucian and the Ashe here because we know you're not planning on picking up Rise early. You're not planning on that. You wanted a bottom prio lane. I think that having Rise still open on blue side is very powerful, actually, because it's such a strong pick right now. So I'm not a big fan of teams banning it right now because it makes the draft very clear to red side team what you're planning on doing with bottom side. And hey, this looks very familiar so far here, Valdez.
Yeah, if you're Live Sandbox, no reason to change anything up. You were able to get your Zeri into a really fantastic position in game number 1, so you're not worried about the bottom lane. You're able to get Maokai back once again. Vincenzo looked pretty good on that one. I think it's up to Kwangdong Freaks to change something, and the first change I'd like to see is potentially the Nautilus, but as I say that, it does get locked in. Once again, going to try to lock down the Zeri in the team fights. We'll see if Andel can do a better job of that here in game 2.
Cassiopeia tease again, 2 in a row, different teams. It's teased by Dahyuk in the last game. See what they will in fact lock in here, because
Yone.
Blind Yone. Interesting. This was a very common tactic in 2021 on Yone release, where you try to get some control over the second part of the draft by forcing some like AP jungle bans. Like back then, Yone Nidalee was really common. Yone Talia was really common when Talia was a jungle pick back at that time. Let's see what Courage is planning on doing, because I honestly think he's the best part of this roster right now, and I would love to see what he's caught, you know, in the tank here in terms of unusual jungle picks when there is this AD mid.
What about a Lilia? You know, we saw that out of Umti. I feel like it could be really good for setting up engages alongside of the Nautilus, but not sure if Courage has got that in his kit. So definitely, definitely could be interesting. Oh my God, they didn't pick an assassin into Maokai Braum. Praise the Lord. Yes, I saw you, Gator. You're very unhappy about the Akali, but just wait and see. You know that anything could happen.
It's Yone top and the Akali's still coming.
You never know.
Well, there's the Akali into the Yone here, potentially, for Live Sandbox. Really interesting. Now, Akali has a lot of power into this comp if she can circumvent Andil and get on top of the Varus, especially if it is going to be the Immortal Shieldbow variation of the Varus like we saw last game, and not the poke version. You know, he needs to survive. It's at least was something I was thinking here that we could potentially see for Courage in this draft with the Yone. But we need some real magic damage, like some real magic damage in this comp, I think.
Nah.
And we're not gonna get it. It's just not.
We don't need that.
Just not gonna happen. Just play Scion. Just play Scion, Live Sandbox.
Thinking about Aurelia and Tanar.
This is crazy. They're just going to play around topside and try to kill Lancer over and over and over again with this draft. I like the Renekton a lot more because it has some longevity in team fights with his ultimate, and if he gets ahead, he becomes a bigger problem, whereas Aurelia is so binary. Did she set up a cool stun and get the kill and do the really fun flashy thing, or did she not? And in Challengers, I think the Renekton... That's plan A, let's say. There's plan B locks it in here for Dahyuk.
Could be the way. Dahyuk, you know, should be having a pretty fun time on this one. Dahyuk, definitely one of the hyped top laners around the league. He was he had a lot of fans, especially even on day one when we were casting him. And seems like he's got some great hands, some great mechanics, and we'll see if he can take the win over Lancer in the lane, in a lane where he could potentially have some luck. Still no Illima. Just not going to be playing today. Lancer staying in the top lane for Kwangdong Freaks.
I think that in terms of these compositions, I want to say the same thing that you said before. Like, okay, it's Challengers, and based on what we saw in the last game with the combos and what Yone can provide, I want to give the edge to Kwangdong Freaks. Based on what Game 1 looked like alone, I'm like, oh yeah, Cleaver's going to set up some really crazy fights. Diablo's going to get caught a few times. But also, Live Sandbox's comp is pretty meta, is really strong, and overall has some really great late game conditions. I also just don't trust Andil's Nautilus.
Yeah, Live Sandbox's comp looks like the same comp as last game, except you've got a Kali, which has a little bit more assassination potential compared to the tankiness and staying power of a Sylas, and you have Renekton instead of Anar, who, you know, a little bit less, you know, wombo combo potential, but obviously more lane dominance. It's very similar, and I think Live Sandbox can kind of just run it back, whereas Kwangdong, you know, they did take the loss, so they are mixing it up a little bit, which is definitely a good look. But we already saw Live Sandbox win with a comp like this. They feel like they're on the same page, so maybe they can do it again. Let's jump into Game 2 and find out.
Valdez air guitared something onto the floor over here. This is not a joke. I think it was his car keys.
It was. It's back. We're good. We can hear the game
laws
sound,
of gravity.
yes.
The laws of gravity were like, all right, give me your car keys. He's had a little bit too much water this afternoon.
Way too sober.
Way too sober for this broadcast. Taking a look at the runes here, it will be lethal tempo again for Varus, no surprise, especially into this this comp this time around. If you have the Immortal Shieldbow, you can survive some of that extra pressure from the Renekton and the Akali better, but just in general, we're going to be doing a lot more damage in longer fights with the setup that Varus, or rather the Yone will hopefully provide for you.
Yeah, so I see a lot of you guys a little bit confused about the PTA Elise. Has been coming around in recent times. Just, you know, think about Trundle, right? He used to go PTA all the time from the jungle. His skirmishing ability, especially against the other enemy jungler, was really insane. You know, Trundle has other stuff in his kit to make it even more insane, but similar idea for the Elise. You can attack 3 times really fast in your spider form, and you can proc it really quickly.
You set up the cocoon, jump into spider form, you hit the PTA like instantly, and you do a ton of damage. It's actually really strong. We will potentially see that at level 3 very momentarily here onto Diablo will be the target. He did go cleanse, so let's see what Courage is going to try to do with this, because we see this level 3 gank for Elise usually with a lot stronger pushing lanes, like the Lucian lane, or something like a Varus Ashe or a Varus Heimerdinger. This time around, they still have the lane pushed in, but it's, I think, somewhat by design here for Diablo and Plan B, because they want to just play this under turret, let the wave crash in, good wave management. So that's very difficult for Elise to do anything. And as mentioned, or as we're kind of alluding to, she is not going to actually commit to that level 3. We'll go towards the top side of the map instead, spotted by this ward, and clean it up.
Yeah, looks like it was planted around the same time. As Courage is going to do the same thing just on Elise that he did in game number 1. Remember, he invaded here at least Sin against Maokai. He can do the same thing on the Elise. Vincenzo kind of lining up for him there. That was kind of close. Courage now not going for the red buff. He's going for the kill, going for the pressure, really trying to get Vincenzo out of here. He's got the range advantage with that auto. He's able to steal the big Gromp here, but actually the sapling gets a lot of the smaller guys. Still, Courage is doing his job. You know, he's just trying to push Vincenzo out of here.
Yeah, pushing him out, and range advantage is pretty huge. Unfortunately, for him, Diehook is still a force to be reckoned with. He's not going to be able to get anything out of this at the moment, but can zone Vincenzo out of this top scuttle, and then could try to double scuttle and look for a timing bottom side here. As obviously in the early part of this matchup, it's pretty easy for Yone to get a slight edge and some extra prio here, so it could just kind of skate around towards the bottom side of the map. In fact, isn't going to look for anything onto Guti, try to force a flash or anything like that. Just going to go take the rest of his jungle first. So spending a lot of time to slow down this Maokai, but not actually getting any sort of massive permanent advantage at this moment in time. It looks like Vincenzo is actually going to be able to path now down to the bottom and won't miss his scuttle. So not going all in. We've seen a lot of players in the LCK go super all in with this type of advantage. He's not going to be doing that.
Okay, you don't necessarily have to, although it can give you some strong moments. Vincenzo is coming down to the bottom side. Hustle blows already onto Andil. He is exhausted. He might just get killed in a straight-up 2v2 as the flash comes in and the Q hits from the Braum. Uh-oh, Vincenzo, no! You got rooted under the turret. What's going on? My guy, as now Bull is going to try to set this one up. That's a kill for him as well. And the gank goes totally awry for Live Sandbox.
So Courage over here, like, I wanted to get some of the action in this early game, but you guys are just defending so well. Cute little unbound soul there from Cleaver to dodge that. They're going to dive Diehook now here before he has level 6, though. See if the cocoon lands. Nope. Not even close.
Did look like it went in the opposite
Maybe
direction.
predicting a flash there? Let's go with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going straight, like, predict a Reno cocoon, it is quite difficult to land, especially if you have no stun to go off of. Which is why we often see Elise and stuff, and champions that have point-and-click stuns to set up her fantastic stun as well. But not the case with Anar, that is not Mega.
So Andil starts this one off a little bit sus, right? Vincenzo flashes in for the root and is under turret for Smash, so he goes down first, and then they're just super low from the exchange, so Bull actually will commit his own summoner for an extra kill here. That's kind of rough. Varus getting a kill and an assist. Yes, Diablo did pick up the kill, which is massive. They actually, Vincenzo didn't steal that away or anything, because that could have been pretty bad. So he picks up 300, and actually 400 because it was first blood. So that's good for this area, but I think this definitely backfired. Pretty nice edge for Kwangdong now. Let's see if they can hold their lead this time around.
Yeah, you were talking about diving the bottom lane as the Elise. So far, Courage has tried to invade the jungle, push the Maokai away. That was mixed, you know, that Maokai's not behind. She tried to gank top. That didn't really do anything. Dai didn't even have flash, I don't believe. He doesn't have flash at this moment in time, but either way, yeah, we haven't seen too much in the early game from this Elise, and now they're going to start up the streak.
No, Kwangdong, not again.
Where have we seen this before?
Not again, Kwangdong.
Oh, they're going to go all in onto the Braum.
Yone, though.
Not a great idea, but the Yone does a huge amount of damage. They all line up in a row behind the Braum. Sometimes good, but other times bad, as we can see here. Guti has no items, isn't really doing any damage, so he's just going to get chunked out. And Kwangdong, they beat them into this fight, and they're going to get 3 kills and probably the Drake after this.
You know how every time we get these yearly updates from Riot about we're going to have these mid-scope changes and big reworks and stuff like that, they usually talk about, and I think this is a really true thing that League of Legends players have, the fantasy of playing a champion, right? That is the Yone fantasy, right? Is where, like, this is why I always talk about, oh yeah, early to mid-game fights of Yone when he has 6, like, you can line him up
behind the Braum.
And this is like, this almost never happens in pro play. Like, you can force people to go into a choke point, then you can line up for this. You can essentially try to corral people. You can find one target on the side, but for it to work out this beautifully when Andal actually commits, this time correctly, to set them up in the choke point, block them from either retreating or trying to force their way through faster, Cleaver gets big value, right? And this is very rare, but every now and then you come up with a big ult on the Yone, and the triple here is going to lead to now a 2,000 gold lead for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yep. It was surely an oh baby the triple moment for Cleaver. He is now in a fantastic spot in this mid lane. And you and I, we were talking about, we were talking on the Pog State last night about how important the mid lane is nowadays. Your mid laner gets ahead. He can do so much in a side lane. He can just bully the other mid laner and get so many advantages for your team. Feels like a lot of the top lane worth went towards the mid lane and got it even more important. This was feeling like here in the Korean League so far, at least. And Cleaver, definitely a strong player. We'll have to see how he can continue with this little lead. Also, the Varus is 2-0 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money on these 2 big carries, right? And there's not a ton of money on Renekton right now, who's lost a plate topside. And they didn't get the Drake, by the way, so that's still under contest here by Liv Sandbox. Timing of this is actually really nice for Liv Sandbox, so yeah, he's going down.
Poor Jeff.
This is actually really nice for Liv Sandbox because, again, getting the Drake control allows Zeri to have extra time to scale. Renekton not being involved in this fight a lot of the time, you know, on second Drake, that's when Renekton comes in and makes a big splash with a teleport, is just going to be able to sit there and farm right now. Not looking great, again, for Dahyuk in this game for what his impact is so far, but it certainly could get better. He's 500 gold down at the moment. And Guti also not having the same Akali lead that we saw from Cleaver last game. See what he can do in the coming fights. Because, like, when I cast LCK, I'm always like, all right, well, these are the conditions. Like, this could happen, and, like, let's talk about what the advantages are. In Challenger sometimes I'm like, well, it's looking pretty bad for Liv Sandbox, but let's wait and see.
Yeah, you just never know, right? It keeps it a little bit more exciting, a little bit more suspenseful. You're never really sure how the game is going to end, which is fun, for sure. And yeah, Kwangdong are doing pretty well with the lead that they have, other than giving over Jeff for seemingly free. Just the back timings read pretty well by Liv Sandbox. They're able to pick up that objective. Good warding as well from the side of Liv Sandbox. Looks like Plan B was able to put down at least the 1 ward. And Spot Courage looking for a drop on the Rift Herald in the bottom side, which is where it seems like they do want to get more of a lead here.
Yeah, Courage also taking away some of this jungle. Control ward vision here is very good. Vincenzo just not able to come over for the contest. This is very awkward for Liv Sandbox because they have no prio anywhere. And this is before Herald drops, right, as you mentioned. They cannot get control of their own blue buff. The mid lane, Guti backed, is just completely out of it. Top side here, Lancer is just crushing Dahyuk with a range advantage. Doesn't have any sort of help up here. It's not looking like there's any map control coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not the greatest time, especially if you do counterpick the Renekton into the Gnar. You're expecting to win this matchup. You do need a little bit of time on the Renekton. You're not just going to do it from minute 1, just because, you know, melee into ranged, and the Renekton can get zoned out a little bit. Also, due to the jungle diff kind of a little bit early on, Courage was able to put some pressure in the top lane. Maybe it got Dahyuk a little bit behind. And since then, Lancer has been doing a good job of pushing the advantage. And, you know, since that team fight, it doesn't seem like Lift Sandbox want to fight anymore because they're just waiting for some of their pieces to get fed.
Yeah, and I think that's wise. Zeri plus Renekton. Okay, hold on.
Oh, Renekton has Dominus, and yeah, they're just going to wait until he pops it and then try to poke. So they use the ultimate, and they do use the Cocoon to get him down. He's going to go for a backwards boomerang and try to interrupt that for the minions to come in. And this Rift Herald is actually going to be dropped into the top lane.
Yeah, so getting a teleport out here of Dahyuk really early. He doesn't want to lose any more minions. It's a good play, but I think Live Sandbox, once again, right to just simply leave the Renekton on an island for now and let it go. And that often feels really terrible when you leave a Renekton to lose a lane, solo or being dove repeatedly while you're not getting anything cross. But that's just what has to happen in this game because Cleaver is outplaying the Sakali in mid, getting some great trades as he does here. Bottom side obviously favoring the Varus Nautilus. And you just have to kill minions for a while and sit on that extra Drake that you got, that you sneaked away after that fight was lost. Cool, 5 more minutes. You're gonna let this Hex Tech go over, right? Right, Live Sandbox? You're gonna let this Hex Tech go over? I'm like looking at them with a very very threatening look right now. I'm looking at Live Sandbox coaching staff. I'm like, oh, you're gonna tell the players to let that go? I can't talk to the players for in-game. I'm like, you're gonna tell the players to let that Drake go. Yeah. They're not gonna fight for it. With no Mythic on the Akali here, just a shield buff for the Zeri. Now, if Live Sandbox do fight for this and Zeri picks up like 2 kills, totally back in the game. Is that likely to happen? Probably not. Could it happen? Is it challengers?
Wolf.
Let's find out, Valdez.
They're calling down the Renekton as Andal is going to get caught here a little bit. That Maokai ultimate is getting some great value. And look at the Zeri in the back line is doing some work here. The Renekton from the top side is just too much. And Lancer has teleport, but he never got a good opportunity to use it because guess what? This is how challenger fights go. They are almost over before they begin. He's like, well, I can't teleport in now that our Yone's dead, you know? And a very confusing engage once again. They should have known the Renekton would be rotating down to the bottom side. Maybe they assumed, Wolf, that Live Sandbox were just going to give it up.
Yeah, they were like...
They didn't know Live Sandbox as well as we do.
Kwangdong. They looked at Live Sandbox and they're going to let it go, right?
Right.
Okay, look at the positioning of Andal and Courage here. Totally way too far ahead. And Cleaver uses his ult here defensively. It's a big ult, but there's not enough follow-up damage here. Dahyuk comes down and just catches the Yone as he returns back to his original form.
Yeah.
That's the end of that, you know? Like,
then they get the trade.
It was a huge ult.
Yeah.
Except that it wasn't. Like, it was a huge ult to try to save those players who were in no man's land. They crossed the demilitarized zone, okay?
Yeah. I mean, Diablo got there a million years ahead of Bull just because Andal and friends were so deep in the enemy jungle that it was fought on Live Sandbox's terms, right? So Bull, I think, did 0 damage in the fight. Like, maybe he got 1 arrow off. That's it. It wasn't his fault. It was just that, you know, the fight was over before it began. So he was like, oh, okay, well, we can't do anything. I guess we just lose this fight. They still got the Drake.
Yeah, someone in the chat, Vikram, says lose fight equals get Drake. That's how it's been going so far. And it is often how it goes just in general in pro play as well, because if you win the fight, you still need to back. You can't just take the Drake afterwards because some people are still alive and they're stragglers and you could get punished, but then they get the faster backs because they died, so they're back faster and then they come. Like, that does happen. But ideally, you would like to win the fight so convincingly that you just get the Drake afterwards. This was a defensive fight for Live Sandbox where they punished Cleaver there. And Night Harvester's done for the Elise. I talked about how, like, they don't really have great AP damage. They do have it in burst here with the Elise, but it's not, you know, consistent AP damage that you would get from a mid laner traditionally. So 2 Immortal Shield Bows in this comp. It makes it really easy for Dahyuk to itemize right now. Obviously, you can just go straight into more and more armor with this Gore Drinker that already makes him more sustainable. As Courage, this is a bold idea. Dahyuk really respecting, though, not going to actually rush towards that tower. Nice escort here. Thought maybe they were going to try to commit under the tower for the dive, but they actually just move over, and Dahyuk's like, you know what? I'm not going to risk my life to save this turret. And that's plus 300.
Yeah, pretty good move from Kwangdong Freaks, trying to push their lead here, 4,000 gold ahead. And yeah, Guti, he is he's not the Silas with ROA, but he is still 2-0, and this time the Akali is fighting into quite a decent number of squishy champions. Like, the Akali is going to be pretty fun in this game as long as you know, she doesn't go in alone, like we saw a little bit in the last game from Cleaver.
Valdez having some lingering thoughts
already.
Yeah, some flashbacks.
Oh, no.
Okay, Guti looking for a flank here. If he could actually get on top of this Varus with this ult.
Oh, Dahyuk goes in alone. He is going to get 100-0. Already had the Dominus up as Guti will assassinate the Varus, but again, the follow-up too slow from the side of Live Sandbox. The Zeri is getting huge amounts of damage, but it's still too early in the game for her to be really, you know, game-changing in these team fights. So,
well, there's no AD carry to shoot at her, so
yeah.
He's like, I think I 1v4 this, maybe? No, not quite. They will back away, so ends up being a better trade here for Kwangdong Freaks quite significantly. I think a lot of this is down to the fact that they all-inned on the Varus, and they don't have enough damage to break through the front line at this stage in time with the Zeri, who's on one item. So Dahyuk's over here on the flank. It's a really good Maokai, and look at Guti. Instantly chases down Bull and wipes him out, but at the same time, the focus fire is on to Dahyuk, so once he's down, where is the fault? Who can peel for the Zeri? It's very awkward here, and Diablo has to kite back. They lose the Braum. It's like, yeah, he can kind of infinitely shoot at them, but he can't get close enough to actually kill any of them because their health bars are too high. He doesn't have that extra peel anymore. There's a mid-turret up. If there's no mid-turret, or maybe one other champion survives, like, if Dahyuk's up, yeah, you could actually chase that pretty far, but fortunately, even though Bull died, they still got the damage off onto the Renekton. So, not a clean fight by any means, which I think is a phrase we've been saying a lot in this series so far. But Kwangdong, once again, coming up big. 5,000 gold, 6,000 nearly, 5.5 ahead.
I liked the flank idea. It's definitely something you're going to need to do to get onto Bull, especially with so many threats on the front line for Kwangdong. Just execute it a little bit cleaner. also just, you know, you gotta wait for your moments, right? It felt a little bit forced, like they didn't clear all the vision on the backside. Kwangdong saw it coming, so it's not like it was a big surprise that they couldn't react to or something like that. Like, if they do that in 5, 6, even 10 minutes time and the Zeri has more items, they could probably still win it just because they assassinate Bull and that's a lot of damage gone. But at that point in the game, I'm not sure if it's worth to force a fight like that just yet.
So Akali left up here topside, but it's an Akali that isn't super far ahead and isn't going to split push very quickly. They also had a wave topside. Akali has no turret, and there's a Maokai, or rather an Elise, so it's kind of scary to like push that one really fast and try to commit to a turret. So she's left up there, while they also shut, once again, Dahyuk down bottom side. They group up, they escort the side lane, and then instead of committing to defending the turret, Dahyuk just lets it go, so more gold goes over the side of Kwangdong Freaks here. Just trying to further solidify their lead. It's actually now, in fact, over a 6,000 gold lead. And unfortunately, Guti can't get the turret down cross map. Also, Diablo, with no turret in mid, had to wait to farm, couldn't actually put any damage down mid. So Kwangdong playing oppressively with this advantage that they have right now, and really just making sure this Renekton can't play the game. And it's been quite successful so far here. He's just stacking up armor, and that is going to be useful against this composition, but finding himself significantly behind. The Cleaver already done here for Lancer. And starting a Baron, 21 minutes here. no vision whatsoever for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, Andal just has no chill, man. He's gonna attack whatever he sees in front of him, including the Baron. They do know this is going on now. Not sure they can do much about it, as the Maokai ultimate is coming in there, trying to take a fight afterwards.
Here comes Dayak.
The Nautilus ultimate went onto the Akali, so Diablo should be totally fine to just go into this fight, but it's kind of difficult to force this one. He's able to get that shuriken onto the Elise. Is Gucci, man. He is just hard carrying in some of these games, and now Diablo's able to pick up a kill. But remember, the Baron did go the way of Guangdong Freaks for only the payment of 2 deaths.
Yeah, 3 remaining Baron buffs, and one of those being on the Nara is massive, so you can push off in the side and still get that Baron buff power coming through. Not a lot of easy objectives, of course.
Seri moment?
Seri moment? Yeah, question mark. I'd say...
Maybe.
Yeah, on the edge of one. Like, I'm not going to certify it. It's under review. It's under review. Let's see what Diablo does in the later.
Tentative, yeah.
Now trying to take away this Baron buff from Lancer, speaking of. And they're going to grab this bounty on the turret, top side. And Guti is also siding alone here right now, getting some extra money.
Yeah, Guti and Diablo are getting pretty huge.
Yeah.
You could say the same about Bull, but not really about Cleveland. I feel like the Sione had that one moment, but other than that has been a little bit invisible.
I feel like we don't always get to say this about Maokai ults in Korea, but this one was actually angled really well. Dayak has a nice flank, and they have to retreat super fast, and then Guti just realizes, okay, I've got an angle on the Courage Shuriken land, so he can flip over and take him out. And there's no pressure on him whatsoever there on the side, because the rest of the team is funneling downward, so just really having good target selection there after the Maokai ult goes down to punish the Baron take. Still buffed up here top side, though. Will Guti find the back angle again?
Here we go, Guti. They have locked him down this time. He is gone. Well, you had an Akali, and now you do not. That Braum is going to pay off dividends, but he is not able to save the Renekton. Actually, a really nice play from Andal this time around. Able to get a fantastic follow-up. Diablo still alive, but they are fighting against Baron buffed minions, and 5 members of Guangdong might just have to give up this inhibitor.
Yeah, we call this an A-rat, where they all go top and push the inhib and try to end the game. I mean, they have a cannon minion here, Baron buff. 10 seconds on Guti, though. I do not think you can actually push this any further. You can grab an inhibitor, you should be happy with that one. We're still looking at the 3rd Drake hasn't been taken yet for Guangdong Freaks, so let's slow it down, let's back it up. And I understand the pressure here because the team fights have been volatile despite the 8,000 gold lead here for Guangdong Freaks. And when you're looking at how some of these fights are going, even this one, very scary if Guti gets into the backline, but he's completely shut down this time. The disjointed Maokai ult with his angle he took where he couldn't get on top of Bull is kind of nasty. As you mentioned, Andal with a big play there. It's a follow-up hook here. Braum ult helps them disengage, but that's an inhib. And as Guangdong, you're like, I wish we could end the game right now because the Zeri is just becoming more threatening every second that goes by. The same, of course, of this Akali. But if you can lock them down, as we saw here, might not matter.
Yeah, she's getting closer to those quick blades, and yeah, I mean, the Nautilus actually ending up being huge in this series, in this game specifically, just because you're dealing with not only Zeri but also the Akali, and both of them are relatively slippery and relatively squishy, and you've got a point and click that just removes one of them essentially. It didn't work out in the last fight because they were all sprinting away from Baron, but if it's a really clean straight up 5v5, your front line is really strong and you can essentially nullify one of the enemy carries very easily with just one point and click. So they've got the Fed carries themselves as well. I mean, Bull he's already on 3 items here, and it's going to be a huge menace in these team fights.
And the way Guangdong has approached this 4-1 too, where they're essentially just tackling one lane at a time, you know, leaving the Gnar bottom side here, pushing us forward because they have pretty good wave clear, and then backing up, setting up some vision to stop the movement of Live Sandbox. Notice the wards they've set up there on the top side of the map in the jungle. So Live Sandbox, you're going to come contest Drake? Probably not, because you're dealing with these waves. You need to actually farm up your Akali a little bit more. You can't come down here quickly, but if you did decide to do so, we'll see it coming a mile away. It's just really safe, good play here, and something that I think pretty much every Challengers team can manage this much macro, right? With a lead like this, just say, all right, 4-1 it. After we've gotten the top inhib, that lane kind of manages itself. Let's kind of slowly cut the map into pieces. And in about 75 seconds or so here, when this Baron spawns, Kwangdong Freaks are going to try to use that setup vision once again, clearing it now. It's a bit early for this setup, but as long as they have control here, they can threaten picks, and time is on their side, at least for the moment.
Yeah, with Sandbox, the only real way to get a fight on their terms, I mean, the top inhibitor is actually the best inhibitor for them because it's closest to the Baron, and you can kind of push it out and then just angle onto the Baron. But as you mentioned, denying every single piece of vision away from the Sandbox here means that probably this is just going to be a Baron for Kwangdong Freaks. Also, the Sandbox are not handling this this push from the top lane very well. Like, Dayuk gets there after the Nexus turret is taking damage, not what you want to see. Should be trying to push that out if they are actually going to challenge at this Baron.
Yeah, the inhibitor is still down for a long time, too. If he had been there earlier, you know, maybe he could have staved off the pressure to hopefully contest Baron before the next waves hit, but as you can see here, it's a really free path on spawn here for Kwangdong Freaks. They can set up picks as they kind of kite back towards it. As they kite back towards it. Nope. Nope.
Well, it is the Braum that he did hook, and here's the TP right on top of 4 of them. They are going to jump onto Lancer, but he's Mega Gnar as Yone only hits 1 person, and the Renekton is in the front line. He is taking so much damage, but the Goredrinker tanks up a lot. But look at Bull. He is totally untouched the entire time. They might get to him now, though, as so many low health bars, but the Varus is just going madman mode in the back line. Is nearly able to take out the Zeri. He's going to take out the Akali, and Bull is going 1v9 in this game.
As they kite back towards it. They went in again, Valdez, and it was very risky, and it almost backfired big time here. Liv Sandbox now having to come back here and clear these final minions. This is what I was talking about. Just a contest on Baron alone means you're going to lose this Nexus turret if you stick around for a very long time. Watch this fight again as once again the Braum is hooked, puts up the door, and the Maokai ult allows him to just instantly collapse onto Lancer. If his Narbar isn't set for this ult, he dies instantly. He still dies, but he buys a little bit of time here. And look at who doesn't actually get touched in this fight, who's sitting at 98% health. It's Bull, who just goes man mode, as you said, and does a ton of damage. Once it gets down to this point here, the fight is essentially over. They want to secure that kill onto Guti, and they do. But that was very risky, and that's kind of best case scenario for Liv Sandbox, honestly. If they had just kited back towards the Baron and taken it, they have Baron buff, they could just walk down and end. But they wanted to take it a more aggressive approach, and it almost actually cost them a lot of control.
And so we reset here. The inhibitor is
up,
respawned, yeah. That is going to be huge. And now, just gotta push through this blind forest. You know, there's no Ori in this game, but it's good enough. They have so many ways to check bushes that, well, that was they saw
that
them.
That is one way to check the brush.
And yeah, so Vincenzo's dead. That's the jungler here on the Sandbox, and that's the Baron here for Kwangdong.
A wave clear for Liv Sandbox is pretty bad also. Like, in terms of how they could stop this Baron push, I don't think it's going to happen. At least the inhib respawn, so topside doesn't have free super minions, but it's going to be 3 minutes of hell on the Rift here if they survive. I think it will be less than that because I do not think they will survive this push, unfortunately. It was very close. I mean, a good try from Liv Sandbox that was really well played around Kwangdong's mistake right before the previous Baron take they could have gone for, but there's just no surviving this.
Yeah, doesn't look too likely. Nice hop away from Lancer. He is playing the pressure on that top inhibitor very, very well, just not getting picked and also poking away and being very, very annoying. Waits for his team to move over. That's now 2 inhibitors that are down. And, you know, they have a lot of golds. They haven't backed after the Baron fight, so they can just do that now.
Yeah, and the Baron is still up for 2 more minutes, so even though they do not win here, they can just group and probably push mid and still win the game. Now, there's a Drake spawning, and it looks like Liv Sandbox are going to try to push mid in here and maybe grab Bounty Turret and Bounty Drake. Like, that's a lot to hope for here, considering the 2 super minion waves. And, I mean, the timing of this is there's just not enough time for them to do all of it, right? Like, there's so much they want to have, there's so much they could potentially go for here, but it's going to be solo going over to Kwangdong Freaks. buying them time. Like, this Soul does chip away at that Baron timer. You know, we're down to 1:30. I think this wasn't necessary for Kwangdong Freaks, but dot your I's, cross your T's, dot your J's, as we sometimes say, you know, in games like this. Don't lose this series 0-2. You know, make sure you have this 10,000 gold lead. Don't throw it away.
That just opens up the potential Elder Flip win condition for Live Sandbox, though. So, don't know if we're going to get 5.5 minutes longer in this game. As, okay, they are going to spot that ward. That is very important for no Dahyuk flank or Guti flank in this scenario. Diablo did not pick up an Infinity Edge. He has a Bloodthirster, actually. So he is on 4 items, but we'll see how much he can do. They did not clear this ward, as this will be a last stand here for the side of Live Sandbox, as Guti is going to get hooked, but it doesn't amount to much. The Maokai ultimate to disengage, as Vincenzo is so not tanky. He is dead once again, as here comes Dahyuk. He is going to get in that backline against Bull, but Bull just does so much damage. It's going to tear him to shreds, and Guti and Diablo not able to do too much. Diablo now all alone, essentially, as Guti about to go down. No, he is actually going to survive. Nope. Just gets killed in the pool. And guys, we are going to a game number 3. Diablo not able to do it all alone, even though he did get up to 4 items. The Zeri win condition is not real this time around, as Kwangdong Freaks will tie it up 1-1.
Who's your POG this one? I think you're giving it to Bull?
Yes, I am giving it to Bull.
I think I'm giving it to Cleaver this time, because I mean, the Yone ults were good. Nah, I'm gonna give it to Bull too. His positioning was good. He did too much damage.
Yeah.
I wanted to give it to the Yone because he had the big ults, but like that was really just on Live Sandbox more than it was his plays a lot of the time. Looks like everybody on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, despite the win, are talking to the coaches real quick.
They ran away.
They ran out of there to talk to the coaching staff, and it was a crazy game, but I think a much cleaner game, weirdly enough, than the last one on both sides. Still,
settling in.
Yeah, settling in a little bit. Still a wild game with a lot of damage on all of these champions. The one time I was really worried for Kwangdong was when they almost lost a full fight and got wiped right before that Drake spawned, and when the Baron was up. Like, if Live Sandbox get that Baron, that inhibitor respawns, and the Zeri gets 4 items, and they have map control, things get very different. I think Kwangdong definitely will be hearing a little bit from the coaching staff about that decision. The draft, I was concerned about the damage profile, but it ended up being okay in the end because Bull did carry and pop off. Also, I was a little bit concerned about how the Elise early game went. They weren't successful at the beginning of the game at diving the Renekton, but look at the damage difference here in the top laners. Lancer definitely coming up big in this one. Shut down the Renekton. Then they constantly followed him around the map so that he couldn't really have an impact. It was just good macro play overall. All my concerns kind of faded away as the game, hit the 22-25 minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of the fights were a bit forced from the side of Live Sandbox. It allowed Bull to get some really nice positioning and or tank all the damage, and then his team cleaned up in that one team fight. But yeah, he did really well. I mean, consider he's going up against a flanking Renekton and a Kali, even a Zeri, and he only died once and was able to output an insane amount of damage. So Bull just able to pick up the POG here. Not too surprising at the end of the day, and
he's got the part where part of his hair goes back, part stays in front. Does kind of look like a what the Western characters would look like in a medieval TV show. True. He's one of the kings of the knights. One of the leaders. It does look that way. And in this game, he was kind of the leader of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, he did a great job. And guys, we're going to highlights. We will be back for Game 3 after a bit.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challengers. We are here in the midst of a series that we have on our hands between Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox. 1-1, all tied up. Who do you think is going to take this third one, Wolf?
I'm going to say Live Sandbox, actually. I think Kwangdong's risque playstyle may come back to bite them. I think Kwangdong's playstyle is like, we are the better team. We're going to play like the better team. We're going to make the aggressive plays. We're never going to stop. And I think for a development team like Kwangdong's Academy roster, that's definitely the right way to approach the game, because if you try to play like your, D+ Kia top tier LCK team like right away, you'll miss some of the finer points of the macro, and you'll train a player base that's pretty timid and that won't see opportunity. So I don't think it's wrong, but I think they will be punished because Live Sandbox have been playing a more slow scaling style of play, and they've punished Kwangdong multiple times in game 1, several times on dragon fights. In game 2, 10,000 gold down, almost came back and won off of a punish play.
Yeah.
So I feel it in my bones. Live Sandbox win here.
Okay, I'll take the other side. I think Kwangdong Freaks will win, just because I wanted to take the other side.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Yeah, that's
make
my
it more
only reason,
interesting.
actually. Yeah, just I thought it should be 50-50. They also have Bull, which has been pointed out very nicely in the chat. Bull has been playing very well. Cleaver seemingly able to at least jump onto the Yone, which shows a decent amount of confidence. He was able to get a nice play in the last game. And from there on out, didn't do too much, but he wasn't really the guy who had to carry. He wasn't the all-star of the team. They had Bull for that.
Side selection coming through. Live Sandbox selected blue. All right, so different side this time around. So we're going to have maybe a little bit of action with some Varus draft potentially for Live Sandbox if they want to take that. Lucian, if it's left available, could be the plan. We could also see just Zeri on blue side if they want to keep playing the same way for Diablo.
Yeah.
I hope we see a different draft, though, now with the side selection being changed.
Yeah, I would like to see it. I think maybe from the blue side, they could even ban the Varus and say, we're still going to play Zeri. That's one way to mix it up. Maybe, ban Varus, ban Lucian or something like that, and see where you can go with that. Does open up some of the bans to allow you to do some more interesting stuff, kind of get things played on your side, the way that you want to play them. But yeah, it just remains to be seen, because I do feel like challenger teams generally come into drafts with, okay, we've got one plan, we're going to do this, and that's the way it's going to go. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they just ban the same stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. We've also seen the Rise ban from Kwangdong Freaks on blue side. I wonder if they'll continue to do that here on red side, because I don't think if your plan is to just make sure they don't have the Rise response for your Varus, it doesn't seem like that is going to make the same sort of impact on the opposite side of the Rift, right? Like they will just take Rise first. So I think you still have to ban that. So I think that aspect of the draft doesn't really change. I wonder if they'll leave the Varus and Ashe open and hope that Live Sandbox actually prioritize the Zeri, and so they can get that on red side themselves. A lot of different ways that you can go about this. Players looking like they're still getting ready and into the lobby here before we jump into this draft.
Yeah.
Everybody seeming to be in pretty good spirits, though. I think the attitude of the Kwangdong Freaks players is definitely like, we're here, we're going to make a big show, we're going to have fun.
We're having fun, yeah. I hope we see Bull play Ezreal. That was a lot of fun yesterday, watching Aiming play the Ezreal as well. He is a fantastic Ezreal. And I think Bull is up to the task. Maybe try to throw something in. Maybe try to pick a jungle first instead. Or maybe even the Karma. They have been doing a lot of the Karma bans, but from the red side, can you realistically do that, I wonder? They have been getting a lot of side selection, because up until today, they were 0-2. So they had a lot of times where maybe they would start on blue and then select blue again and stuff like that. So maybe they're banning a lot of Karma, but might change it up when we do go to the swap sides and they do go into red.
Got the update. I'll give you guys a little peek behind the curtain.
Whoa.
the reason why we have a delay, and potentially part of the reason why the Kwangdong Freaks players looked like they were laughing and having a lot of fun, and why some of the Sandbox players having a little bit more of a laugh as well, I think, when they were told, is because one of the Kwangdong players spilled water on their mouse pad. So cleaning it up a little bit here before we jump into this next game. I don't know who did in fact spill it, and even if I knew, I might keep it a secret just to keep it private, you know, like don't have to share that. Embarrassing one. But I do see one water bottle on the table that's half full.
Yeah. Did he drink all that water? I don't know. This guy's getting a talking to.
I told you to screw the cap on tightly. No, that's the Live Sandbox player. It's not him. So it's like this. He was saying this is why you always screw it on tightly. Like you did good job, good work. So we will be getting into this one as soon as the mouse pad issue is resolved. A water issue, so to speak.
Apparently, Kwangdong Freak Bull, his hot pack exploded. And by exploded, it rips open, and then the black charcoal goes everywhere. This has happened to me on cast, and it has gone all over my jacket and my pants before. When it's like really cold somewhere and you're just shaking the thing and it somehow rips. It can be really annoying to clean up, and it can get everywhere. So I totally understand the situation right now.
I generally myself treat my hot packs with gentle care. Like,
yeah, I'm not about that life.
I do a very careful shake, right? And sometimes you do the you do a little pound, but like it's kind of like a small karate chop. You know what I'm talking about? You do like and then you shake one side, shake the other side, like almost the two halves of it, because it's basically just putting the chemicals together to make sure they react, and that's what creates the heat, right? So if you shake it violently, it usually actually doesn't help, especially if the hot pack is already activated. But I think it was just Bull in hard carry mode here. Now he's cleaning his hands off, as you can see. He was just in hard Varus carry mode, and he probably just, once he won that team fight, literally on his own, he put this team on his back. He probably just slammed his fist on the table to say, like, I did it, and then accidentally exploded this hot pack. It was officially referred to as the hot pack bombing incident.
Yeah. Strange. Wolf breaking down the hot pack mechanics like a true analyst. Yeah, that's why we hired him. He knows all about hot pack mechanics. And yeah, Bull is really getting in there. You can see like the charcoal really goes everywhere. It's like a fine dust.
Yeah.
You do not want that.
It's not actually charcoal, by the way, but charcoal-like
It
substance.
kind of looks like charcoal, yeah.
Just to make sure nobody thinks there's actually charcoal in his hot pack that's like really hot or something. It's like on fire. Like in esports, you got to keep your hands so warmed up. We actually literally have a stove, a wood-burning stove behind us.
Yeah,
and we take the charcoal out, put it in a sack, and give it to the players.
Yeah, and they have to hold it for 5 seconds. That way they, they got to play with blisters. That way they play better for some reason. It's like training wheels.
We do keep the chat open, guys. We have an intimate experience with the fans who watch the Challenger stream, so please continue to chat as we will see the Ashheimer blue side bans here for Live Sandbox this time, so changing it up.
Ban again from Kwangdong. Why do you do this?
Will they ban the Rise?
I wanted to see Bull play Ezreal. Not going to happen.
It's definitely not going to happen, I think, at all.
Not anymore.
As there's the Rise ban. Is it a first pick
Maokai?
Yumi? I think it's going to be Maokai. I was going to say first pick Yumi or Maokai.
Sejuani.
Okay. Unexpected. Vaguely expected, but of the 3 picks it could have been, this was the least likely. But still fairly likely.
Varus. Ooh.
What's he going to play it with, though? Because you don't know. I don't think you pick a support here, actually. I think you just pick Maokai and then wait.
Wukong. Wukong could be good.
Yeah? Maokai, Wukong,
Sejuani.
and just wait and see what AD carry duo you're up against before you lock in that Nautilus. Because don't play Nautilus blind. They can do something completely different.
There it is.
Well,
the
hover.
spinny boy
There he goes.
is on the rift.
Is it just going to be Yumi's Zeri? Pretty good chance. And then the Nautilus comes through. That's my prediction right now.
Silas.
That's not a Zeri or a Yumi. What do
Imagine
you got planned?
not picking bot lane in your first 3 picks. Strange.
Ooh, they get the early Camille because it's been banned every game against them. So picking it up early this time for Dahyuk. And Dahyuk's been a pretty known Camille player. Played a ton in solo queue leading into this season. That's what he likes to side lane with. Now you've got really nice engage. You can steal the Wukong ultimate as Silas. You can also steal the Akali ult, which is locked in here, and get into the back line that way. So a lot of threats for this Varus. I like this response. It's not about, okay, we need our Zeri to pop off. It's like, let's make sure Bull can't pop off again, is the style of draft that Live Sandbox has gone with this time around.
Yeah, and now we're having a, I don't know about if you know about this new meme, Chronicler was telling about it to me in the car yesterday. It's the hold on, let them cook meme.
Oh, I know about the let him cook meme, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like right now for Live Sandbox, because this never happens in the LCK where you don't pick your bottom lane in the first 3. It's like, okay, hold on, let them cook. Like, let's see what they've got.
So
what's
now
it going to be?
Lucian, Zeri, and Sivir are banned. Varus is already picked. Ashe and Heimer are banned. Do we have to remake the draft? I don't know if they're about any other 80 carries. Is it Aphelios in 2023?
Remember Neela?
Somebody hovered.
That was a fun week.
We did see the Neela hover yesterday. It was, I can't remember which team, but somebody was thinking about it. It didn't actually come to pass. I think it was Nongshim actually was thinking about playing it. But anyway, Cassante does make it through. And there's your Ezreal.
My Ezreal, but there's no karma.
Okay. What is this going to be? Like, Ezreal, Leona, what year is it?
Where am I?
They really just want to kill Bull. Like, they want to... There's so many ways for him to die here in this fight. Ezreal is the only, like, champion that can't actually just straight up CC him, but everyone else is going to make his life miserable. Do you think he'll take cleanse this game? Okay, I actually like this Tahm Kench, because... You're looking at this as Guangdong Freaks, and you're like, how can we make sure Lancer survives? And Tahm Kench is absolutely the answer. Like, is it meta right now? No. Is it strong into Leona? Absolutely not. But will it give Varus a chance to actually survive and do damage this game? Maybe. That's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, sorry, Kevin. You kind of summoned it. You kind of like viewer curse this draft. I think the Tahm, though, is good. I'm with you, Wolf. I think you can do a lot of work with that. You can get him out of the Camille. And Bull will be safe to do damage, and Cleaver will be safe to do whatever he wants, because there will be a lot of focus on Bull. There is a chance that, you know, if Live Sandbox get ahead once again, they kind of just, like, overwhelm, and if Cleaver tries to go in, they can just focus him down, kind of like what happened to Guti in the last game. But again, might just come down to who makes less mistakes, Wolf.
I think that what's really interesting about this draft for Live Sandbox is all of these champions can engage, but they can also peel for Diablo. And Diablo is Ezreal, who has some of the best positioning and self-peel in the game with his Arcane Shift. So Diablo should basically never die this game, even if they lose, because he has so much to work with here. So I think he's going to have a lot of agency.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Game 3 is just about ready to go, so let's load on to the Rift for this one. Guangdong Freaks up against Live Sandbox. This one will determine who is going to get their first series win here at CL. Both teams currently 0-2, looking for that first win. And I don't know, it's going to come down to who plays it better in this one. The drafts, very interesting, going all the way to Game 3 here in this series.
Yep. Here we go. During the break, we did a little bit of headbanging action.
Yeah.
And we got our producer actually told us that we were doing a good job of the headbanging.
Yeah.
So I think like, you guys have never seen us do the off-camera headbang when we get into the game, which we do kind of ritualistically without saying anything. It's just an unspoken thing we do here at Challengers.
Yeah.
And now I know that our PD thinks that we did a good job, so...
Excellent.
I don't think he said that to Chronicler and Atlas, so
Yeah,
I think that makes us
no.
the superior duo. Sorry, guys.
We are better at headbanging at least, which is giving us a huge lead at the moment. So just keep that in mind. A couple of points from Marshball. He said, you know, note that the Cassante has flash in this game. You see that from time to time, but it is here in this one. And Kench Ignite
here, I think hoping for some of those trades in the lane to potentially be turned. And we also have the Glacial Augment for the Leona, which I think is a great choice in this case. Very meta. Of course, an Aftershock for the Sejuani. So looking to go deep, look for that backline.
Yep. They have one goal in mind. It is to dive onto the squishy backline of Kwangba. Try to get through the Cassante. Not going to be too easy. Somehow he missed everything there. And hello, Atlas. Welcome to the cast. You should probably be sleeping right now.
Alice is not keeping up the challengers' positivity with the Dan's game. I think he said it because I said we were the better duo, but you just, because we're in challengers chat, you just have to say, yeah, of course, man, sure, like whatever you guys want, like just be positive.
Yeah, that's what Chronicler said, so you have to listen to him. He's the challengers guy.
No negativity allowed, no Dan's games.
Yeah, only positivity in this chat. Otherwise, Nightbot is going to shut you down. Definitely no capitalization in the chat, that's for sure. You're not allowed.
I think there's some decent amount of peel. Like the Cassante all out is going to be really nice to push people back who want to potentially engage. Obviously his Q3 too can trap those who have actually stayed too far into the fight. Like he has a lot of ways set up. As might have caster cursed him a little bit.
Uh-oh, he is Cassante, but is it going to matter? He's going to get stunned up after all of that, and he gets out somehow, puts in a nice little sad emoji as Plan B went in onto Bull. Is not able to take him down, and Cassante will reign free and not die.
I thought you were going to say Supreme, and I was like, well, I mean, he's going to have to TP back. Like, I know Supreme is correct, but he gets out, all right? Does have to flash, loses both summoners now. And unfortunately, going to lose a little bit of control of the lane as a result. Courage seen on this ward. But besides the Cassante, they do have the Wukong ultimate as well to keep back those advancing melee champions who are going to look to get on top of Bull. I think that is going to be really key. Is Andil's Devour, obviously, Lancer and Courage peeling for Bull, because Cleaver isn't going to be doing anything in that regard. Doesn't have really any utility, only damage. And if Bull dies, the damage in this team depends on how ahead Cleaver is, / if Cleaver is ahead. If he's behind, he's running into all the tanks, just like we saw last time. I believe it was Gator in the chat was worried. And yeah.
Yep, Courage coming on in. They spotted him going through mid lane, so they should know this is a possibility. Plan B just going to flash early. I don't think Courage ever showed, but they knew that he was down here. They don't see him taking the Scuttle Crab. They have one ward kind of at the bottom of the river, which this Scuttle Crab could have been pushed into as it was being taken. And yeah, good flash out of Plan B. Obviously, he's not going to have that for some engages here as this lane comes around, but
he's
better safe than sorry.
Yeah, he's Hex Flash, and he'll be all right. You can make some plays out of the brush here and over some walls later on, so not disastrous by any means.
When is Bro playing? FFS. They're playing next series.
Against KT Rolster. So just one more game. One more game and a very short, maybe 20, 30-minute break after that. To the conclusion of this epic best of 3.
It's anybody's game from here.
Guti, yeah, he's... I was going to say, like, there's 2 wards here. I do not think you're going to get that roam to top side to punish Lancer. He does not commit.
Guma Juicy, first time chatter. Welcome.
That's a good name. Yeah, we reach out on this. That's true.
Yeah, we're trying to, keep with the Chronicler lore. We're just trying to keep up the friendly, engaging atmosphere.
Yeah, it's kind of the way of WDG, the production company that runs Challengers. They have it set up really nicely for us, and the Korean commentators do other leagues here for them. They have a really cool setup so we can watch the game and the chat and keep that intimate experience that you guys are here for. Follow the channel, by the way, spread the word. You know, we very quickly rose up in our follower count on this new channel, but it's still relatively undiscovered. I saw a lot of people last week, but even seemingly more today, saying, wow, I didn't know this existed. I just discovered this. And, you know, tell your friends. You guys know that movie Pay It Forward? Or, you know, one good deed and you get really sad ending, but we can make a happy ending here in Challengers.
Always. Always a positive, happy ending here.
Yeah. Pay It Forward was like a good idea, but that movie got really messed up, man.
Yeah.
Those movies, when I was watching as a kid, I was like, yeah, this is so cool. I was like, whoa. Am I allowed to
Reality
watch this?
hits you straight in the face in that one. It's like, ooh.
I know it's a bit of a boomer movie that nobody's heard of in the chat, but
yeah,
it's a classic, actually.
I'd like to think like the average age of the chat is probably like 2005 born, you know. It is a League of Legends stream after all.
Yeah, someone says they had to watch it in school. It's something you remember. No, it certainly is. Good on your school for, you know,
yeah, it's
putting
an
you through
interesting
that.
one. Monty and Wolf Show from today brought me here. Love you guys. Keep up the great work.
They've got to make an impact, man. We're putting the word out.
You got to spread the word. As here we go, 2v2 in the mid lane. Looks like they get the jump on from the Kwangdong side as a bit of a stun does go down, but it is Wukong who had not used his decoy just yet. And Courage and Cleaver getting the win in the 2v2. The Sejuani not level 6 yet.
Yeah, Vincenzo here kind of awkwardly hoping to smite. He doesn't even have smite, actually. He's just kind of out of luck here. And without it, and without his jungle pet being able to steal any of these, he's not going to hit level 6. Don't even know how close he is. He's got to be very close, but really unfortunate. Not going to be able to contest. And Gucci just really having a hard time here once Cleaver hits level 6.
Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo. Careful. Very low here. Nice dodge on the tongue lash, but there's a control ward for Courage, who still has flash and ult. Diablo, don't go that way. Don't go that way.
He's okay. He's got heal. He's got flash. He's Ezreal. They are on vision. They're going to clear out 2 wards here. Nicely done. Probably saw that one that was a little bit lower go down. As the back timing here will be spotted.
Somebody asking whether press the attack would be better on Ezreal here. And press the attack's really common right now in solo queue. It's like the #1, you know, we had Riot added that new thing where you get your recommended runes. Like usually press the attack is what people are taking in solo queue, but I think in this game where you're going to be doing lots of damage for a long time against all the, or in conjunction with all the melee frontline you have, I do like the Conqueror just because you're going to be fighting for so long, so that value should really stack up. But if you want to just kill Bull really fast, like, yeah, it's good. It's also good versus Cassante, I'd say, is Courage ults.
A little bit of a fight, but Chenzo going to get caught out here. He flashes out, and now Gucci's like, wait, where did my team go? Plan B is coming on over. Nice chain of corruption. Does hit him on the backside of that, as in goes Cleaver, and he will take the kill, although Gucci got pretty close on the back end of that one to bursting him down. So first blood will go to Cleaver on the Akali.
Yep, and this should be Herald going over to Kwangdong Freaks as well. Diablo just going to take a control ward here, and looks like he's not going to look for a contest. Doesn't have an ultimate even to try to steal this Herald. And Bull rotates back over really quickly, not going to lose too much CS here or anything like that. I don't think a plate is going to go over either, even though it is Ezreal. Sometimes those can go down quickly, just not able to push this one in. As this fight starts off with Courage setting up the ultimate here, and the Comkench follow-up just really forces a flash, and Guti is just kind of left out to dry, unfortunately. And there's just so much chase and follow-up here.
Jeez, man, it's so good.
So nasty. Very close fight with the Sylas there, but he just took so much damage in the outset of this. And a lot of that's just Courage out-positioning Vincenzo.
All right, here we go. Maybe a chance now as Vincenzo finally able to get over the wall with this Hex Flash. trying to save his dash here, but now it's just a little bit too little too late. You can see the communication not really there. This is going to allow Courage to come in. Low health bars here for the side of Liv Sandbox as hook shot away. As Diehuck, okay, nice knock up on a Vincenzo, though the follow-up there from Lancer was so huge. He has been so solid in this top lane. People have been asking, you know, where's Illima? Well, Lancer's here. He's doing quite well, as now Cleaver is randomly in no man's land. Probably a little bit of a gank from Plan B.
Yeah, caught by Plan B's roam here mid, and this does, of course, leave Diablo unshown on camera. You can see him on the minimap under a lot of pressure down here on the bottom side of the map, and is going to lose a little bit of CS here and a plate because of it. The top side fight, when we get to this replay, was really disjointed for Vincenzo and Diehuck. Diehuck ults first before Vincenzo is in position to actually follow up. And I suppose the idea is he's thinking that outside of Hextech Ultimatum, he's just simply going to layer his own ultimate on top, but he's not in a position to follow up, and he hasn't rotated around. I think if Diehuck just waits and pushes Lancer out and they actually collapse on him faster there, they can probably get the kill there before Courage shows up. There's just enough time. And sometimes we don't show the replays in challengers. I don't know if they're going to show it or not, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It was a little bit disjointed there.
I remember.
Yeah. A little bit disjointed on the top side, a little bit not synced up, desynced in terms of the engages there. And it's a nice punish. Guangdong, despite losing Cleaver, you know, seemingly randomly to that Plan B roam, still have a nice lead, and we'll look to set up for the first Drake of the game here at 12 minutes, 12 and a half.
This is recently, and by recently I mean for the past maybe 3 or 4 years, maybe longer than that, has always been controversy. The Oblivion Orb on the Akali against the Sylas, who picked up an extremely early Rod of Ages. Sylas's build is miles ahead of Cleaver's, even though Cleaver got a kill, got first blood, actually. So, you know, gonna be good in the trades, I suppose, against the Sylas, but also Sylas is gonna get to a point where he's so tanky that he doesn't care that he's not healing slightly as much. So I'm not a big fan in the current meta.
I agree, because I think
getting this item.
I think that a lot of the value for Oblivion Orb comes from getting it very early as okay.
Yeah, it's a Kali. I mean,
it's a skirmishing item, and it's a great lane item. But as a Kali in this case, with the comp that they're running, how much are you going to get out of it in the time where it's relevant is the question. And I think the answer is not very much. Like, you're not actually going to stop that much goody healing here with this item. Now, in trades like this, can be impactful.
Yeah. As, you know, Cleaver is doing a little bit of damage, but again, okay, gonna go in once again here with Courage. Follow-up knock-up, and there is the ultimate coming out here from Cleaver, able to help his jungler clean up that fight, as Guti maybe overestimating just how strong he is at this point in the game.
It was all the Oblivion Orb. The Courage has just been here twice in a row on these critical trades, and his ultimate has been the game changer. Flash used this time to guarantee it. Guti's flash still off cooldown, or on cooldown rather, still a few seconds till that comes off cooldown. And we're just seeing this aggressive play time and time again kind of fall on its face for the side of Liv Sandbox. You know, we saw rotation over for Vincenzo topside, disjointed. This rotation over for Vincenzo disjointed and late. No ult here. Really easy for the knockups to guarantee the kill for Cleaver. Well, assist he picks up in this case. Courage will pick up the kill.
Yeah, it was actually Guti trying to ult away. I thought it was Cleaver trying to ult in for damage on second Akali ult on R2, but it wasn't the case. And yeah, it's going to be pretty nice. It's going to allow the Akali to catch up a little bit in some of this itemization. Also, Courage is super strong. I've been really impressed by him. I feel like there has been a pretty decent-sized jungle gap for almost every game in the series, like at least 2.5.
Yeah,
I would say, like a little bit less so in game 2, but games 1 and 3 especially, like he has been putting on a show in the jungle matchup.
Even in the game we casted him last week, you know, he was their best player and had the most consistent performance. I really do think he's one of the players to look at right now in challengers in terms of just the raw talent, right? And showcasing it one more time. Whereas we weren't that thrilled with Vincenzo last week, and I think he's made some big strides even in just 1 week's time of play here, but still is just coming up a little bit empty. Sejuani often does just get outpaced in these games too. We saw it with Klid's game on Hanwha Life yesterday as Lancer.
Here we go again. But again, it can be very difficult to get on top of this. He kind of messes up the angle, but again, Vincenzo is not able to get in the right position. Probably not expecting Lancer to ult that way, but obviously not the gank you were looking for from the Sejuani. As Dayuk and Vincenzo just cannot make it work together.
Yeah, they just really aren't. They just really aren't synced. Sejuani ult going wide there is the most egregious part of this, unfortunately. But yeah, Lancer gets out here. Does have to use his flash. Still a significant win in that regard, but
so does Dayuk.
Yeah, so it's like it's a trade of flashes, and there's no plates or anything. He's just going to hit this turret. By the time that the wave crashes, Lancer's going to pick it up. So no real significant or permanent damage done here. It's a cannon wave as well. So yeah, no teleport expended. And what do they get from this cross map? Nothing really. So if this is cleaner and he dies, then maybe you get the turret, and you know, or maybe you could stick around and set up for some more vision bottom side as the Drake is spawning in 1 minute. But trade and flashes. Vincenzo's ult will be up for the fight, but I just want to see a little bit of tightening up of that top jungle.
Is this the new LCK channel? No, this is the Challenger League of the LCK, so it is the minor leagues, if you will. And any of these players can be playing in the LCK any of the days if a team decides to play them in the LCK. The rosters are technically connected, but for the most part, they'll keep them separate unless one of the players that's playing in the LCK is really doing poorly and they decide to make a change. So yeah, this is like Division 2. LCK is Division 1. This is not the LCK stream necessarily, but it is LCK Challenger League. So again, seeing a lot of questions about that, so I thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah. We do suggest you follow it and you know, join us for the matches tonight, tomorrow, and of course weeks to come. We do only broadcast the Monday, Tuesdays. I know we're doing a little bit of the explain-a-reno on that one for a while, but just want to make sure people know is Dayuk is going to have to hook shot out of here, and that's going to be 2 Drakes to Kwangdong Freaks. And
is it going to be Jeff Soul? What do you think?
Well, it's a pretty good chance.
It's Jeff Soul. When I said it, I'm like, nah, it's probably not going to be Jeff Soul, but it was. For you guys who don't know, in Challenger League, the Tech Drake is named Jeff.
In Challengers only?
Yeah, only in Challengers. So Jeff Soul, he is back.
They are going to get this bottom turret. I was going to point out that before this happened, they could have tried to push Guti into a top side play while the Drake was being taken because there was no contest and they had vision of basically everyone and they knew where everyone was. Guti decided not to TP but to head mid, so missed that opportunity there. And despite coming mid, doesn't actually stop this Herald from taking the turret out and crashing through. So some macro improvements that could be made here, I think, in terms of the cross-map play. And it's also a Silas with his Rod of Ages nearly fully stacked against an Akali. It's not like, if Akali was there, which she was not, now that she is there, it's not like he's going to be under major threat. So we'd like to see a little bit more of that. More to the side of Live Sandbox out of Goody specifically here is to see if Cleaver can be that threat.
Yeah. The Observer here was highlighting, of course, Observer being Yundo. He was highlighting the fact that Diablo's hit 2 items already. He's got a Ceres complete compared to Bo, who only has an item and a half. He is working with the Rage Knife at this point in time, not yet at the Rage Blade, as the on-hit Varus for the 3rd time in a row in this series.
Yeah. See if that ends up being impactful because, you know, right now the lead is significant for Kwangdong Freaks, but I think in terms of team fighting here, the composition is so strong for Live Sandbox with the front line they have.
Plan B wanting to go in there. He's looking for some help from his team. That was about 7 years too early, but it's okay. Love the effort, but this Cassante is getting a lot of value down as there is Cleaver into the back line. He is actually quite fed. Dayuk trying to frontline here as well. He's going to go down to Bull, who once again is just totally untouched. You can see that Diablo, he's on this backside. He's got that 2-item spike here on the Ezreal. He's doing a good job of kiting as Lancer is trying to put an end to this one. In goes plan B, and a huge Ezreal ultimate just going to line up for him, as now it's Diablo who's looking to carry this one. Cassante will, in fact, be killed, and Diablo just barely is going to get this last one, as it is Sejuani's full of Ezreals, and Liv Sandbox win the fight.
This is exactly what I was talking about leading into this, is they're going to try to start this Baron up here. Diablo very low. If they juggle this...
7,000 damage from Diablo.
If they juggle this perfectly, I still don't think it's reasonable, especially considering the TP, so thankfully they did back out. Cleaver might have picked up a double.
Well, you could have just... Okay, no, they're fine.
It's okay. This fight, we're going to skip the beginning part of it where Leona went in 1v5 without anybody. Silas is dead. This is literally Diablo only. Vincenzo getting so much value to that Aftershock rune in this fight. Extremely difficult to kill. And Diablo just keeps hitting these Qs. If he misses any of these, actually, the fight looks very different because he actually doesn't get that cooldown reduction, starts to lose that momentum. Plan B going in one more time gets that huge proc of the Glacial Augment, and that's just enough slows here to keep Diablo safe. As Lancer tries his best, he's like, just want to get on him. And then Sejuani procs one more of those stuns, and he gets out. Like, that was extremely close to him going down for so many different reasons, but he just kept hitting the Qs, and he's like, got my 2-item spike. Your Rage Blade's done now, Bull, but wasn't there just moments before. When you see the big dip in the gold difference here for Kwangdong Freak, so much money going over the Liv Sandbox. No Baron, of course, though.
Catch the Akali, but that's not going to work. And yeah, this focus is going to be on to this Baron, especially because it is Jeff's soul. Unfortunately, Jeff, he's just not the coolest Drake on the block. Like, not a lot of people like him. So instead, we're just going to fight next to the Baron, which is pretty nice. Vincenzo, a pretty good engage this time around. Not too early, but the massive double Cyclone into the backline as the Akali is just going to execute everybody. And this time around, no hope for the Ezreal, as he just got wombo comboed with everybody else.
Yep. Courage just rolling around the team fight. Just a big Cyclone bot in this game, but it's all he needs to do. It's all he needs to do. And Liv Sandbox positioning on this one, not quite as nuanced as it was in the previous fight. As look at where Guti is, or isn't. By the time he tries to engage, he goes straight into the Cyclone and is knocked up. Tries to get on top of Bull afterwards a second time. And Bull's just like, I have Immortal Shield Bow, I have my team, you're alone.
The double Cyclone was just so much value, like it was way too much. Like, CC score just went through the roof after that one for Courage. Like, he's getting my POG 100%.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care how
No
fed this
question.
Akali gets. I don't care what Bull does. He has just done way too much.
I mean, not only in these fights, but just in the early game. He also shadowed Lancer very well in the early game. We did see that one mess up on the... All right.
I can't.
The Ezreal Steel. Now, if it were a significant Drake, as the Chronicler said yesterday, it's an insignificant Drake. It's very true. If it were a significant Drake, we would have been like, oh, we got a little bit hyped over that. But this is just kind of like, all right, cool story, bro. We're moving on. Because the game state doesn't change too much from the steal. Does help slow down Kwangdong getting a soul, but again, the soul not that critical in this game. Still good attempt to steal those raw stats. Actually can be significant here in this game, especially when you consider the Tom Kench equation. But yeah, ultimately not that big of a deal. The Baron buff, not going to be stopped by this either. As you see, the top turret goes down, inner bottom side going down. I think for this to work out for Liv Sandbox, they need to stave off this pressure for the next 80 seconds without losing any inhibitor turrets. I think that is feasible, considering the drafts here in the comp. They could just make sure they don't take any big permanent damage here. They get some upcoming team fights. The wacky thing about this, because of the soul itself, like in a perfect world where we're thinking about this game, like from our bird's eye view, the next fight that Liv Sandbox can probably take and that they want to take is actually going to be Baron. The next Drake spawns in 3:30, so it's going to be coming up first. But they don't really need to fight for it, especially because they stole one away. So in theory, in 45 seconds, we should be entering a very boring lull state With, I mean, there's no turrets even to defend here for Live Sandbox. They could just let the waves come.
I mean, based off of what I've seen, these teams kind of just fight whenever they want to.
Yeah, like I said, in a perfect world, okay? In a perfect world.
Just for no reason, Vincenzo's like, you know what? I'm going in. Plan B, the same. It's like, I see the enemy. I think I want to attack them. And that is kind of the thought process, or at least what it looks like.
Trade turret for turret here for Inner. I think this is absolutely the way you want to play this as Live Sandbox.
Of course.
5 manning with Baron for this, no flank angle for Lancer. And you grab a turret, then you slow this down and defend this inhibitor. He can go trade inhibitor for inhibitor. Somebody needs to go back and defend. You don't need all of these people for this push.
He's like, yeah, cool. I mean, I've got hook shot.
There's the TP.
There you go. So he's going to get a TP away, and now they can just engage, although Lancer is nice. That chain is going to miss on a Plan B, but Plan B is really just the engage guy, as they are trying to get onto Courage, who has been left out to dry. Plan B still somehow alive, as now Dahyuk just going for the wraparound here. They will take down Courage, and keep in mind, Kwangdong were the team that had Baron, and they were supposed to be in control, and they were supposed to have push potential and macro and be winning. That's not what happened.
Supposed to... You know, these are words that we need to learn to avoid. You know, are still because I said, like I said, remember I said a perfect world. They go to a lull state.
Supposed to isn't real in Challenger.
Like the word supposed, I like, but supposed to. You know, if you say supposed to, then yeah.
So who do you think wins from here, Wolf?
I'm still feeling like Live Sandbox has a good chance. And this is 6,000 gold down. This is my original pred going into game 3, like before we went into it. Sorry, I just kicked you.
It's okay.
I had to sit up and get back focused because now I got stakes. Okay, there's stakes on this game now, and. Like, this is the lull state I was talking about. You know, we still got 80 seconds left on that Baron.
Look at Vincenzo. He's like, I'm ready. I'm ready to press my buttons.
Dahyuk's TP is coming back up, and so he could keep pushing this.
They can't handle his split push. They're like, wait, what's that?
Macro?
What do we do? How do we... Wait, is he just allowed to push? What is this champion?
I think a lot of the awkward situations here that Kwangdong are facing is that their comp's wave clear is very weird. Like it's not great, and they have an Akali on the side. So if Bull is like their best chance of dealing with these minions, and he has to be mid, and when they try to collapse onto Camille, she's Camille, so you can just hookshot away. So punishing this is very difficult. This is one of the weaknesses of Cassante, is he doesn't deal with split pushing champions very well. Oh, right before the objective.
Yeah, and even if he hit it, it was just Sejuani, so it's not like they were going to get onto him. He has a Thornmail and a Radiant Virtue. He is a pretty thick piggy as it does come down to it. The Cyclone this time, once again, kind of overextending to try to make this one work. This is looking pretty good for Live Sandbox. Cleaver extremely low on the backside. Diablo just going to let him go, as now he can just press the issue forward, and there is no front line, just a total rout here from Kwangdong. Everybody is on the run. So Live Sandbox take another fight.
Caster Blessing over here. Just telling you guys.
Wolf knows.
I mean, like these two comps, I'm starting to make these predictions based on what do I think happens when we go to a late game where neither team has a massive advantage. And like, yeah, we were talking about 6,000 gold lead, but in terms of 80 carries, Diablo's sitting pretty, right? And he's got tanks that have stats. Like they have some items and they have their base stats, and that's sometimes how it's going to go when everybody just kind of smashes into each other.
Right.
Here we go. The flank angle is real for Cleaver and Lancer.
Yeah, Cleaver is back up. They're going to try to take the fight afterwards. No way to steal this one. They do have Cassante and Akali, but Cleaver's not really getting too much damage done. I think he did hit that shuriken, though. He gets back in onto the Ezreal somehow, and Lancer's tanking it up a nice amount, but Dahyuk just going to shut down that Akali, and now Guti is back into the fight. So desperation for Kwangdong as everything slips out of their fingers.
A messy fight on both sides. Diablo E'd onto an Akali, which made me very sad.
Extra damage, you know?
Extra damage,
I want to see what happens to Bull in this fight. Like, how does he not just get devoured and live?
It's too split.
So is Tom Kench...
He's stopwatched.
Okay. There's, No, he got out, but then he got Hextech Ultimatum.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about. There's just too many threats for the Varus, and not enough ways to kill Ezreal. Ezreal decided to do a self-kill in that last fight. But it's okay, because he did a lot of damage, and then Gucci teleported back in, and there was enough staying power in the fight. So comp is very tanky. And now with Baron, this comp is insanely strong in a 4-1 or a 1-3-1. Like, Gucci could go bottom right now if he wanted to. Looks like he wants to stick with the team and just siege up this turret, but the shoes on the other foot. Now, Dahyuk is level 18. He has a stopwatch and a Hex Drinker. It's very difficult to kill this guy.
It's clear that Kwangdong are like looking at the Camille and they're just like, is that a new champion? Like, I don't know, what does she do? How is she pushing the side lane so fast? It all seems to be a little bit of a mystery for them, as they are now very much on the back foot. Lancer, it looks like he is finally trying to match this, but it's a little bit too little too late. Like, Lancer doesn't die.
He dies,
but also, I guess maybe he does. He is able to ult out of the Hextech Ultimatum. No, he's just too tanky. The thing is that it doesn't matter. Like, he can sit there and tank,
well,
but
now
he's not going to stop the split push.
He's used his whole kit now, though, so he's completely useless in stopping the split push now. Yeah. Like, he cannot do anything. His all-out times out, and he's a buffed fruit. That's what I'm talking about.
You just called him the buffed fruit. I don't think Kasante's a buffed fruit. Not even sure what that means.
Not really, but look, he's got the Chemtech Soul Honey Fruit and healing up, but he still doesn't have his ultimate. So
did he steal Devour there? That was kind of interesting. Devoured his Sejuani. Okay, they're trying to get onto this Camille. Cleaver just took a second Q to the face from the said Camille. The poke going pretty well, actually. Liv Sandbox not committing to the fight, so they just kind of take a bunch of damage as they back away. So only the one inhibitor with this Baron so far.
Just the one, but one is massive. Like, I think as long as it's not mid inhibitor with the Chemtech Soul, which again is mostly irrelevant here, it's good enough because it means that you have one inhibitor on the opposite side of another inhibitor that Dahyuk can threaten, especially because that inhibitor turret is open. Mid inhibitor also open, but Dahyuk with TP can do a whole lot, having the lane that he's threatening being the opposite lane of the Baron, which is more relevant. They got the right inhibitor of the three to grab, so still pretty huge on the side of Liv Sandbox. They've actually taken a gold lead now for the first time this game at 600 gold. It's slight, but you could tell the hourglass has definitely been turned upside down, and the sand is running out a little bit here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Is it Liv Sandbox sand?
Yeah.
From the Liv Sandbox?
From the Liv Sandbox.
They
That's
use it in all their games only? Uh-oh. He tried to hook shot him. It didn't work.
Yeah,
I think
that's a good assessment of what happened, yes.
You can only hook shot onto walls and structures and stuff, so just so you guys know.
So he's not playing Zelda in here.
Yeah.
It's not Link.
Alright, little siege here. The chains actually land onto Diablo, but he's got some pretty decent... No, he's going to get over the wall, but he will be dove into that backline. They take a ton of damage to get in there, and really, the biggest threat of this composition right now is the Camille.
No 80 carries anymore.
Yeah, Gucci and Dahyuk are going to be able to do this alone. Like, everybody got so out of position to try to take down the Ezreal that... Okay, does Lancer not die? Okay, okay, he's almost going to get away. No, he's going to go down. The teleport will come through, unfortunately for Cleaver. He was
Cleaver's
hoping...
like, please cancel it! Oh, no!
I think they tried to kill it, but not on time. Okay, looks like Liv Sandbox are going to take this series somehow, some way. Poor Courage, man. He had some huge plays in this game. It was not meant to be, though, as Liv Sandbox gonna take down the two Nexus turrets and the aforementioned Nexus, as Courage, unfortunately, will also be taken down to his GA. GG, Liv Sandbox, get it done.
I feel pretty good about my 2-0 at this moment in time. Who do you think is gonna win Preds here? Because overall, we will have to vote for POG because I was so sold on Courage, but he did not win the game.
Yeah.
So, overall, this game was very impressive by Liv Sandbox because they figured out their win conditions, and it's really, like, I think a lot of people would vote for the Ezreal, in this case, Diablo, because, oh yeah, he did a lot of damage. Like, he started helping turn this one around, but his positioning in a lot of those fights was actually not great, and he was punished many times. I think it was really the Camille side laning that forced some awkward fights for Kwangdong, and that's why they end up taking the L here in the end. But I think draft-wise, compositionally, in a perfect world, that Liv Sandbox
We're gonna
had
have
the
to
better.
remove these from our from our dictionary.
Yeah, I think Liv Sandbox had the better comp. They were so tanky that when you trade 80 carries, you win. Actually, you just win that one. Silas does long-term damage and is hard to kill. Akali does burst damage against tanks who don't die, and then CC her and kill her. So problematic, as Diablo did a lot of damage.
Yeah, he had multiple fights where he did like 7,000 damage, so kind of makes sense. It is Ezreal after all, but as you mentioned, you know, especially in the quite late-ish game we got to. I mean, we got to like 35 minutes. That last fight was probably at like 33-ish minutes, so at that point, you know, your Camille's got 4 items, your Silas has got 4 items. They're going to be hitting like trucks, and if Bull is not in the fight, there's a huge amount of damage lost on the side of Kwangdong. Like, Wukong's not going to do much. Obviously, the K'Sante doesn't do much either, and Akali just cannot stand up to the two of them. So, you were right, Wolf. Your prediction came true, and Liv Sandbox pulled it through in the end.
I think that, like, we have to honor this player as well, Diablo. Just to remind everyone who didn't watch either earlier when I mentioned this or last week when we talked about it a lot, but the kid's 15.
Yeah.
Somebody joked in chat, they called him El Diablo back in college. The boy is 15. And he's one of the youngest players that is playing in any academy system across the world. He also started playing when he was 13 in a lot of amateur leagues before actually getting picked up. So he's been around for a long time. He's shown his potential quite a bit. And
back in elementary school. Yeah.
He's one of those players that if he sticks with it and continues to grow, because he's been quote unquote in the system for so long, like he's actually had wise people around him telling him how to play, how to improve. He could be, when he enters the LCK, a great player. Now,
there you go.
Dahyuk will get the POG because this makes more sense. I just wanted to honor our new young player who had a big turnaround in this series, especially after having a really big struggle against T1 last week.
Yeah, I had that one really big team fight as well, but Dahyuk just did a little bit too much. You know, I was making a lot of jokes about the split pushing, but in part, it was, you know, they couldn't really handle it because, you know, Kwangdong could feel the game kind of slipping away from them, and they really didn't have an answer for the Camille in the side lane. So it's like, ooh, either we force a fight or Dahyuk is just going to rip our base apart, and they... You know, it's a challenger team. They couldn't quite get it together. They could not figure out what was the best way to handle it, and Dahyuk essentially, from the mid-game onward, just made too much winning happen for his team. So that's why he does pick up the POG here.
And since you kind of broke it down really nicely, I'll just add and continue the tradition that I do think he could do something more with his hair. I think it's not really... his bangs are... too long. It doesn't actually bring out his very strong eyebrows. You could see clearly in this image.
Yeah.
I feel like he's keeping them a little bit under wraps. So I'd like to see a change, maybe going into the summer season for a new profile pick and some.
Okay.
Just a little bit, you know, off the top there
I think
potentially.
his glasses are pretty cool.
No, the
got
glasses.
some style.
Yeah,
you know?
no, glasses top tier.
So he's got that going for him. There will be an interview on stage. If you guys can understand Korean, you can hop over to the Korean stream if you want to watch that. Make sure you keep it locked here, though, for the global broadcast. And yeah, that was the first best of 3. We do have 2 more today. I believe it's KT Rolster up against Brion.
That's our next one.
And
Third
DRX.
DRX against
Hamalefi Esports.
That's right. I keep thinking D plus Kia is playing today, but they're not. They're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, like T1, D plus Kia, Nongshim, they're all playing tomorrow. So if you want to watch those incredible team, make sure you also tune in tomorrow.
Tomorrow has better games than today, but all the games are equal and awesome. Positivity in the challengers. But tomorrow's games are good.
All games are created equal.
A scrappy game like the series we just watched, though, is is sometimes the most fun, right? Because we might see some more classic LCK-esque gameplay at tomorrow's games, you know, and I already watched a week of that in the LCK. I want to get my challengers fixed, you know?
It was really fun.
Will you see a 3-man Ione ult tomorrow? I don't think so.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, Challengers really does bring in some of the more interesting solo queue-esque vibes. So I know you guys do enjoy it at home as well. Make sure you tell your friends this is going on. We got a new stream here. It is, as you can see, LCK CL Global 2023. We are also on YouTube. So if you want to watch there, you can watch there as well.
Same URL minus the 2023. Just copy paste that of your Twitch URL if that's where you're watching. You can find it on YouTube if you prefer to watch on that platform.
Morgan will not play for Bro later. This is Challenger League. This is essentially Tier 2 below the LCK. So no, Morgan is not going to be playing in the Challenger League.
The YouTube chat, you know, it's definitely different. It hits different. I think we do need a little bit more.
It does hit a little bit different, yeah. It's true. It's got a different vibe over there.
Sometimes I don't really know what it means, and sometimes the questions I see in the YouTube chat, I'm not sure if I'm getting trolled or if they're serious, but we like to answer all the questions seriously. Well, I was gonna say something else about I promise you guys we will make an effort to get GigaChad enabled on this channel.
Yeah.
But that's not up to us. There is a higher power, an organization, a Korean esports association, if you will, that kind of is in charge of these types of things, and they may or may not enable GigaChad, but we will bring it up because I know there's been a lot of people asking about it, and some other
it's very important.
Some other emotes that people want to see in our chat, and we do want to elevate the chat experience because it's very important to us too. But I'm not promising that it's going to happen, but I will promise you that we will see what we can do. And I'm also telling you it's definitely not going to happen in time for this best of 3 that's about to happen because that's happening in like
a little bit too quick.
30 minutes. So
yeah,
possibly even sooner. So just bear with us on that one, though. The Twitch chat is made better by you guys. So use your imagination. And I think anyone who's above Gold League actually can see the GigaChad emote in the channel. If you can't see it, it means you're below Gold. But
I noticed there are a lot of people that cannot see GigaChad. That's understandable. You know, a lot of people nowadays.
We want to get it enabled for you guys too, but you know.
Now people nowadays, they're fanatical watchers of the League of Legends. Maybe don't play as much anymore. They're probably Gold level. like if they played, but
So make sure you link your League of Legends
every once in a while.
Link your League of Legends account to Twitch, and that's how you can see it.
Yeah, we need to verify.
If you are above Gold and your account is linked and you still can't see it, it means your region is actually like below. It means like you're diamond on NA, but it actually doesn't count.
It's only silver in Korea, so unfortunately.
No, I'm just kidding. By the way, guys, please don't take me seriously.
Yes, this is of course the positive community that is the Challenger League.
I'm sorry, guys. We're just trolling.
Region locked.
We got to buy time for the interview to finish before we close here. So
you think Dayok is a man of many words or a man of few words? What is your thought? Just upon seeing his hair.
I think. Well, I was gonna base it on his play. Based on his hair, I would say like few words. But based on his play, I would say he probably has a lot to say because I think he made some really good decisions that game and. A lot of the disjointedness between him and Vincenzo, I think, was more on Vincenzo than it was on him, and I think his side laning saved the game. So, I think he probably actually has a lot to say about the team comp and what he was trying to accomplish to buy time to get them back into a winnable game state.
Can you stop the cringe spam, please? Okay, I found our first KT fan in the chat here, Carotid Brain. Shout out there. That makes one of you so far.
I like the username.
Who are some of the prospects in LCKCL? Definitely, we were looking at some of the players on D plus Kia.
Lucid.
Lucid is insane. Pulbay also insane, but he's behind Showmaker. Thanatos, their top laner, also really good. Smash from T1. really strong.
Bout for from T1 looking very good too.
Dahl also strong.
Yeah.
Very reliable top laner from
Dahl
T1.
seems good. Who else? Courage.
Courage was good.
Who
yeah.
we just saw. I think is a big standout player to me that I'm thinking about right now.
Diablo, give him 2 more years. Like, who knows? Like, that's definitely one guy you could look out for as a prospect because he has so much time before he actually is even allowed to play in a pro league.
Yeah.
You know, if he continues to get better, it's probably going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, no doubt. No soup just yet, but I think we are about to close.
Yeah, looks like we are ready to take a break, guys. So we're going to take about 20-30 minutes, and we will be back with KT versus Bro. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
제압되었습니다. 남은 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
제대로 잡았다가 그거 한 방으로 뒤집을 수 있는 거예요.
브라운 입장에서는 이제 소규모 한타보다는 이제 5대5.
와, 오,
애쉬궁?
자 멀리서 아직 스턴이 좀 오래
시원.
갑니다.
이러면
잡았습니다. 제압 골대 시원하게 우걱. 수가
보였나요?
보시죠. 혹시 애쉬도
설마
아리도 아리인가요?
아리를 노렸네요.
아리도 이럴 수가. 이래서 리플레이 봐야 됩니다. 기회를 노리고 있는데요.
미드 지금 3렙
네.
차랍니다.
그렇죠. 그래서 들어옵니다. 자,
캐스는 아트록스라도 일단
잡자.
잡자.
자, 그런데 잡았습니다.
그런데 이후 전투가 문제예요.
자, 이후 전투.
자, 봐야 돼요.
봐야 돼요. 이러면 도망가야 될 것 같아요.
라이트 포커싱이 안 되죠.
라이트
그냥
그냥
나가고
나가고
있어요.
있어요.
브라운
도망가야 돼요.
갑니다. 브라운이 방패되고 브라운만 믿으라고.
브라움 때문에 앞설 때릴 수도 없습니다. 속박 걸어주면서 너는 이미 죽어 있다. 다 쓸리는데요. 자, 잡기 직전 이렇게
다
들어갔는데요.
쓸리는데요.
트리플 킬. 아니 애쉬 트리플 킬이요? 이제 나왔네요. 이게 첫 킬이었어요.
애쉬가 트리플 킬이요.
바로 한 방에 죽을 수도 있어.
그래서 이걸 나 혼자 어떻게 막아?
그렇죠.
나오거든요.
그 친구 차이가 나고 있습니다.
예,
눈가 불러야 돼요. 예.
비에고도 계속 지금
이렇게
간다.
이렇게 오히려
근데 이거
자 결국은 안 됐고 자 여기서
와이 와중에 진짜 붙어서.
네.
카밀.
자 뒷까지 뒤로 왔는데 그러면 여기 설마 여기서 가기 애매하면
약간 애매한 것 같은데요. 라이즈 멀잖아요.
그렇죠.
라이즈 멀잖아요.
잡으러 들어갑니다.
이러면은
자 폴리스
바로
물려고요.
이겨야 되는데요.
설마 여기서 캐리 천공세
아지라.
자 여기서
슈퍼토.
리버 샌드박스 여기서 이렇게 와 이게 이걸 누가 다 되는데 이걸 알다고요.
드래곤 싸움 어떡할래? DRX가 얘기할 수 있죠 이제.
자 그래서 슬슬 보이나요? 자 먼저 보이는 쪽은 농심입니다. 자 위치 보고 텔까지 들어옵니다.
이거 아지로 포커싱 내야 될 거예요. 이거는
들어와서
그냥
방해지네요.
너무
체리
힘든데요?
체리가 일단.
자 이런 뒤로 빠지면서
아래쪽으로.
사우다 올렸습니다.
싸운다 위험 싸운다 죽었.
자 여기서
이거
유미가
뒤에
멀었고
어우,
여기까지
DRX.
이거는 득점.
DRX가 피드백이 진짜 제대로 돼서.
그렇죠. 지금 과감하게 확 밀고 나온 플레이가 굉장히 좋았어요. 드래곤.
네.
드래곤 마무리.
자 결국 허락되는 분위기인가요?
근데 이거 농심도 진짜
주고.
추가하고 싶어 하는 것 같은데.
자 들어가서
근데
여기서
이게
앞에서 글쎄한테
카사딘 녹았어요.
납치 성공.
그러게요. 카사딘이 바로
네,
죽었대요.
네 벽을 넘겨버렸거든요. 저 미하일.
이후에
어디까지?
지우가
어디까지?
때린다. 지우가 지래요.
나는 궁이 있긴 있거든요.
네.
나는 궁이 있어요.
와, 잘 피했죠 지우.
다시 한번 흡수.
자 이러면
안 죽어. 와 이거
와,
농심
농심 레드 포스.
농심랜 보스.
이세로까지.
아니 이게 이렇게 되나요?
이게 이렇게 된 게 맞나요? 자 크산테가 모델을 또 만들어주고 있습니다.
아니 이게 이렇게 된 게
야,
아니었거든.
네.
DRX 입장에서는.
그렇죠.
아니 이게 무슨 일입니까?
네, 정말 많은 분들이 아니라는 말이 붙을 수밖에 없.
그렇죠. 그러면은 용은 하나 생긴 거죠.
네, 오히려 용까지 좀 빠르게 가는 이런 그림처럼 그려주고 있습니다. 자 사일러스, 자 라칸의 공을 뺏어왔고요. 자 들어가서
아, 이거-
뭘 하나요? 자 여기서 총공세.
총공세 아 근데 벽이 예쁘게 넘어가진 않았어요. 벽을.
자 이런 루터. 자 같이
이후에
쓰시고요.
사이러스는 아까 거 대박 났고요.
자 그럼 여기 캐스팅이 뭐가 할 수 있을까요?
아 근데 그렇죠. 루어가 계속 때문에.
루어가 딜각이 나오죠. 우리가 월급 포함 마지막 희망. 이러면 여기서 월급 포함.
아 이거 다른 경우 상관없고.
이걸 개막전 첫날에 보여줍니다. 루어의 체리.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League here live at WG Esports Studio. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf. And we had one series today that did happen. Liv Sandbox was able to take the 2-1 victory over Kwangdong Freaks. But if we just pretended that didn't happen, from now until the end of the broadcast would be a normal broadcast day.
Yeah.
And it would feel like this is the first series
Sure.
of the day. Not the case, though. But for this second series of the day, would be KT versus Bro. Who you got on this one, Wolf?
KT Roaster. They look to be the much stronger team. Like our last two teams, we had two teams that started off a little bit rocky, a little bit of a shaky start to the Challenger season. And the games were close, it was very back and forth. I think all three games could have gone either way realistically, and then it did end up being kind of an upset win, I think, in that final game for Liv Sandbox. But KT Rolster, definitely the stronger team tonight, going up against Breon's Challengers team, and we might have a one-sided match on our hands.
We could. We definitely could.
I just checked. I'm good for now.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, if you look at the KT roster, they're definitely pretty stacked in terms of challengers, right? I mean, I don't think they quite reached the level of like D+ and T1, who are probably our 1-2, alongside a Nongshim maybe, kind of somewhere in there. We're not sure just yet. But like Castle Hambach, Feisty, Hype, Rebel, all very strong players.
Master of the Dark One, Wolf is an unbased non-bro-lever. That's not true. I'm absolutely a bro-lever. And just because I'm not predicting them to win against KT Rolster right now doesn't mean I am not a bro-lever. I'm actually on the bro-lever registry. You can go down to Breon's headquarters and check. My name is listed right there. Wolf Schroeder, LCK commentator. It says right there.
Yeah, it does. I saw it.
Yeah.
I was actually
Engraved.
I was with you when it got engraved. Actually,
Lord
that was
Morgan
a big
chiseled
moment.
it himself.
Yeah, Atlas didn't show up, which was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why he wasn't there that day.
And Chronicler, a known bro despiser.
Yeah, definitely. Chronicler, for some reason, he's just not a big bro fan. Make sure you tune into Pog State.
We talk a lot about how he hates bro in Pog State.
Yeah, more details to be revealed on that broadcast. Should come out probably before Wednesday?
Yeah, probably tomorrow
Thursday?
night, I would say. Should be.
Okay.
They're on it.
Make sure you're tuning into that that Pog State. But yeah, we do have this matchup. Of course, on the side of Breon, they've got Frim playing in the top lane. Doive. Well, it's hard for me to get through that because
impending turret doives.
yeah, lots of Doives in this one.
Doive the turret.
They've got Ivory, Gamin, and Palu. And yeah, Atlas had a lot of fun with that because he is actually Australian. And it does just sound like you're saying dive in an Australian accent when you say the Breon jungler's name. He was born in 2003.
Yeah, it's a pretty young roster.
He's their second oldest player. Their youngest player is their support, Palu. He was born in 2006.
17, because his birthday was just a few weeks ago on the 7th.
And in 2006, I was a sophomore in high school. I was studying the Scarlet Letter in English class. I remember that. Good times. Good times.
2006, I was playing a lot of StarCraft Brood War and definitely neglecting my studies.
Faker was 10 in 2006.
Yeah.
He's in 1996. What else happened in 2006? Anything of note? It feels like, I don't know.
I'm like
such a long time ago. I was playing a lot of hockey back then.
It was a pretty big dry spell for video games. I feel like it was like at the end of the PS3. It was the end of the PS3. I think it was the end of the PS2 era before like PS3 and the Wii and like Xbox 360 were coming out. So it was kind of. That's probably why I was playing only StarCraft and only PC games at the time.
We're almost at the point where players are younger than the game.
Yeah.
We're getting there. That's pretty close. By the way, we did get a little bit of an update about the issue. It was a tech issue, audio issue on the side of Bro. as there was a little bit of a spread of COVID around the team.
Yeah,
and so
Ivory.
they've got some players playing on the stage, some players playing at home, just like in the LCK effort was playing from home. So kind of does make sense.
Ivory is going to be playing from home. Hold on. I actually got a message for you on the desk.
What do you mean?
Like I didn't write this, but like somebody wrote Brendan sucks on the desk.
What is that?
It's not me, I promise. Somebody wrote Brendan
It's definitely
sucks.
Wolf.
I did not write it. I did not write it. But it's really funny that like I just noticed this is not a bit. This is not a bit.
It's actually there.
It's somebody who wrote Brendan sucks.
I cannot
on
believe
the
this.
table. It was not me. It's actually there.
Well, who sits there? It was
I think-
Chronicler, I guess.
No,
right?
I think Atlas sits on this side on the Challengers broadcast.
Wait,
right?
why would he sit on that side?
I don't know.
He always sits on this side.
I don't know. Well, it's one of them. Fess up.
It was definitely one of them.
I'm taking
I
a
guess.
picture of this.
I think it's the mouse side.
Damn, I can't believe they did you
But
like
Mal
that.
is a very positive influence on the stream, so I don't know why he would do this.
Yeah, if I zoom in on my phone, it is confirmed it says Brendan, because from far away it almost looks like it says Brandon, but
Yeah, that wouldn't have been me.
it definitely says Brendan. All right, looks like we're ready to take a look at the standings again.
Okay, yeah. As you can see here, we have tied second versus tied ninth going head to head. It shouldn't be tied ninth, actually. Guangdong Freaks are in 10th now because they played an extra game and it was a loss. It was me. Yeah, I came in here when I
Now,
when I was
consider
alone.
this, it could have been Achilleos because he sat here for the Overwatch broadcast. That would have been a long
It
time ago.
could
though.
have been, actually. That would be really weird. How would he have known that I was going to be casting here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Way
know. It
back
wasn't
then.
confirmed back then. That's quite bizarre. I don't know. This is weirding me out, but it was been covered by my notes this entire time, and then I just decided to shuffle them moments ago, and I discovered it. All right, so yeah, this is. I mean, just to put the standings to a more specifically relevant nature, we're looking at a tied for second 2-0 with +3 KT versus Bro at 0-2 -4.
Yes.
There's like a line that you could draw between where they
True.
stand.
Yeah, they're exactly opposite. West and east side. Although they could have been in the Hama Life esports position because they have the same score.
Same with D plus
Same
Kia.
with D plus Kia.
We do it alphabetically.
Ooh.
So
Wow, is that fair?
Should have named yourself a higher letter. Glad D plus Kia kept the D.
I'm going to name my...
That's the best part of
Yeah.
their name is go if you're tied, you get top of the standings.
I'm gonna make a team that's AAA, the triple A's. That way, if I'm tied, I'm always on top.
You name yourself AAA, but they actually put you in the next to T1 in the T category.
No, that would never happen. Oh, T1 would be ahead of me too because numbers
Hey,
are ahead of letters.
Chronicler said he didn't do it. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't. It definitely feels like an Achilleos move.
Yeah.
That could have been from like 2 months ago.
I mean, I did tell him that that you and I normally sit like this because he actually sat on this side because when I commentated Overwatch, I sit on the opposite side. But anyway, looks like we're coming back on camera here to give you guys the update that there is no update except that we're still working on the audio issues.
Well, it said there was no more delay.
Oh. Is there
So
an update
maybe
I
it's
missed?
just hopping to us and then we'll go soon.
5:45.
Hopefully. That's in 1 minute.
And yeah, we're on the early parts of 5:44, so 45 seconds.
Against all authority. There you go. One person remembers. Ah, the Valdechelios. That's kind of spelled like Valdechelios, like we're going back to hockey. Wow, is that consistent caster, Brendo? Yeah, I just never leave the desk. Actually, I'm chained here. I'm not allowed to leave.
Yeah, it's actually the mic is attached to his fingers inside here, and see, this is his chain. He can't.
Yeah, it like
Can't
looks like
escape.
it's a little bit mobile, but actually that's why I never change mic hands because actually my elbow is kind of stuck to the chair. So that's why.
Did you ever notice how our background kind of like swims a little bit?
Yeah, Papa Smithy was saying it was a green screen, but I don't believe him.
That's wild, the technology we have with this LED.
I don't know why he would get that impression.
It's
Yeah.
very cool. Well,
Casters
I have
that read
news.
chat, yes, here at CL.
Only
Yes,
at
we do.
CL.
Also, the Chemtech Drake is named Jeff here.
It is 5:45.
Thank you for the update, Wolf. That's fantastic
Well,
work.
I mean, it's not 5:45 in other time zones, so I just want to let everyone know that we said it was 5:45, but
It is 5:45 in another time zone.
what time zone would that be?
Brazil?
Is there a exactly 12-hour time?
Yeah. Brazil is like 1 hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, but what about daylight savings?
I don't
Do
know.
they do daylight savings in South America?
I'm not sure.
It might not be 5:45 anywhere else but here. I mean, it is in Japan, but that's not a different time zone. Although, I mean, I guess actually, technically, the name is different. This is our
Remember Papa Smithy?
matchup
Okay,
history,
sorry.
by
Yeah,
the way.
go ahead.
Who remember Papa Smithy? We all remember. Papa
I don't
Smithy.
know who that is actually.
9-3. Notice the closest record. This is total matches, by the way. Like, this is not games. This is match score. So, I believe, because how could they be 2-2 for different format? I guess is why that was actually thinking back. That was almost a rookie mistake. It was best of ones back then, so that's why that can happen.
He's right about Brazil, LMAO, Common Valdez, WC. Yeah.
That could be a lie.
No. When would Twitch chat ever lie? That never happens.
They've never told us a lie.
Yeah, of course not. When is Chronicler going to get us soup? You'd have to ask him. I think he's taking a break today.
Yep.
Although he told me he was chained to the desk. I don't believe him because he's not today. So yeah, KT coming into this one a pretty heavy favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. 9-3 scoreline, and two of those wins for Bro were with their different roster when it was not even actually a victory. It was just a 2-2 tied up scoreline.
Taking a look at the matches that they had, KT did defeat Kwangdong Freaks, but that was a 2-1. So they actually dropped a game to Kwangdong Freaks, who have currently not won a series. They also did defeat Live Sandbox, another kind of lower, east side team here. Whereas Bro, they lost to D plus Kia,
Yeah.
which everybody's going to lose to D plus Kia, except maybe T1 or
Longshim.
maybe.
I mean, they beat them last time in the finals as well.
They already lost to DK, actually, during the co-streaming this week. So, yeah, I mean, there's a chance. Bro also lost to Home Life Esports, who are currently 2-0 as well. So, like, Bro have only lost to strong teams, whereas KT have only defeated weak teams. Maybe we have a series on our hands. I mean, I checked. I didn't see it, but
Still not there.
it's not in your hands either?
Nope.
Maybe we should ask Morgan. I'm chained. I can't really check. Okay, yes. I don't see
Still
it.
clean, but
Yeah.
we will know going into the middle of game 2 whether we're going to have it on our hands or not.
Apparently, the issue is persisting now. So that is the little bit of an issue.
So yeah, just
Why isn't
It's
LCK
mostly
Twitch channel
fixed.
streaming? So, guys, this is Challenger League.
yes.
This is Challenger League, not
I was
the
gonna
main league.
I was
Okay.
going to show you guys above Brendan's head right there, but look, this is the matchup. If you're just tuning in. Hey!
Here we go.
All right, it's time.
Hotbox got a great smile. He's such a happy guy.
He really is. Got
He's
a
really
great
happy
name,
to
too.
be on this lineup.
Yep. We use the term hanbok steak in Korea to basically describe what I think others would call a Salisbury steak outside of Korea.
Whoa. So that's what a Salisbury steak is.
Yeah. So
I moved to Korea when I was 20. I don't know anything.
me too. Me too.
I'm not cultured.
I only know Salisbury steak because that's what it was called in my elementary school cafeteria menu. And let me tell you, steak and Salisbury, both of those words should not have been attached to what I was eating. But here's Brion, Frim, Doiv, Ivory,
Doiv.
Gamin, and Palu. a roster, like you mentioned, struggled in the early parts of the season. We're dominated by D+ Kia, but who hasn't been? And looking for a comeback here, a change of momentum going into this series. We did see Frim play the Mordekaiser, so maybe we'll get to see some cool weak side draft like that from the top side of the map from him again. Don't know if it will happen, but I'm hopeful, because that's very different from seeing Cassante, Fiora, and I mean, I think top's in a good place, but I'd like to see less Gnar.
It's pronounced Salisbury.
Salisbury.
Thank you, Papa Smithy.
I thought Bree was a never mind.
D-Do-IV. Yeah, I don't think that's it, Master of the Dark, but I appreciate the effort. Nailed it. Yes, Papa is here. He is a huge fan of the Challengers League broadcast. Yeah. He tunes in every day. Yeah. So you guys should tune in every day as well.
Maybe Papa Smithy will be the new co-streamer for the days that we don't broadcast.
Who knows?
Maybe I'm maybe I'm inspiring him right now as this downtime before our game starts is really just getting him hyped for doing it, you know?
This says somebody who can, the guy who can become the best mid laner in the world. And I'm trying to look at that name. That is Ivory.
Yeah, it's Ivory.
From Bro, we got a Bro Lever here.
A Bro Lever.
And an Ivory Lever as well.
Ivory is such a good name.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm not a huge fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think it just lacks a little bit of punch, you know? It's like a little bit too smooth.
I thought you
know
were
what I mean? Like Doive.
I thought you were going to say something like crazy, like, oh yeah, well, I think it's really messed up what the poachers do. I'm like, Valdez, I mean, it's just a nickname. Like,
yes.
So I think people who live in ivory towers, you know, I really just don't like Valdez, man. It's a nickname, dude.
I thought LCK wasn't going to start until Wednesday. Guys, this is the Challengers League broadcast, not the LCK. This is, okay. This is Challengers. It's on Monday and Tuesday. This is the minor leagues. It's like Academy League elsewhere in the world.
Sir, this is a lotteria. Yeah. So, just to update everyone, we have a small delay. At this point, I think it's fair to say a sizable delay has occurred, but it's just making sure that all of the Bro players can be connected. And
draft has started.
I willed it away.
Thank you, Upu.
No problem, man. I'm always here for you. Okay. Karma Heimer off the table. No Sejuani. Rise taken away here, too. From Feisty. So, Varus, Lucian.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Could see it.
Any Ash in the chat?
What's with the Karma perma-banning here in Challengers? We don't have this in LCK.
I think Karma is just really flexible because she can be played mid, she can be played support with Varus, with Ezreal. She's very strong right now. Plus the extra movement is super strong for the engaged champions that are meta in the jungle. So I think the priority is a bit high, but I can understand it. Yeah, that Fiora ban is puzzling. It's
very early.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be Varus here, as the Ashe did get removed, or if it's just going to be a Lucian/Nami. I talked to Huni yesterday about this because I was like, well, a lot of the time Yuumi is up, and Lucian Yuumi was a strong lane in the past, and you know, you could just pick away if you pick away that, then the Nami Lucian becomes awkward, and he basically just said straight up like, nah, Nami's still viable with other picks, and also Lucian Yuumi is just not that strong right now in his opinion, and we were talking about it a little bit because I was very surprised that Nami was picked instead of Lucian in some of these cases, but it seems to be a consistent thing, as we will see the Zeri. It's not looking good for... If we look at the stats, it's not looking good.
No way they pick Zeri, Lucian, Nami, Yuumi, Maokai.
Well, you're right, because they're going to pick Lulu instead.
Yeah. Oh, man. No, yeah, you know what? Could be Wukong.
Nah,
No, it's Vi.
Vi or Elise. Yep, Vi locked in. There's the Lulu.
There's the Lulu. See, you knew it, Wolf.
Yeah.
Man, how did you know? You're just so good at this.
We have a meta. It is defined.
You didn't lock it in yet, though.
Well, he will. If you see that thing below the timer that says patch version 13.1, when that 1 turns into a 2, it'll be different. But just wait. Just wait a little bit longer. I promise you guys, it's going to change. It won't be like this forever. I'm like your mom. I'm on Twitch chat smile. I'm like,
You are.
it won't be like this forever. Hang in there. As an Ari ban, once again, we're seeing a little bit of Ari focus here in Challengers.
Same comps, 15 differently. True. True. We did have a little bit of a difference here with the Fiora ban. One guy said, maybe he was going to set up the Mordekaiser in the top side, right? Because Fiora is like, oh, you death round me. Cool story, bro. It's just a bit early, right? Because, nobody picks top lane in the first 3 picks. That would be kind of int, but I can see the idea. Maybe they wanted to get it in early and ban 2 other things a little bit later, depending on what they see.
I think they wanted to keep the Yuumi open as well, because if they locked in Zeri KT Rolster, then they'd want to be like, all right, well, let's maybe take Sivir Yuumi as a response, and just wanted to kind of, it's not a throwaway ban per se, but one of those bans that you don't want Castle to be playing this pick, but you also want to shape your draft in a way that gives you a lot of excuse me, red side options.
Gives Live Sandbox.
Yeah. There we go. All right, so Cassante and Jace taken off the board here for KT Rolster. So top pool thinned out a little bit, which might just be a Renekton Azir game. Seen this one many times.
Man.
Renekton Azir. Let's see what Feisty is going to play first.
It's the late game, early game composition where you play Renekton and Azir and Zeri in this case, and you just play. Oh, no, they're going to take the Azir.
They denied it. So you thinking
Gnar?
Maybe some Gnar into the Renekton with a little bit of Silas.
How did you get that one?
Silas counter pick?
No
for
way.
Ivory? Hold on. Silas into Gnar? Too easy, Valdez.
How does he do it? How does he do it? Who is this guy?
The meta is pretty solved, isn't it? It's really well, it could have been Azir for Ivory if KT wanted to play things differently, but I think this was the right move.
I'm beginning to think you watched the VOD, Wolf.
You beginning to think I've been casting LCK / Challengers for the last 7 days?
Yeah, you watched the VODs over the last 7 days. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I can confirm. I've also watched a little bit of the LEC and LPL, and it's not the same exactly, but it's mostly the same. All right, so in terms of comps here, I know it feels weird to even break this down because I feel like I've done this exact draft like 6 times this week, but
do it again.
Lucian, some early game prio for Vi. Shut down the Zeri Lulu. Yeah. The Zeri Lulu, very weak win rate right now into the Lucian Nami, very weak win rate in general. Renekton topside is where Doiv is going to be trying to play around. You've got some mid-game power with this Azir in terms of the engage setup, but it is a tough matchup into Silas. I think surviving that Lucian pressure is going to be key, Valdez.
Oh, yeah, you did it again. Do you think Silas will build a Rod of Ages or no?
Yes.
Oh, my God. I think you're right. How could you have possibly known?
Do you think Azir's going to build Leandries again?
Ooh, yeah, I think so. All right, guys. KT versus Brosif. Who is going to take this first game? The meta is what it is.
Zeri taking Barrier. Lucian, I don't think Ignite this game, though. No, he's not taking Ignite. He's taking Heal.
You might be onto something.
Any weird runes like First Strike? I don't think so on the Silas, although it is possible. I think Magical Footwear though. Let's see.
Okay, let's see. Looks like game number 1 is starting. Let's jump on to the Rift. Here we are. They don't even let that beep sound happen anymore in the song. They just...
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Cleanse on Lucian, actually, this game. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Rebel takes the heal.
You got Polymorph, you got a bunch of roots, you got some stuns.
The barrier comes through. No first strike for Ivory, as mentioned. And actually, with the Conqueror he takes, he's not going to get magical footwear, so will affect potentially his timing of the Rod of Ages, depending on how he wants to play this matchup out. He's going to lose a lot of prio. Conqueror for Feisty. And anything else weird? Don't think so. It's the Phase Rush, Maokai. Sometimes unlucky.
Yeah. So, do you think that Frim has been talking to Morgan at all? You think they share strategies?
I think they probably do, to be honest. I haven't actually been to the Breon team house before, so I don't know exactly what their setup is, but my experience so far with going to other LCK team houses and checking out their setup is like the Challengers team and the LCK team have a lot of shared spaces in terms of food, you know, exercise and stuff like that. And the only big difference being the practice area and scrim area is usually pretty far away from each other, so that you can scrim the Challengers team, for example, without them being able to see your screen and hear your comms and stuff like that. Sometimes even on a different floor. But I mean, based on what we've seen from D plus Kia, how much it seems like the Challengers team and the LCK team are aligned in terms of their thoughts about the game, I think that's becoming more common. We saw Gen.G last year. Good job, Alistair, for Lospa. Definitely a little bit of showing that they don't practice together perhaps as much as some other teams, but
Yeah.
I would imagine Breon, because they're on the lower side of the LCK, definitely sharing a lot of thoughts.
Do you
I know
think
that was
that's
kind
why
of a
he
joke
picked
question, but I
Renekton?
answered it seriously, and you're welcome.
Do you think that's why he picked Renekton?
No, I think he picked Renekton because this is just the evergreen new comp. It's like, if you take Azir, I pick Sylas, I have the counter. If you don't pick Sylas, I take Azir and have prio. And good mid-game fighting and scaling, and a little bit of extra peel.
What do you think good Sylases do that not as good Sylases don't do? This is like the most open-ended question of all time.
I mean, I think that something that I've noticed about good Sylas players so far is that they're willing to give up a lot of CS early to not take bad trades. Sometimes both. Sometimes give up a lot of CS and take some unfortunate trades, but that's not always the case. As we'll just like zip back to a different state here. Things are going a little bit better. I think what sets, at least from what we've seen in the LCK, what sets Sylas players apart is just, can you hit your chains?
Yeah.
That's often like literally what defines whether Sylas works as a champion or not.
Yeah, pretty oftentimes, I mean, because sometimes you're down a dash and then you don't hit your chains, you're just not in range to do anything. So it's like, Sylas can depend on that a lot. I think that's a pretty good point. In terms of laning, definitely, some of the best players are really good at like farming under turret, like Chovy Faker-esque. Ivory's going to just win the trade against Hambach, but that's fine because Hambach's probably just going to be fighting jungle monsters or just, going back. Rebel takes about 7 bajillion damage. Not expecting the Zeri damage through the turret. Probably should. But yeah, that little gank there from the Vi was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Get Ivory a bit low after his TP.
And Feisty set that up really well, let the wave push through, and has now got the wave in a really nice spot where Ivory is going to struggle to actually farm properly. And is now going to have to take this awkward back with no TP because of the earlier trade.
Yeah.
So playing this early game of the Azir Sylas very well.
So Wolf, Best Bard Top NA has a question for you. It says, if Morgan is Lord Morgan, is Castle a Duke or a Baron or Earl or what?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Paranormal Inactivity said probably a prince, but we already had a prince, so I don't think it's a prince.
But
there can't be more than one prince.
But
Right.
Castle is from a different house, right? Like, because he's not
Yeah.
on Breon. So,
Ooh, we're going to have a dive here. I'll give you some time to think about that. As the stun comes in, that is going to be a flash away from Castle. Not enough damage, and, well, down will go Frim as, yeah, you did have a lot of lockdown, but at the end of the day, Castle was just able to flash away because they didn't have any damage, because Maokai doesn't do any damage.
yeah, one of the reasons why Gnar is so popular into the Cassante matchup, into the Renekton matchup, is, first of all, his survivability, his range advantage, but also just his inability to be ganked by a lot of champions who don't have the follow-up damage. The flash timing here was perfect. He flashes first, then hops, and Frim is just left out to dry.
Yeah.
Whenever I see the name Frim, it just reminds me of someone's about to do something in StarCraft. They like ask you where you're from right before they run Zerglings into your base, but like he typoed it. Frim ? Frim is a surf?
Papa Smithies.
That's kind of mean. I thought chat's about positivity.
This is the positive challenger stream. Oh man, KT are taking extremely aggressive trades because they have this massive wave. But it didn't go well for them as they missed everything. But that's fine. I mean, you know, they're still winning that lane. Technically. Although the farm is actually in a pretty good spot here for Gamin. As these bubbles just refuse to hit. As in goes the Zeri, forces flashes in. Palu picks up the kill. And now Rebel's in a bit of trouble as he is going to get away. He doesn't have to flash, but man, they did not trade very well down there. And Gamin immediately recognized that and put a stop to that.
Rebel, Rebel, your lane is a mess. Any Bowie fans? Yeah, that's rough. Flashless Lucian here. Rebel forced out. Let's watch this again. Let's see how this starts off. Like, Hype dashes in, Bubble misses. He doesn't have Flash. Like, it's just coming up. At least that's what the UI said. I think he, in fact, did have it, but Flash is a little bit late there. Still going to go down. It's a bit of a thinker because you're playing against Lulu at this stage. It's Barrier Zeri that you're facing also, and you're looking for a trade like this without any setup. It's just not going to work out for you unless you have that extra CC at that state in the lane. Not to mention that they're a fairly vulnerable place. As we are going to see the Herald spawn. Rotation up here from Rebel and Hype.
We're going to get here very far ahead of the curve of the rest of the map. As we're going to give a nice little heal to Feisty, give him a good chance to trade and secure this even better. And, you know, in the past, this used to mean huge money for the Zeri. I think in this position, it especially does. Like in the past, we used to have like bigger waves and like easier to kill turret plates and stuff. But she actually put herself, Gamin did, in a, I guess he in this case, put himself in a really good position to pick up 2 plates for
350
himself already.
That's plus the assist gold that he picked up from that last exchange, so he's up 500. And those numbers alone, you add the 20 CS that he's up in this lane as well, and this is rare. It's so rare that it's happened like exactly twice, like last week basically. We're like, wow, the Zeri is pretty ahead. Oh, they showed the gold number. I actually just missed the amount. It's probably like 600 up or so, 600, 700 up.
Oh, trying to get on top of him. No more Twisted Advance. Doiv has got a ult and a Dream. He's quite fast with the phase rush, but he's not going to get away from level 6 Feisty and Hambach, who immediately put a stop to that nonsense.
It's, in a lot of ways, it feels like a solo queue game and that the lanes are not connected very well here in terms of where the leads are, where the resources are being put. Like, you have a completely dominant bottom lane here because of an error in a isolated 2v2, but then you have a mid lane that's absolutely getting smashed here, unfortunately, for Ivory. His jungler dies, trying to be present there. Not again, please.
Yeah, you could see Bubble miss, and they just ran away as far as they could.
I was thinking about this when we were talking about the Silas chains, about how he's basically not a champion if you can't connect the chains. Then I was starting to think about, like, if you could remove one ability from each of these champions and break them, like, then they just couldn't be a champion anymore. Like, they just would never function. I'm like, oh, it's really easy to do for all of them. Like, if Lucian doesn't have a dash, he can't be a champion. If Gnar doesn't have a hop, he can't be a champion. if Azir doesn't have a Q.
That would be a little bit of an issue, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that one's not fair.
You
but-
can only place soldiers. They can't move. It's just like stuck there. Oh, reminds me of Heimer. Anyway, Doiv is going to take this Drake at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Pretty late compared to some of our LCK games. That's something I've noticed. Just feels like LCK junglers, they're able to find the times much earlier and take the risks. And with Gottman and Palu doing a great job in lane and getting that first kill, looks like they should have some nice priority. Going to get that as now into the wall goes the Gnar as Renekton in Dominus. He is just CC'd forever, but he is not going to go down as Frim has been upgraded. He is now a knight, perhaps, as he's able to 1v2 in the top lane.
Yeah, Frim, he had the question mark earlier, now he's got the exclamation mark. As see if there's a counter dive here. Doiv tosses the ult.
Okay, well, they'll be rooted. At least one of them will, but the counter of the tidal wave is pretty massive. He's going to get Doiv underneath this turret. He went for a huge Doiv, but he is able to get out even with his flash. So it doesn't amount to too much, but Hype and Rebel are able to handle that very easily.
So two failed attempts on the opposite sides of the map, at least the less fatal one for the side of Doiv on the bottom of the map. We see an 1150 Rod of Ages here picked up with those boots, so no magical footwear for Ivory, but he still picks up an early Rod timing here. Frim just plays this really well. Dominus early, under turret, grabs the stun and the Q. Bam! Slicing him up.
I think, not Hamba, Castle, I think his house hit the minions that were right in front of Frim, so that extra bit of damage probably would have been enough to kill Frim before he got out of the CC chain. But again, they probably wouldn't have been able to CC chain as cleanly as they did if he had to move into position to hit the house. So it's a little bit of, you know, what are you going to do? Like, maybe he could have set it up slightly more perfectly, but not meant to be.
Really unfortunate, though. I mean, the result is turning this lane around quite significantly, as we do have a group up here around this Drake that spawns in 3 minutes for the KT roster players, trying to collapse onto Gamin, and there's a defensive Maokai, so I think a bit of a bridge too far for the KT roster players, who are really reeling, I think, after that failed dive topside, trying to make something happen, trying to slow this area down. Not going to be able to pick anything up, however. Just going into this mid game with a early Oblivion Orb on the Azir, as we talked about in the Silas matchup earlier for the Akali. But I think this one going to be much more valuable because of the reliability of proccing it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a pretty interesting top lane from here on out because, you know, the dive went awry and then the other dive went awry. So it's like, who is going to take the cake when it comes to this one? Who is going to chomp down on the action? I feel like both Meganar and Renekton would love to.
I think now is the time to continue our little game of, at this moment in time, who do you think is going to win the game based on what's happened so far? Because this is actually really fun. I know it's a bit early, but I think given that we went to a bit of a lull state here,
we got to mix up the timings, though. You know, if we do it at the same time, it's not as interesting. I think that KT should still win. That's my prediction, just because I think the jungle gap is pretty large.
I'm going to agree, and even though there's been some poor trades for Hype and Rebel, and things went almost horribly disastrously wrong for them twice, definitely once, I think they're going to handle the mid-game when they have this Gale Force online now very well, and they have a lot more agency this game. Speaking of...
Okay, trying to get on top of Ivory, they will force a flash. And that is about it. They got 3 plates in the mid lane, by the way, so should be seeing Feisty in a really good spot, even though he doesn't have any kills. He has the 1 assist. He's got great farm. He's got great turret plate gold. And now we're going to be fighting over the second Rift Herald here.
Yeah, with Doiv's ult online, can be a scary prospect here for KT to get into position to contest. And then push this mid wave first. Also, Feisty here with Flash makes this a very awkward spot for Bro, especially once this ward goes down. Now you just really don't know the two approach angles as Bro here. Like, you can't cover both sides as Doi. This is looking really nasty. Probably want to back out.
Yeah, I think KT are doing a good job. Okay, he's going to push him over the wall, but actually Feisty just gets owned as I immediately curse him. Kami goes over the wall and has to flash away. That was not good, but from behind, in goes Frim. That's 2 kills now to the side of Breon, as this will be their objective from here on out.
I mean, that was a really cool idea by Feisty to try to lock down Doiv when he goes in, but he's just instantly blown up. We'll take a look at that again in one moment here. That 455 damage that comes through, all the pitiful amount that this Azir can do. And I talked about how he could, with that control ward down in the river entry brush, and also the brush controlled there on the left side, there's 2 different approach angles for the side of KT to take this fight. They've got a Vi, they have obviously this Azir, and there's no Gnar in this fight, so you're not worried about the Gnar bars. We will have a pause here. But, and I assume this is probably audio issues. We'll let you guys know as soon as possible.
Castle reconnected though, so maybe he just disconnected and they paused?
Yeah, it could be. The fight was very much about instantly killing the Azir, though, is what I was getting at in so many words.
Yeah. Feisty was really fed. If you take out the really fed member extremely quickly this early on in the game, you're going to have a great time, especially one like Azir where if he's not doing damage, he's not really doing much of anything. He didn't even really get that great Emperor's Divide.
Let's watch how he gets, what happens to him here. Because he Emperor's Divides, but is just instantly yoinked back by the enemy Emperor's Divide and is stunned up. So he's just blown up. And even though Castle is finishing up his Gnar bar right now, he doesn't have it in time. Very late to this fight. Obviously, Renekton could just simply ult at will, and this is the complexity of Gnar that I wouldn't say complexity per se, but it's the kind of conditional nature of how Gnar works that can be very frustrating to play when you are teleport warring against a Renekton. It can also stop your teleport depending on how you use it, so not fun. Maybe our bread that we made about 3 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago now, I guess.
I'm sticking to it. Although
I mean,
the
we have
Silas
to.
is pretty huge.
There's no take-backs.
Yeah.
We may be in trouble, though. As this is going to be KT actually taking the Drake as well.
Yeah. He's got his adult pet already. So he's going to be sprinting out of these brushes. Is Hanbok. We'll see if he can set up any kind of dives or any kind of plays with the Vi. Really, you know, we talked about the Nautilus a lot against the Zeri. This Vi was, of course, picked afterwards to handle the Zeri as well. Point and click, you get into the back line, and if the Vi is fed, you can survive for a little bit longer and have a better chance of setting that up against the Zeri. Still 17.5 minutes, guys. I know you really want to take the Baron, but that's not alive yet.
Oh, but just clearing some vision here. Trying to make sure that the Azir side laning isn't as free or safe to do right now, because if that vision is up, then it means that the information is there for Feisty if he wants to back away. We can see the rotation coming over from Doiv. Side laning is so much harder against a Maokai and so much safer with a Maokai on your team, because you know that you could side lane very far because of the insane range at which Maokai can support or collapse with. So having that extra vision is really important. And removing that vision also doubly important here, as they're going to go ahead and push for mid turret here with this wave. Should be able to get it down. So just a big 5-man group up here. No real cost. I mean, side lane here for Bro on top and bottom. Going to lose some minions for them, but I think this is way more valuable considering how this comp works with Lucian. Zeri now having to be a lot more protected or passive with her farm.
Here comes Frim again.
Here comes Frim.
He could get a pretty nice angle here. There's no vision on the bottom side, and they're looking to dive pretty recklessly into this one. Rebel is just gone, but he is Nami. Is it going to matter after all? As in goes the Vi underneath this turret. They want to hold on to this turret. Did Bro go too far? Is really the question. Castle's got this Narbar in a perfect spot as he is about to hit Mega Gnar, and the poke is really doing a number here onto this back line. As you see, the turn has to be made by Bro. They do an okay job, but inevitably this is going to go the way of KT, as Hanbok is still chasing after his jungle counterpart. Not quite able to take down Doive, but still a big team win to KT.
Yep, having that extra crystal and just Vi's stats versus a Maokai feels pretty confident despite no health bar here to continue to chase, and hopefully, he was hoping he was going to lock Doive down for long enough for the follow-up, but he does not succeed. What's crazy about all of this is that Nara is not here for this entire play. He is still walking. He's still walking. The Nami ult bought very little time. It's really Hambak who actually saves this play by ulting in between the turrets, and then they're trapped here. And by the time Castle shows up, uh-oh, we're stuck. Palu has to flash. Castle wants to flash in and set up the play, but then he's like, I think you guys got this. The Azir ult here is perfect as well to help make sure that Prim doesn't get that lockdown. And yes, a few kills are traded. This is a huge win for the side of KT Rolster. And essentially a failed dive. The turret still stands, which again is a big problem for how this comp is going to function as Brion, because Hype is looking for any opportunity to Gale Force in and kill Palu or force Gamin to flash, force him to barrier when it's up. It's not up right now, spoiler, but the fact that it can't trade the turret back means that Doive has a lot less agency in this setup too. You may even have to use it to try to set up for another dive to take it out, because it's such a hard turret to kill in this comp.
As Ivory in a very awkward spot, but he might not be spotted here. Maybe he can actually set this up onto Hanbok. He's a bit alone though, like it's only the Maokai ultimate. Where's everybody else? They just get tidal waved away. As now KT going to group up for this one. Rebel does go down extremely quickly. Stolen tidal wave does nothing. Except corral them, I suppose, to the bottom side. They're looking to turn here onto the Renekton. A decent job. They keep him under the turret the whole time. That was so crisp from the side of KT as they just lock down that Renekton from 100 to 0, and they spot him coming in. That was perfect.
Feisty and Rebel played this fight so well. Rebel, when we go to the replay, watch Rebel block the first part of Doive's ultimate, use his tidal wave to zone everybody out, then sacrifice himself so that Hype can get out. He dies here early. Tidal wave misses his Hype kites down. Then they decide, okay, Prim's going to try to collapse. In goes Hambak. Feisty collapses, pushes him into the turret. Hype focuses him down, knowing, okay, this is the one we want to focus first. Then we can turn this fight. Castle's tanky enough here to buy some time. They turn this, take another kill down, and the chase continues. This was such a slick turn from KT. It looked doomed until they turned that one around with that Feisty ult combo with Hambak. I'm sad that we missed the beginning of that too, where Rebel blocked the Maokai ult, tidal waved everybody away. I mean, it was a long fight, a long replay, a lot to show, but both Rebel and Feisty did such a great job there, and that's going to be another turret going down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big turn for KT because, I mean, bro, we're trying to fight on their terms, right? But this happens often in challengers where it's like, we are fighting and we are fighting now, and there's no, like, stop button. Like in the LCK, we might have seen them just back away. It's like, okay, well, we all got tidal waved, so, you know, we're not really going to chase this. But, you know, bro got the kill into the Nami. They're like, we must go. And then they kind of all funneled into a choke, and Renekton went just a couple seconds early, and they were able to turn onto it. Not to take anything away from KT's turn, because that was pretty incredible. Like, that was really awesome to watch, just, you know.
And it's two plays from bro where they do cross the line just a little bit, just 1 foot over the line, and at this level of play, even, you know, below the LCK Pro League, like, it's still a line or a step too far over the line, and you will get punished by amazing plays like what we saw from Hambak and Feisty there. So the Leandri's been done for a while. Now we have Shadow Flame. Rapid Fire Cannon means that Lucian can pick from even further away. The spikes are really coming online here for KT to start making aggressive plays, because they lost a little bit of map control early. Prim surviving that dive topside and the stuff that happened bottom side meant that Bro had a nice lead. But now they're starting to lose a little bit of control over the map as KT are spiking. They have a 2 Drake lead. That 1 Drake that Brion picked up is so huge, because if this is KT on Soul Point here going into Mountain Soul, this game feels almost unwinnable for Brion, because it's not yet a time where Zeri can fight sitting on 2 items. And in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, if that was the fight you had to take to prevent Soul, you'd feel terrible. Still don't feel great, but you have a little bit of extra time, that 1 Cloud Drake being such a nice buffer.
Yeah, trying to buy themselves some time, but I'm not sure that KT are going to give them much time. I think KT are a good enough team in this league to kind of identify, okay, we've got Lucian in a really good spot, much better spot than the Zeri at this moment in time, right? We have our Vi is super fed. Our Azir has got 2 items, 2.5 items. Can, of course, deny healing from the Sylas, as we always love to do. KT should be looking to press their buttons as much as possible. I would love to see them try to set up around the Baron. They have really good damage on that objective. They don't have to take it. They can turn relatively easily with a Gnar, and Azir, and pretty much everybody
the crazy
in
thing
their lineup.
Too is I think at this level of play, right, KT roster, this roster has had some moving parts, right? Like Rebel and Castle, really the mainstays on this roster previously. But if they're tracking flash timers perfectly here, I think there was absolutely an opportunity to start Baron because Gamin's flash is down, Ivory's flash is down, Doive's down, and you have Insane Turn, as you mentioned. I think that's one of those things where if you were tracking those flash cooldowns like to the T, you might actually realize like you've had an opportunity. As it turns out, they're actually kind of starting this up right as some of those are coming online. Still, they have amazing turn. Flashes be damned, right? But it is a tough fight, I think, for Breon to take here, but they cannot let this Baron go with the map control that KT Roster already has. Look at these control wards set up right now. If you try to use the Maokai ult first in this fight, it's really easy for KT to just disengage back away and then go back to the Baron. So you have to find a different flank angle as Renekton here. Man, he's seen. So it's just tricky.
Nice little control ward line in towards the Baron. They know this has been started, as now a control ward is going to be placed in that pit. They have 3, or they had 2, and now they have 2 again. They replaced hers. So, yeah, it's something you can do. You know, maybe you can try to clear out the vision and start it before Palu goes back and gets some more control wards. We've got TP on Castle if need be. Yeah, looks like that's what they are going to do. Azir, infamously really, really good damage onto objectives. Vi also quite strong as well. Pollution not there. Needs to, push and get with the team.
Yeah,
if they are going to make it happen.
Trying to maintain income here and get that push through so he can grab that 3rd item. Don't know exactly how much he's sitting on right now, but he's probably going to build half of that one before we go back in. I don't know if he's going to be able to get... Okay, he gets a pickaxe. I was going to say, if he has enough for BF Sword, if he's going for Infinity Edge, then we're in trouble. But I mean, pickaxe here. Still a lot of extra money that he picked up there, and he's going to have for this upcoming fight. Doive... The Maokai ultimate, I think, is basically everything in this fight. Without it, they cannot get the Sylas into position. The Zeri cannot survive. So that is the one ult to watch as we come to this. Is Ivory... I don't know if you want to go in on this one, Hambach, by yourself.
Yeah, Ivory's level
disconnected.
16. This is a pretty standard Sylas timing we're getting nowadays with Rod of Ages, where he just jumps from 14 to 16, hits it real quick. Feisty on the other team is level 16 as well, without a Rod. That's just because he's ahead. His team is ahead.
KT just essentially used an Azir turret push here in mid to say, all right, well, now we've used Baron and this Azir turret to keep your threat and attention away from the bottom side of the map, and we will take this dragon. Ivory, no way he could steal this away. Does identify it's going down, but now we have gotten to that one Drake away from Mountain Soul here. Quick Blade's done here for Gamin, so that is pretty huge in terms of a power spike for him and what he can do in these team fights. Look at how fast he can juke and jive on this area now with that. But can you survive the fight? There are so many ways you die. Vi ultimate, Gnar flank, Azir ult, plus just Hype's damage with Rapid Fire Cannon and Gale Force. Can practically 100-0 you.
Feisty completed Morello's here. I think it's actually a decent buy just because every single person on the enemy team can generate healing. And yeah, I mean, somebody's got to pick it up. They do also have Kempung Chainsword, so maybe he could have just sat on the Oblivion Orb, but seems like he just wanted to get that complete item, as there's a lot of damage already done onto the Baron. They do not know about this, as they thought maybe the Zeri would have been able to see that with her E, but no. And now they see it, it's too late, and they two-man the Baron at 28 minutes. Oh, man. That was free as anything.
Yep, as anything for sure. Gamin here on 3 items, still playing super passive, and I think you have to be more willing to actually go in and contest. Now, this is more of what I'm talking about, but it's too late. Everyone's already disengaged. The Baron's up. And look at where the waves are, top and bottom. I mean, you could just 1-3-1 this. You have a Lucian pushing comp in mid. Baron buff means this is going to be so difficult to defend. And it's just so much more money now into the pockets of KT Rolster, guaranteed here. As you can see, both Ivory and Prim go to clean those waves, and this is when mid gets opened up.
All right, they're going to try to set this up, maybe a little bit of a flank from the left side. As you see, Hambach is just frontlining. That tidal wave is going to be pretty nice onto Ivory. He's going to be way behind the team. As look at the poke damage from Feisty. He's just standing his ground, and now they're going to counter-engage here as in he goes. Just going to sweep 3 people into the wall, just straight up killed the Lulu, which is kind of insane. And now Frame is like, well, we lost anyway, so I'm just going to go and die. That's going to be the end of the game.
Yep.
They have Baron 30 minutes in, and it's only Gami, and he's only just going to go back and heal and try desperately, but he will not be able to. I think I know where my POG vote is going, and it's not just because of that play.
I know where mine's going. I might have different ones, I don't know, but...
No, you got the same guy.
Alright, well, we won't spoil it this time around then. Well,
It's
we held
Morgan.
our ground on the KT Rolster pred, and I'm 3 for 3 now at the random state of the game. Who's going to win predictions as KT Rolster will take game 1 here. A very convincing performance outside of the early laning phase. And I gotta say, crisis management for KT was insane this game. Every time they were threatened by a Renekton flank or it looked like they may have overextended, they did exactly everything right to disengage, get out, and turn the fight into their favor. I am very impressed with what we saw from KT tonight, at least in this first series.
Yeah. It's
first game.
not over yet. That's just game number 1 of the series. To be honest, you know, the early game happened, and there was a lot of back and forth trading. It was pretty close to both sides, but then the mid game was very lull steady, right? There wasn't a lot of action. It was just kind of the Azir getting really fed. Lucian didn't even have his moment to Gale Force in. Like, none of that really happened. And then they just kind of took the Baron and won a team fight and won the game. That's kind of the way this one went. KT, though, like, across the board, very controlled, and I think part of the reason why we did see a lack of action in the mid game was because they kind of had control of every situation. Bro was not really willing to fight either, so we kind of just made it all the way.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned the Maokai ultimate. Like, when are they going to pull the trigger on that? Where is it going to be? What's the angle going to be? And who do they select as their target? And it just never happened. They never pulled the trigger. They never actually committed to that fight. And eventually lost the Drake, then lost Baron after they tried to check with the Zeri E. Feisty will pick up POG. No shocker. 83.3% kill participation. 40% of his team's damage. Yeah, it was an Azir game.
Yeah. He had that one moment where it was a little bit of a Keck W, but then it turned into a PogChamp. So that's my analysis for the situation. He got caught the one time, and then after that, he went into Superman mode. He took the Baron with his jungler, who was also really fed. And he did a really good job of keeping up in terms of CS. Had a relatively easy lane because the Sylas didn't put on any aggression. He had some extra attention from Hambach. They were able to win the 2v2 that one time. So good stuff from the side of KT. They're able to take game 1. We are going to take a short break before we do get into the second game of the series.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello, we are back here at LCK Challenger League live from WGZ Esports Studio. We are in the midst of KT versus Bro, and KT were able to take a pretty dominant game number one. What are you expecting from game two, Wolf? You think it's going to be a 2-0?
Yes, but I think Brion will choose blue side. We don't have the confirmation on that just yet, but
I was like, where do you see it?
I just think they're going to take blue side.
Okay.
Yeah, we will eventually have it written once it's officially decided. Someone will tell us, but we don't have that update yet. But I think they will, and I think we'll see a similar draft just with different players, and we might actually see Lucian Nami on Brion's side this time around.
You don't think they're going to be one of those teams that just like first pick Zeri?
I
Because they're
don't-
like, Zeri's better.
I don't
We'll pick it.
think so, and I think if they are that type of team, they'll just pick red side and take it there again. But
Salty run back
that's the one
scenario.
That's the one place, and you could argue there was like some top control there from Frim. That's weird to say. From Frim.
From Frim.
Yeah. But
From.
but I think that when you consider how the bottom 2v2 went and some of the mistakes that were made down there for the KT Rolster side, I'm thinking if I'm Breon, I want to put my focus on the bottom part of the draft first and get what I want, whatever matchup I'm looking for there, try to abuse that. I would love, like, if it were up to me, I don't know the intricacies of these players' champion pools and what they're doing in scrims, but if it's me, I'm thinking we play Lucian, Nami, Elise, and just try to play around bottom side. And Elise is also very binary as a champion right now if you're trying to play that playstyle, which allows their jungler to not get gapped per se, because he had some problems, obviously, in that game. Just get a lead.
Bro, selected.
Question mark, he's trolling us! Blue. Okay, so I was right in my prediction, but will we see the Lucian Nami draft from them, or are they going to try to draft for like Ryze or Varus or something? We'll see.
Yeah, guys, we hang out here at the Challengers League.
Did Yundo get banned?
Yeah, Yundo got destroyed by
Nightbot got
Nightbot.
him.
Get wrecked, Yundo.
I don't know what he said.
Absolutely destroyed.
Maybe he wanted to tell us what side was picked, but he wrote it in all caps.
Yeah, probably. Classic Yundo. Yeah, we can read chat here. We can have a good time, relax, all positive vibes at the Challenger League.
I'm glad.
And-
I'm glad that somebody says Paranormal Inactivity says been loving the freer feel, makes my days brighter. That's what we're trying to do here. Chat.
Yes. Meanwhile, the YouTube chat.
YouTube chat needs some help.
YouTube chat, they just
YouTube
cannot
chat's just
stand
not
up.
doing right.
Just can't stand up on their own. They're like not even crawling. It's hard.
He said he typed question marks. Okay. Well, you can't spam punctuation either. We're
Yep,
learning
you're
that.
not allowed to do that. That's actually a bannable offense here in the Challenger chat.
Yeah, YouTube chat needs faker. If you know what I mean. We're gonna need. we need.
Yeah.
We need. I want to see more people typing in YouTube chat. I think we could restore YouTube chat to its
we
former
need help
glory.
over there.
All right. Blue side for Bro. The draft will be starting shortly. Remember, those watching or tuning in late, that Ivory is playing from home. Had a fine performance on the Silas, but I think did end up losing out big time in the mid game.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Mine is coffee.
I hate ice cream.
Yeah. Go next.
Sorry.
I already knew that. Sejuani ban
Yeah.
here on Blue. We see that every once in a while.
Yeah, we do. I'll give you that. My favorite cookie is just a chocolate chip cookie. No nuts. There you go. I just wanted to give you the information.
Yeah.
I just hate ice cream. I'm sorry.
He doesn't like fruit either.
Nope. Okay. Fiora once again taken out. So similar bans here, but the blue side draft, not going to get the Lucian. That's removed. So what I was saying, like maybe they want to do the Lucian Nami control play, at least like control that bottom 2v2. Not going to happen. Now, it could still be a Varus lane. Ashe and Varus still available. I think KT should ban Varus here. KT.
Okay, they'll ban the Ashe.
So Karma up. Varus Karma could be an option. Heimerdinger is available, so we could see like Zeri Heimerdinger for KT here if they wanted to run that. We've seen that a lot here in Korea and in the LEC. This is a tough call for Bro right now because you only get one part of the Varus combo here, but I don't think they're going to take the Karma away.
Nah, take the Varus, see what kind of support you can get with him, and go from there. Now, what is KT's response going to be? What kind of bot lane?
I think Zeri Heimer is fine here, but you can grab a jungler. So, like, Sejuani
Heimer.
and the Sejuani and the Maokai are banned, so you go Zeri, Wukong.
Or Heimer Wukong.
Then you see what if it's going to be Karma or not for Bro, and then you respond with your support pick. So grab Wukong here. Vi also is fine. I like Wukong more actually in this draft because I think it helps you peel better. But Vi can execute Varus, so Vi better versus Varus.
It's the takeaway so that Bro doesn't take Vi into the Zeri.
Yeah.
And the Zeri might have some issues.
That is
Karma seems likely.
true. Yeah, could just be Karma and Wukong. This meta is very solved, so there aren't a lot of other options at this moment in time. There aren't a lot of options at this point in time that are strong and viable
Yeah, Ivory's
at
trolling.
this moment in time.
Yeah, once more for the people in the back. Just in case he didn't hear you, yes.
They're going to do this the opposite way because they think that Zeri Lulu is going to be terrible into this. And actually thinking about it, like actually pausing for a second and being like, oh yeah, Zeri Lulu does seem really rough into this. And they can't run Zeri Karma, that's not a good lane. Actually pretty smart to take the Heimerdinger on blue side here. Which is why I think you were calling for potentially grabbing the Heimer earlier rather than the jungle.
Yeah. But in that case, yeah, I don't think you had to take the Zeri because that was never going to be picked by Bro, but as you mentioned, maybe they just wanted a little bit more information before making their final pick. Jace ban. What else gets banned here? Azir? You think Azir ban against Feisty?
Renekton. They banned the Ahri again.
This is the same as last game. I mean, Feisty is a good Ahri, but
I wonder if KT's worried about Frim getting Renekton just to shut down the Zeri. Yep, they are. They banned it. So that's gone. Good adaptation.
yeah, the Ahri ban, thinking about it, I guess just with the Vi, that 2v2 is pretty insane, so I think they want to take that away, but I think an Azir ban here is fine as well, but they're just going to go same 2.
Yeah.
Ahri Syndra.
I think this is a very easy, well, I was going to say easy Azir lock-in, but they're going to go for the Cassante potentially here instead,
Yeah.
which means we know it's Gnar. And it's going to be either Blind Silas here or the Azir pick away.
Could go Akali as well, I suppose. But taking that blind is a little bit more dangerous, of course.
Kassadin could work here too, I feel, for Brionne, but it's tough, right? There's a lot of risk to it, but you already are going into a scaling game versus the Zeri anyways. I'm going to take the Silas instead.
Yeah, Feisty just want to match up against the Silas. I think you're totally fine to go Azir this time. You don't have to worry about the Maokai, which was a little bit annoying for you in the last game. Let's see if Feisty's got a different idea. They don't immediately auto-lock it. So Akali.
Yeah, you were talking about this option. I think the best way to put my fears for this Akali is that I think there's enough peel here between the Wukong and the Gnar and the damage that you're going to take as you go in as Akali versus Heimerdinger turrets. You're not going to lock the Akali down with the Heimerdinger, but those turrets are going to stack up damage. You have so many ways that in a longer fight, Brionne are like, oh, you just made what's one of the weaker parts of our composition stronger, actually, by picking this into us. If you went for Azir here, there is just no way that Brionne's comp can compete with the long-term damage. Even if you went Victor here, it's the same sort of issue, right? You might be able to kill the Victor, but it's tough. I'm not a huge fan of this Akali pick, but I still think KT can win this game if they play it right. But glad that we did get to see what I wanted, which was Bro trying to play for Prio bot lane, pick blue side. We see something different here. So now the coin is kind of flipped in terms of what these compositions' identities are.
Yeah, Gamin, I think, was having a great laning phase as well. You know, maybe wants to get on something that can dominate a little bit more with that Varus first pick. And yeah, I think Bro have got a decent chance in this one, to be honest, just looking at the comps head-to-head. And Yeah, in my mind, there's still that little bit of like, oh, I wish Feisty was just back on the Azir because, you know, it feels like that recency bias. Like, he just crushed on the Azir, so of course, like, he'll crush again, but maybe not, you know? They want to mix it up. They want to change into something new, and we will see Sylas versus Akali once again. Let's see who's going to come out ahead here. KT definitely performing better as a team in recent times, but rather Breon, formerly of Fredit nature.
Pull the wolf.
Yeah, we were all doing this a lot in spring. A lot of name changes nowadays, but here we go, guys. We are on to the Rift for game number 2.
YouTube chat's figuring it out, man. Starting to become a little bit more active. Asking what kind of monster hates ice cream. That's the kind of thing I want to see.
Hey, at least they're speaking in full sentences now. That's good.
Yeah.
There was that one guy that just said ghost 3 times in a row. I was worried about him.
Some different variations of an attempt to spell it.
Yeah.
Taking a look at runes here. Comet. It's Poke Forest this game, so double Comet.
Scorch, double Comet. Oof.
Double Mana Flow Band. Double magical footwear cookies.
Oh no! But
a little bit of a variation.
There's
there on
that
the
one
fourth slot,
variation.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right. No, we're not bullying YouTube. We just want to bring out the best of YouTube. I want the YouTube chatters to live their best life, you know? Realize your potential. Apply yourself, YouTube chat.
Wow. First blood given over to Hype. GG. He killed that turret. Well done. What's up, G-Clef?
Oh, is G-Clef in the chat? Nice. He heard Wolf loves cookies, so he took it. That's exactly why.
Yep.
It's definitely not for mana restoration here in the lane.
No. Absolutely not. They're definitely chocolate chip as well.
Yep.
This mid lane matchup is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like in recent... Okay, we might not be able to talk about it as Doive is getting in here. Okay, never mind. He is now leaving here.
Humbug smited that, I believe. It wasn't taking a close look, but at least he forces smite cooldown, which is not really that significant at this time, but, you know, small things. Smiting at like 2 health doesn't feel great. Not getting a lot of value out of that. Would have loved to speed up his next clear.
It just feels like in this mid lane matchup, the Sylas always gets into a better spot because even if they don't get a kill, they like slightly get ahead in the matchup because Akali is kind of weak in like the early 1 to 3 levels, and then the Sylas just builds Rod of Ages and eventually gets like 1 or 2 levels on the Akali and is unkillable. Like the Akali just can't burst through him in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's the thing. Humbug, he's a thief. He will be seen. Doive smites here and actually wants to go for the kill, I think.
Yeah. He's just going to show his face, forces Hambak to run away. So he will hold on to this blue buff.
Conqueror for Sylas into this Akali and the Rod of Ages health stacking, which starts up level by level. You get a few stats. You know, the level up itself is amazing, especially when you hit that in the side lane, but you could trade like this, use your Kingmaker to get some extra health back. It's very difficult for the Akali to win against Sylas's base stats too in general because it's very tanky. As hold the phone.
Hey, see,
okay, you could stop holding it.
There. That was good from Doive to get in there and kind of like stop the action, you know, kind of be like the mediator between the 2 fighting kids. But at the end of the day, like, Feisty's still able to get a nice little lead here. I think just might be a little bit of a, you know, Feisty's a fantastic player, and Ivory right now is probably feeling a little bit under the weather. He's playing from home.
The other thing about this Akali, what it does differently in this comp versus some of the other ones we've seen is you have to, like, if you're trying to play Akali into Lucian, for example, Lucian has dash, he has Gale Force, he has, you know, we've seen a lot of Akali into Lucian, but he has ways to get out. He's very vulnerable in terms of his health bar and, you know, his stats, his Hambach is really just trying to grab this early game by the horns. But Varus does not have any of that mobility. He is going for the Eclipse build, he's going lethality, he's going to be poke, and as such, he is usually pretty far away from the front line because that's what his function is. And he can be executed in 100-0 by Feisty in late game team fights pretty well. If Feisty gets ahead especially, it becomes very difficult for him to play the game, which is why I think there's a lot of pressure on Palu to set up turrets very well, and Gamin's positioning around those turrets is going to be key, because you want to use turrets at the front of the objective to stop Castle from coming in, from Hambach from coming in, but if you put the turrets too far away from Gamin, then it becomes a very easy target in the backside. So that balance is sometimes hard to find against Nikali.
That zombie ward getting some really nice value. I'm not sure if it's going to save Castle, but here they go. The three of them up in the top side. Castle already trying to start his back. Oh, gonna stop him. Maybe, you know,
he could get 6.
Meganar.
If he gets 6, he might be able to survive this, but I just don't think he's going to get it.
Okay, he's gonna ghost though, as in we go, not able to get level 6 and just blown up immediately. Lots of burst damage from the Q, the Boomerang, and the Silas.
I think he ghosted to try to get the minions to try to hit 6 to actually push them back into the turret. Like, you can use his charge and then his ult, and then maybe he trades one back. Look at his bar. He's, I mean, I think he's probably 3 minions away from it, so not realistic to get it there with the ghost, but interesting call. You could ghost behind them and charge them into turret even without his ult. Without the ult, it's going to be pretty hard to make that happen. So, rip.
Yeah, Hambach calmly just going to take a very early Drake here. We have Cloud after that, so it's going to be either Jeff Soul or Infernal or Hextech. So,
looking at these comps,
definitely 2 of them are better than Jeff.
We had Jeff already, and
True.
Hextech seems really busted in these comps for both teams. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
Infernal is pretty good for both too, but Hextech seems like really good, so I think it's going to be Hextech. It's going to be relevant, really relevant.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my Drake prediction. I've been pretty good with my Preds today.
Yeah, you're kind of on a roll. Why is it called Jeff Soul? Well, that's because Chemtech Drake in Challengers is named Jeff.
Yeah, they actually changed the UI. I don't know if you noticed this today, Valdez, but it doesn't actually say the Drake name at the top left anymore.
Yeah.
But it used to say Jeff underneath Chemtech.
Yeah.
So that's why.
That was his name, so.
It used to say Wind. We called the Ocean Lake
Yeah. Lava Drake.
Lava Drake for Infernal, yeah.
Yeah.
Different names. Man, Vi got really pissed that he was regenning.
Yeah, I saw Arcane. She's not very nice.
Nope, yep.
She's very, very violent. You think that's why her name is Vi?
I think it's because of the tattoo.
Why'd she get the tattoo?
Well, that's a spoiler.
Whoa. Okay, Doiv is going to help push this lane. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, like, Ivory had the Akali ultimate, so I don't think it was really necessary for the Wukong to just sit there, especially because he's already level 6. It's not like he's soaking to hit level 6 or something, so yeah, just, you know, stealing some XP and some gold, that's fine. As now rotations up to the top side as Meganar is coming in here. Castle could potentially ult, but he's not going to, just going to charge away.
Yep, his ghost is coming back up in just a moment here, so going to feel a lot better about his ability to contest this Rift Herald now, as this is a really awkward time for KT Rolster to commit to a fight. I mean, they're sitting on Greaves, on Hype, they have 2 Amp Tomes for Feisty. This one is going to be a tough fight unless the coordination is perfect, as here we go,
Okay,
Wukong.
Cyclone onto 3 of them. They do split, but immediately the jungler from KT is just gone, as nice little engage here from the Cassante, giving a nice front to back for Hype. But still not a true fight coming out here just yet. Grenade is going to go wide. Hype's still alive, but you can see that KT without a jungler just going to try to give this one up.
Yeah, you have Heimerdinger turrets here. You have a nice split. You can't win the Smite fight. There's just no point in trying to 50-50 this one, but I mean, I really felt like this was not the time to try to make a stand here. Just leave Zeri bottom. You know that Gamin is going up. You know he went up earlier. Try to get some extra minions there. Instead, they try to commit to this. Polymorph goes on to the Sylas here, and Ivory has a lot of pressure, but because he has the Akali ult, can just kind of skip through the bottom part of this fight, do tons of damage. And look at where Feisty is. He's doing very little, actually, on this Akali. Can't threaten anybody. There's just too much damage on the turrets, especially in this early game, to stick around to do more. He didn't have that Hextech Alternator that he has now. You know, he doesn't have any stats really to speak of at that moment in time.
Yeah, and as I was mentioning in the beginning of the game, we're getting to this point again where Sylas becomes kind of better Akali, more tanky. You can steal the Akali ultimate, and you have like slightly less mobility and slipperiness because you don't have a shroud, of course, but you basically don't die, and you can also Kingslayer to stick around, so a very obvious version of Akali. He's going to get his rod very early on as well because he did pick up a kill and an assist from that first skirmish. He is pretty far behind on farm. I think like a lot of the early trades did not go Ivory's way. Like it seemed like Feisty was doing a good job in the early laning phase, as you can see here once again. But I think that the items here might just push Ivory over the edge when it comes to the mid game.
Yeah, I think so. Because essentially, weirdly enough, the Rod of Ages kind of acts as experience. And you know, you're going to eventually catch up with Feisty here. He's not that far ahead in terms of the level. As you can see, you know, about 3/4 of the way to 9 at the moment. This is really rough for Hype and Rebel, though. They've taken a lot of damage here in this push again. Drake is spawning. At least there's a scuttle of vision here for KT, but trying to break through this choke point right now is potentially going to be disastrous. And this extra time they have with the Prio means Heimerdinger turret setup. Talked about it many times, and used to use this one turret to actually push the lane.
Feisty?
Don't know about this one, my man.
He does not have Shuriken anymore, so he's just on the run, trying not to die. He is going to almost get executed. He's going to live as no. Poor Ivory.
Humbug and Ivory, or rather Humbug and Feisty, excuse me, seem to be pretty close friends, you know? Every time Feisty's in trouble, suddenly Humbug appears, comes to his rescue. Now, he lives, and they get a kill, but this is going to be a lot of plate gold.
Okay, well, they're just not respecting the amount of damage that that Bro have right now. It's a little bit sad as now Feisty's going in, and yeah, again,
this is
like,
what I'm talking about with these turrets, man. Like, I literally mentioned this from the draft. I'm like, I don't know about this Akali pick. Could be problematic.
yeah. Well,
Concerning, to say the least, as, yeah, this trade, or this engage, rather, where he uses his Shuriken is very scary, and then Humbug's like, I got you, nobody hurts Feisty! Flashes in for the knockup, kills Ivory there, and then Feisty's like, thank you very much, what I'll do with this is go straight back in.
straight back down mid. Yeah.
Every time I'm out, I keep pulling myself back in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, they both went down together, and now it is Hextech Soul, so you were correct, Wolf. Your Prez are just on fire today.
Damn.
It was not Lake, it was not Lava, and it certainly was not Jeff. We already had Jeff.
Yeah, that's enough for one,
Yeah.
you know, that's enough, Jeff, for one night / day / potential up to 9-hour challengers broadcast.
All right,
Ivory's
well.
still behind in experience, but the rod is completed now. We're at, you know, I finished it around like early 13, maybe like 13:25 or so. So he's going to be stacking that one up. And he's been dealing with this Akali pretty well, despite the CS numbers initially, with the Feisty having to back, then dying after returning. He's evened that CS up and is probably going to catch up in experience here, as you can see. Has now caught up to Feisty at level 10. Gets tougher and tougher to kill this Sylas, as they're going to try to set a trap.
Yeah, he's trying to look really silly right now as the Wild Growth comes in, and actually it's going to be KT who looks silly because so many members of Bro were just right there, including even Gami, who is coming down. And it's not even a Drake nowadays. It's kind of weird that, you know, they'd have so many members just kind of hanging around the bot lane, but it seems like they read the gank timing very well.
It's awkward because you can't dive Gnar. You don't have a Baron to focus on top side or anything like that, and it's so far away. Like, the second Herald here is not that relevant either. Like, the spawn of this is coming up, but, like, you don't want to play around top side here around this Gnar that is starting to become a problem, but is very ungankable. But the Sylas is an even worse target, I think, in this case. And when you don't know where the Wukong is, you've basically just tossed money at Breon with this exchange.
Absolutely. I mean, Breon are sitting pretty with a 4,000 gold lead. Their Sylas is ahead, so that mid matchup is going to be very skewed. The Varus, who is going poke the lethality builds, he is going to be chunking people for an insane amount just because he's going to get so many lethality items super early on, which makes the build even more efficient and makes it do more damage. So, you know, that might seem all very obvious, but lethality especially. You know, the earlier you can get that stuff, the better, because your opponents will have less armor and it will do more damage.
Teleport here from Frim is going to save this bottom turret, it looks like, just barely, which is really cool. So essentially a cross-map defensive play here while also getting this Herald. So he saves bot turret, they grab Herald topside, Heimerdinger setup is good. And KT really just seem like they're a bit lost in dealing with this Heimerdinger on objectives and are really struggling to get feisty money in a side lane, get him any advantages. They're trying so hard. Like, the group up bottom side is like, let's get this Akali fed because he needs to be fed so we can kill the Varus quickly enough before the Akali dies to turrets or gets knocked up by the Wukong, etc., etc. I think the comp of KT is so good if it's not an Akali and it's a scaling mid, or if it's not a Zeri that's playing with us, because it has like two identity problems, right? You're like, we can't fight yet, Hype's not ready. And now Feisty's not ready. We can't fight. We can't go for objectives. But also, Feisty needs to have money, and we need to have vision control to try to assassinate backlines. And these types of dives, yeah, like this is the third time.
It seems like they have a decent idea now. As Dove is going to be spotted, but Feisty is having a hard time getting away from this one. He is going to go into his shroud and knocked away. Has to flash to the Lulu, who wild growths him. Now the rest of the team is just running away.
Gamian wanted so badly to actually snipe him down, but then he's like, oh, I should probably blue trinket this brush. We don't know if anyone's in there. I don't want Hambak to pop out. I think he actually might have known exactly where Hambak was, but still checks that one out. And they don't actually get the kill. But the bottom turret, still survives. Summoner down for Feisty. Wild Growth down for Rebel. And this means Bro are like, I've just turned your aggression into a free Drake. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Free Hextech here for Bro. They're feeling pretty happy about this one. Let's see if KT get anywhere near this. You see Hambak is kind of hanging around, but doesn't look like it. Hambak, of course, just needs to stay next to his best friend, Feisty. That's all he cares about. Vi and Akali going down together. And yeah, there you go. That's the first Hextech. Just need a couple more and they will get the soul. So, you know, KT could play this the quote-unquote safe way, which is basically just don't fight until the potential, soul point. As, okay, trying to set this one up underneath the turret. They go on to Ivory. He's getting a bit low as now he's going to be knocked into the turret once again. And Castle just made him look real silly.
Yes. Look, it's a new champion, and it's very strong, and you may sometimes underestimate his potential, as Castle did go demolished too, so we'll be able to get this turret. Will actually be KT's first of the game. They were so close to taking bot twice and failed those dives. Watching this one more time, Castle isn't really in any danger here at all. Ivory, yeah, this...
I see.
The stats that you get as Cassante when you use the ultimate are based on your armor stats. Ivory is not going to get much out of a Rod of Ages and some books when he decides to go for that 1v1. If he decides to ult, right? Like, not a good way to fight that one out.
Yeah, you know, just a small hiccup, perhaps, for our mid lane Silas
That's
here.
okay. It's all right. You know, everyone makes mistakes. Valdez doesn't like his ID, but it's okay. Like, we like him as a player.
It's okay. You can always change your ID.
Don't change your
It's
ID.
not too
I
difficult.
don't like it when people do that. It gets very complicated and confusing.
Yeah, as
for
a pro
casters.
player, generally you don't want to do it. Here we go. 20-minute
It's on
timer
spawn.
Baron.
It's not Leandri's timer. We don't do that anymore, so it's going to take some time here.
Yeah, they're just going to try to
Turret ult early, too.
kind of flip it, I guess. I mean, there's total vision of this to KT. This is very challengers. Bro have learned as, we have the chains onto the Lulu. They used a lot onto the Lulu, though, as this is very broken up. Cassante in that backline is just soaking so much damage. He finally does go down, though. As into the backline goes Feisty. He's just going to blow up the Varus. That is massive damage taken out of this fight, as the Lulu will go down, unfortunately, though. And Hype doesn't really have that many more allies, as he's going to be flashed on and stunned and taken down. Hambach not able to do much alone.
It was a good try from KT. I actually still think that the Drake, or rather the Baron take attempt was a bit overzealous, actually, for Bro. I think they got very lucky with how the fight turn went for them. They played it very well. Like, they're fortunate in how their comp works that they could do this, which is why I think they decided to, but that Akali almost ran away with the fight, especially with the wild growth setup there from Rebel. Watch the awkward angle here too for Doive, because he goes on to Rebel, doesn't actually kill him. And then this is his second knockup here onto Feisty. Wild growth goes in. Gamin is deleted. And Palu doesn't have really anything because he ulted the Baron. His turrets aren't set up. It's really just about the follow-up here from the top side of the map. And it's honestly miraculous they won this fight without the Varus. And like, looking at that fight again, I'm like, yeah, they just barely did it.
You know what the difference maker was, Wolf?
Go on.
The mid lane champions.
Yeah.
Feisty went in there and killed the Varus, but he also traded his life for it because he
Yeah.
dove underneath 5 people. And Ivory was like, well, I'm Silas, I never die. We're going to have to hold that thought as Frim is getting dove on. There is quite a lot of damage going into him. Here's Ivory trying to make up for this one himself, as he will ult onto Castle, as now the 1v1. They're actually even on level for now, as Ivory is able to trade it back pretty nicely. No arrow onto Feisty just yet, as he doesn't seem to have a shuriken. There it is, flashes in, gets the kill, but he will go down in the end, as Gamin is there to help
Gamin, the
him out.
dirty cheater. It was going to be a cool fight. They both had their stasis available. I thought we were going to see a golden duo there, but Gamin said no, and ends up being it. Really nicely played flash there from Feisty to actually execute the kill very quickly before the Zonias can be activated. And right before level 10, or rather the 10th stack, is hit here for Ivory. Gamin going to take down the turret, grab 300 extra gold. The setup here is pretty good for Brion right now in terms of getting this Hextech Soul point. Gamin is actually just going to use this Baron buff to siege this inner. Is he going to actually get both top and inner here? I think he is, because they're shadowing him. KT is going to take the solo Drake, but like this is way more valuable, I would argue. And I said they're going to take this Drake. Will they actually get to hold it?
Near it. We do have the Wukong like kind of sidling over, but it looks like they just want to push this lane. They might not even know this is happening, but it doesn't seem like Bro seem to care all that much. As this is going to go down, it is an objective bounty, so decent amount of gold, but also this Baron is getting some decent work done. But you have to wonder, like, I think there is a world where if KT don't take the Drake, probably Bro just take the 2 turrets and then they go Drake and take it anyways, so might have been a nice little consolation prize for KT here.
Yeah. I think we can agree that it's making the scenario a little bit better for KT here. But I'm looking at this game and I'm trying to figure out, how does Brion lose this from the stage? Not because I want that to happen. I think it is very unlikely, but like, I can't see any way KT wins this, if you know what I mean. Like I see a way where Breon maybe messes up a fight, or there's a Sylas overextension, or maybe Gamin just doesn't have vision of a certain area and gets assassinated because he's just being greedy like he was topside, wasn't punished because he was shadowed that time. Maybe he tries it again and gets wiped out by Hambach ulting him or something like that. The fight we saw where he was deleted in that 20-minute Baron attempt, something like that with a cleaner setup for KT could be the way this goes, but I mean, 7,000 gold lead is not the problem here. It's the comp, I think, more than anything else, and the gold lead is making it worse. But it's been a one-sided game the whole way through.
Yeah, the Zeri is really just not getting too much value at this point in time. Nice grenade over the wall. Good harass from Palu, who's getting to have fun in this one compared to the Lulu game and the last one. I think he was playing Lulu. And let's see. Okay, they're trying to get under this turret. The Mega Gnar does come in as Hambach is trying to engage onto the Mega Gnar. Double knock up here, but still no committal from either side. Feisty had TP. Could have potentially got in there, but yeah, the route is completed. Ivory's about to hit level 16, and Feisty is still trying to fight him. I don't know about that one, Wolf. We talked about this at minute 1. Okay, well, I mean, he's able to get in there. He had a lot of backing from his teammates, so that's why he was able to kind of open it up. Hambach gets wild growth, but where is the follow-up? Huge Cyclone from the Wukong, but if they turn onto this backline, they might be able to just kill. Yes, they will. Frim goes down, no Mega. And I suppose anything really is possible here in Challengers.
Like I said, Valdez,
KT found an angle somehow.
And I usually don't like to say this, but how can Breon lose the game was kind of the approach I was saying, like, okay, positional error, bad 1v1 fight, something like this. Ivory holds this ult for a very long time, wants to use it to turn the fight, so that's why he Zhonya's. And then we see a very weird teleport coming through here from Frim. He has that ward set up in the middle, but he has no Narvar, like not even a little bit, like not even slightly any way to turn this fight. So very optimistic, and I think with the Zhonya's usage there from Ivy and the way they tried to hold the Akali ult, they thought they could sandwich there and actually win that fight and just push to end the game with the Baron. But that mistake alone is not going to win KT the game, but
yes,
maybe
it does show a potential propensity towards making future mistakes.
Possible.
Although I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Bro to mess this one up, right? Like, just put down your turrets, take the Baron, be ready to turn when it's necessary. It's still going to be so difficult for KT to really get in here. As okay, that one Hextech gate with the Cassante was enough to scare them away. So they were like, no, you know what? Actually, they're in position. We could get flanked. We don't need to take this risk. We were very far ahead.
Yeah.
The one thing is that, eventually Akali and Sylas will be on the same level, and eventually Zeri's going to get 3-4 items. So, like, yeah, I mean, you can take your time and wait until a safer moment, but I think if this goes to like 40-45 minutes, especially in Challengers, this could be KT's game as well.
Like, there's a graph of volatility that's been studied, and it has game time on the x-axis, and on the y-axis it's the volatility amount, and there's it's basically just it goes straight up, and it curves wildly. Exponential growth graph, and yeah, once we hit like 35 minutes, it starts to really go up. We have to add an extra piece of paper on top of the graph so that you can actually see the top part. We have to extend the y-axis because games like this can be won by teams when they even out in items, as you say, but also the Zeri angle here is just one way when we get to the late game where Hype can carry these fights. It also could just be feisty.
How are KT getting this Drake for free?
Yeah, well, they're just so tunnel visioned on the Baron.
Like, bro, come on. One ward.
Come on, bro.
One ward is enough,
They have the Scuttle as well.
And that's another objective bounty. And now they're like, oh crap, we gotta do the Baron. No, I'm sorry, bro, it's a little bit too late.
All right, Feisty loses half his health. That is pretty significant.
Yeah.
Also remember that it's difficult for Bro to bounce between two objectives because they need that Heimer setup. It takes time, and without it, it's really difficult to actually functionally fight.
It's just like, if you have a ward on the dragon, it's like, you just immediately start Baron. And if they want to take the dragon, fine, but then you get Baron, and it's not a soul, so... for the, for KT's side. But now KT just get the free Drake. Was a nice amount of poke onto Feisty, as you mentioned. He is going to be spotted, as there is another one, very nicely aimed by Gamin.
Yeah, there's a turret here as well. And he's just slowly trying to set up for this one. Okay, here's a TP from Castle once again.
Feisty,
a flank.
is not in the fight. I mean, he has no health. As, okay, in goes Castle anyway. He is just incredibly tanky, and he's got some support, but the Akali's already down. No more Varus in this one, though, as Hype is again going to try to kite this one against 4. We just saw this about 10 minutes ago, but it's not quite enough, and you can see that KT are not ready to take that one yet.
Yeah, I don't think without the Zeri ultimate they can stop this Baron. So it is going to go over to Bro, and it's going to be a 5-man. Nobody died on the side of Brion, and Hype is just going to grab some extra money here with this mid turret. It's crazy that it goes down at 30 minutes into the game. Just shows how one-sided, how much control Brion has had all game. Castle gets in here, but he targets Gamin early, and it takes an insane amount of damage. Feisty already low in this fight, too, by Ivory. Ivory 1v3s, while they 4v2 on the other side of the fight. Like, Ivory just locked the door, and yeah, Gamin goes down, but
Castle
he did his
killed
job.
Gamin in the middle of 5 people. Oh, that's a fun champion.
Hey, I mean, K'Sante, he did K'Sante things, but
yeah,
ultimately, it wasn't enough.
Well, true. It could have been more one-sided without him, but, as you're saying, he needed to be more OP to make this a KT-sided fight. And Fredit Brion, not Fredit, just Brion, actually. They do have Meganar here in mid. You see Hype is going to have to back away. This is ballooning up to about 8,500 gold
I think they win with this push.
Yeah, the Baron is still here for 2 minutes, so gonna be pretty difficult. IE is finished for the Zeri. Just trying to see, maybe they're willing to try to make a stand. How much is KT gonna give up? I think they're probably gonna have to give up 2 inhibitors, but let's see how well Bro make this push go.
Just grouped up 4-1, trying to get a push through with that second cannon is ways away, but you can just sit back here, wait for the engage. Yeah, you do not want to go in.
Where are you going, buddy?
Just keep this cannon minion alive. The second minion is coming. The next wave is coming. It's going to take some time, but it's coming. When that one gets there, that's when this turret starts going down really, really quickly. As you can see in the mid lane, they have enough time here now with only one cannon minion to try to deal with that wave. KT handling this pretty well, but here's the flank that I do not recommend committing to.
Yeah, this is Meganar, so Hambach, you're going to have to... No, he's just dead. Yeah, he has to go in there. We do get the wild growth, but he has baited the team into this one. Castle just going to have to charge away, as that is the kill. Ivory just going to target down that turret, even though it did not see a minion. And yes, it looks like we are going to have 2 inhibitors taken down. Bro, very cautious with this push. You see they're really not trying to overdo it. They're not diving. They're not trying to take any big fights. Even, Hambach is down now, so I feel like they could, but they're still taking it extremely slowly.
It's crazy, too, like how patiently they're playing this. Gamin has GA. Like, there's no real vulnerable target here. Stopwatch for Frim.
They're like allowing Feisty to wave clear as an Akali? Well, they do get there to the 2 inhibitor mark at least. So, say what you want. They used the Baron time. I was having a little bit of fun. They got there in the end, at least.
A Brion game with 7 dragons, 7 elemental drakes. We are well and truly on the way to...
Note how they stopped all their backs, though.
Yeah.
KT's going to get set up on this Drake. They might just pick up the soul here.
TP up for Frim. Ivory also has TP. They have a really nice setup here, and they checked to make sure that nobody's grouping up here. We have Hex Tech. That gets you there pretty quick. Remember, the base is open, too, so that top push is going to have to be dealt with eventually. They could just TP top and try to end.
Okay, chains miss. They're trying to burst down this dragon. This would be Hextech Soul. There's the TP into the top lane you were talking about. This is Frim.
Double TP.
Yeah.
I think they're just going to end.
Oh, they're going to get in here. Feisty has to go back. He's TPing right now, actually, as Castle's just trying to stop them, but I don't think Feisty can do it alone. Fantastic chains. Come on in. That stopwatch, though, not 100% sure. Feisty is trying. Nope, it's not looking good for him, as now the rest of the team is coming in. They just need to target down the Nexus. Can they target down the Nexus is the question. They're not quite able to, as the Nexus will stand, but the rest of the team of Bro is coming in, but Hype is getting pretty hyped up now.
They're coming, and like, there's just no way.
Oh,
There
man.
is just no way that KT can win this game, right? I mean, they defend this, 2 inhibitors down, no Nexus turrets, no TPs on the other side, so that's very good for KT. But Baron spawns in 90 seconds. These inhibitors are going to be down for much longer than that. Hextech Soul makes it maybe possible to take this Baron, but I think they still have to set up first, and setting up first if possible with these inhibs.
It's going to be close. It's going to be hard.
The variance level is reaching the apex. We're getting closer to 40 minutes. Like, that's the number you said. I think Elder's spawning at 40, but I think the Baron may be the last straw here in this game. I can't see the top of the graph of how crazy this game could go right now.
Surely KT are out of this one. I mean, this is about to get insane, because the Zeri is truly online, and now she has Hextech Soul, right? So she is kind of like a one-woman army, right? And if she has like any kind of support and Bro is like a little bit disjointed, we could see some insane Zeri action in this one.
I am shocked that we're seeing Zhonya's being built for Paulo instead of Leandri's in this game. I think the damage that he's missing from this, while also being very rarely the target or ever vulnerable, he's 0 deaths in this game, is weird. Now, I mean, he has a stopwatch that's useful in almost every scenario. I know you love that, but I'm surprised. I mean, Morel and Omicron also pretty good here, but would have loved to see Leandri's. I think if he had more damage here, you feel a lot more safe about just starting these up, setting up those turrets. KT, no vision here at all.
The waves are pushed. They should definitely know, okay, it's checked by the Zeri. They know that they're trying to keep this one leashed. Doiv is back in there. They have vision of the Baron as we speak. As in goes Hanbak. He's behind the pit pretty early on, actually. And the waves are going to be pushing. Bro is just trying to buy some time. They're trying to burst it down. It goes to the buy. You gotta be kidding me. As KT are going to get the flip. And with this one in the end, Doiv jumps onto the Cassante. Unbelievable! They are just almost trying to get rid of this one, as Castle is in the back line buying so much room. As down will go Ivory. He is not able to get anything done in the back line. A huge amount of poke damage, though. And KT can't quite end it, but they got the Baron.
They got the Baron.
Challengers? Now you're sounding like Chronicler over there.
That's
now
what
we
Challengers
understand.
does, you know? It makes your voice go higher, apparently. As watch this from Hanbak here. That was just very mistimed, let's just say. Doiv actually goes in here onto the Cassante, which, as you said, was like, felt like he was trying to donate the game, but he just wants to buy time for Gamin here so he can actually live and fight this one through. He has GA.
Or escape.
Yeah,
Which, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, they kind of did.
He kept his GA.
Silas, why did we zoom in on Cassante there? Did he kill Silas? No way. That's still from...
Yeah, no, that's from it.
Yeah, okay.
In
I
his,
was a little worried.
in Hibs respawn, KT have Baron for 90 more seconds. That's like 15 seconds off of the Elder spawn. So maybe KT will actually, for the first time this game, it feels like, they still don't have a gold lead after all these crazy turns, have Prio on an objective for the first time in this game.
Insane.
Look, after this...
Paulo's gonna backdoor, man. Here he goes. Where exactly is this Heimerdinger going?
Mm,
Okay,
if I had the answer for you, I mean, he's pulling 2 people up, which is going to be insignificant. Cursed gold for KT right now. Okay, right as I said, it ticked over to 7. That was
scary.
That was scary for a second.
Any Elder Flip enjoyers?
Yeah.
We should have an emote for Elder Flip. That's what we need here in the Challengers stream. Let's make one of those.
Oh my god, we gotta talk to Kespa.
We'll
are
talk
about to make this stream blow up, Valdez. I was going to say, after Bro had such a massive lead in this game and I didn't like KT's comp, I was ready for the 9-gamer today. Like, I was like, it's happening. It's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
KT's trying to take that away from me.
I know.
In this game that they had no right to win. No right to take that from me, my 9-game day.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Like, when you're committed to the 9-gamer, then you want the 9-game.
That's me. I'm a crazy person.
You want it to be crazy. Because you've lost your mind. Okay, now this is on a knife's edge, right? Because you want to take the Elder. You would love to flip the Elder. I mean, you're a challenger team, right? That's what you do.
But Ivory has TP, and you don't know where he is.
Exactly. You can't, because you could be backdoored it really easily. KT does have double teleport. Oh, they're going to spot him, though. It seems like they read exactly where Ivory was going to go, like the exact brush.
He has the flash.
But this is 3 people chasing a Silas.
That's going to be the Elder start. Ivory's buying so much time.
Including Hambak, who is the jungler, by the way. He is not
here.
here.
Does he win this? I think he does.
I don't know. Stolen. Okay, so they're just. Okay, so they're just going to give the Elder.
By the way, Ivory wins this with Elder. No, he doesn't.
Wait, what is going on?
They actually get the Elder for free. Nobody contests. Hambak actually barely wins the fight. Barely. They lost Silas, but they have Elder buff, so ending the game is not possible. We have crested the 40-minute mark. It is let me say it out loud, a 7 Drake game. It looks like it might not be for a moment there.
It's a 7 Drake game.
Now, can we get 8? Do I have any 8s in the chat?
Do we have an 8? Do we have an 8? Calling for any 8s. I think it's going to happen.
Okay, someone said in the chat, this is solo queue. I have never seen a solo queue game like this.
Yeah, this kind of goes
What
beyond
games are you guys playing?
Generally, solo queue games are over at 12 minutes. Oh, man.
I thought this game was too, Valdez. 30 minutes later, here we are.
Lulling them into a false sense of security. Very, very good move, KT.
Okay.
Thank you, Chronicler.
All right, group up. TP from Ivory. Elder buff.
Elder for a minute and a half, right?
Surely KT
Surely they can't lose this.
There's no way.
There is an open Nexus. Okay.
Okay, hurting the Heimer. Heimer opportunity.
They're getting in onto the Heimer, but he's gone! He's gone! And they have a front line! This is against the Elder Drake, a perfectly timed stopwatch from Feisty. He's going to live. Hambak is giving his life for the Zeri to make a front line.
There's no damage.
There's no game 3. Oh, here comes. No, he's
no
way.
No,
they have to be so careful though. He's chipping away at this one. Oh no, he's just gonna go down, and now they're gonna try to push mid.
They have to go through inner, inhibitor turret, inhibitor, and 2 Nexus turrets. So that's how behind KT was in this game. 3,000 gold behind still.
12,000 Zeri good.
12,000 damage. 12,000 damage.
I'm losing my mind.
Okay, hold on. Respawn timer is still very long here. I think they can end.
I think they got it. And no inhibitor even went down.
Doive
so
has ult.
There's not even a ward in the face or anything. There's no way.
Doive has ult. Palu with the Heimer damage.
Oh, this is okay. Doive is gonna try, but Wild
Elder
Grove,
buff?
The Elder's alive for 2 seconds. No, KT. They lulled them into a fall. Oh, wait. Did they? Doive trying to hold on? Here comes Frim. A couple of autos. 1 auto. Just 1 from the Lulu is enough. Rebel is going to last hit the Nexus. And KT, they pick up the 2-0. Nothing to see here in a astounding game 2.
Clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. We could just wipe those 45 minutes off of the memory, the hard drives. This VOD will not be on Twitch or YouTube. The Frederick Breon coaching staff will be watching this one many times again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Valdez.
Remember when the...
Oh, we got to do POG.
Remember when the jungler went top 1v1 versus the Silas, and they gave a free Elder Drake over, and they still won? I don't know, man. I think this is a Zeripog. I don't know what else to do. Like,
I think so. It
just feels like... It feels pretty dirty, but to be honest, 12,000 damage in the last fight, Height not getting killed. His entire team, though, did an amazing job of frontlining for him in that fight, too. Like, the fact that Feisty got in and he was about to get executed and he waited to that moment to Zonya's and then... Oh, it was just so crazy.
Rip the 9-game day, Valdez.
Yeah, I was so ready.
Maybe next time.
I was so ready for the 9-game day.
Maybe next time. But hey, KT, they have done something that, like, look at the gold graph. They never at any point past 10 minutes were they actually ahead.
Not even for a single second.
They have given us a
Not even at the
legendary
end.
game of challengers, an absolutely legendary game. This needs to be on the front page of Reddit. This needs to be on, like, the front page of TikTok. I want all the kids to be talking about challengers.
Get your 13-year-olds in here, man.
I'm sure everyone's in Cadrill's chat right now, and he's like, I don't want to review that game, but he's probably going to have to now. It's one of those games that, like, if you showed me this picture, this game result, I'd be like, that gold graph is the wrong color, and, like,
they probably messed it up or something.
There's some Photoshop here, right? I would find it difficult to believe, as Hype will pick up PUG as the Korean commentators also frantically write his name down in shame as we just don't know what to do.
The shameful Zeri mode. We all just put our heads down as we type in Hype. There's nothing we could do. Our fingers just, they move on their own. Yeah, I mean, 5-2-5. Like, Hype had a pretty good game, like,
Right now, there are 7,000 people watching this on the Korean stream. On our stream, let's hold on. Let me take a peek.
Yeah,
at least 2,300. So probably more of you guys were in here
before. We're getting some cool challenger numbers. Look at that.
It should have been about 7 billion people. The population
the whole
of the world
should have been watching
individually
this.
on one device each. However, we will accept that the growth of the stream is real. We're breaking the 2K mark. I want all of you guys who just came in because you heard about this crazy game to follow the Twitch channel. YouTube too. Twitch chat.
All you guys in
YouTube
chat, shout out to you as well.
Yeah, YouTube chat's improving. It's growing.
They're actually all the same account. That's
No.
It's just one guy. He's following with 2,000 accounts.
How many browsers does he have installed? But no,
probably 2,000. I would assume.
This was a true don't give up, never surrender type of game, wasn't it, Valdez? I really thought that after we saw the failed Akali in those first few fights and then the failed dive attempts bottom side, that there was just no way. Like, there's just no way, right?
Surely. There's no way, bro. Throw that lead with a free Elder Drake. Okay, like, you can't make that up. It even goes against Challenger script. It's like, no, we were supposed to have our Elder flip. And then that was taken away from us as well. And it was like, no, they got a free Elder Drake instead.
Hi, Wolf.
And they still didn't win.
It's me, your only viewer. For months, I have created the illusion that you were streaming to a large audience. But here's the truth. All these people in chat are me. And now for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message from all my accounts. I haven't seen this comment.
You haven't seen this? Oh my god, it's a great one. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm glad all you guys are enjoying the chat. And
I thought I had a real job.
No, it's just one guy. See, like,
I love seeing the first-time chatters as well. Their first chat.
Everybody's
in the
getting
stream
involved,
Yeah,
that's the way.
The YouTube chat, meanwhile, is
It's all just Chronicler. It's all him. He's eating soup at the same time. Oh, it's just too perfect.
Yep.
I still can't believe that KT came back from that game. I mean, I said it like 15 minutes ago. I didn't believe it, but I'm like, eventually the game goes to 40 minutes. Akali catches up in level to the Sylas. The Zeri gets 4 items. And it wasn't supposed to happen because Breon had so many leads. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did.
I was like,
It's possible in challengers.
I was having this kind of internal crisis, like who gets POG for Breon. Like throughout the game, I'm like, oh man, I want to give it to Palu so bad. Like his Heimer turrets were really good. He played the early game very well, but I was like, the Wukong play too, pretty solid, shutting down a lot of the Akali stuff. Like I was thinking about that, and like I feel like I was having a huge monologue about like I want to do the right thing. I want to actually honor the correct player, and I kind of started hearing this voice, like someone was like, the character in the anime was like thinking about a girl or something, and then it's like wolf, and then like you snap into it. That was kind of like you being like, well, I don't know. I mean, like they could win, and I'm like, whoa, we gotta slow down because anything can happen.
That's yeah. For you guys who are joining the English stream now, this is kind of, it happens at least once a day, once a week, I'd say. We even had like a somewhat crazy game last week. It wasn't quite like this, but it was also crazy. It's just like the Challengers way. Like it turns out, like the actual factual, super honest truth is that when teams make more mistakes, the games are sometimes more fun, but they're always crazier. They're always crazier. That's just the way it goes.
I think that like games like this is what you should be coming to the stream for. If you're coming to the stream because you're like, well, I don't know,
amazing macro.
Did the Ash arrow hit?
Yeah.
I don't like that it missed. Like this might not be for you, but we welcome you anyways. Please stick around. But what you should be coming here for is anything could happen.
This is how you build future LCK winners. This is like the process. You like force them into these challenger games over and over and over again. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's like creating something so beautiful and so powerful through a crazy amount of weird circumstances. Like this is how you gain experience and go, I know what to do in this situation because I saw this one time when I played back in Challengers 3 years ago. Yeah.
LCK, like some of those players, they didn't go through the grind. They were just too good, so they went straight to LCK. Some of those guys aren't the ones that are like getting ready to TP back to base when the team's trying to like split push while they're taking the Elder Drake. But like the guys who were in Challengers, they're like, no. We can't take the Elder because they're just going to kill our base. So I'm going to be ready with my button on the teleport button. And we're going to go. Speaking of teleport, we are going to teleport into a break.
Channeling.
Let's channel. Stop commenting right now.
See you guys for match 13.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, that guy who's sitting next to me. We are about to cast the final best of 3 of the night. This is going to be an interesting one. DRX up against Homalife Esports here in the Challengers League. Homalife Esports undefeated so far, 2-0.
Yeah.
DRX, not the same.
No.
But we saw that teams that are not the same can challenge the better teams in the league.
It's true. We saw Breon very narrowly
close.
brought us to a third game there.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen DRX play against some tougher opponents like D+, Kia, which did not go well for them, even though they're a very strong team. Actually, no, they lost to Nongshim, in
I'm
fact.
trying to find the schedule again.
Yeah,
I had it here just one second ago.
There are 20 teams
And
that
now
we
it's-
commentate, believe it or not.
It has
ladies and gentlemen.
disappeared into the abyss. Okay, here we go.
It was Nongshim they lost to, wasn't it?
2-0 to Nongshim. They lost, and they defeated Gen.G Global Academy 2-0 during the co-streaming matches that were on Thursday. Yes.
That was the match where... No, never mind. Sorry. I was thinking of a different game. Sorry.
You're like, that's where...
No, there was a
That's
Hanwha
where
game.
Phoenix got the entry and shit. No, different game. Yeah, sorry.
I was thinking about the game Hanwha played. Hanwha's Challengers team played Jin support, but that was not.
Wait, Astro Nautilus figured out our secret. We're sitting in boxes right now.
Mhm.
How did he know? Oh, in
Well,
boxers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
no,
on
we don't
boxes.
wear
My
pants on
box
this.
pivots. No, yeah, we're
What's the point of wearing pants? I mean, what? Nobody can see what's down here.
keep it hidden.
That's
So-
what this desk is for.
How can I tap the top of the desk unseen and you guys can hear it? All right. So the reason why we're waffling on here a little bit is because we have another slight. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everybody. Let's hold hands together. And so the reason why we have a delay is because there's an audio problem. Hopefully, slight delay. I believe it's on the Hanwha side, if I'm not mistaken, but we don't know if it's the same sort of audio problem as last time. I don't know if any of these players are playing online. I don't think so. I'm not.
We haven't
aware
heard
of it.
anything about that, so probably not.
Not aware of it. This paper is not useful.
Remove the paper.
I got
Cover the
useful
Brendan
paper.
sucks on
Yeah,
the.
that's what I needed to do. It was starting to bother me.
Yeah.
Again. So, how's everybody doing at home? I see the Shrek in the chat.
How's everybody doing?
There's a Shrek.
Why is there a Shrek? Cateran, what have you done? Excuse me.
We do have some Satab fans here in the studio. So I'm
blue
going to
set?
keep going to watch until Satab gets POG. But
Well, that
then
could be
laughs and then
today.
shakes her head. No, maybe she's not. Ooh, a key player matchup. That's
No
what
key
I'm.
position. Come on, Wolf, get it together.
All right, so it's Pleta versus Lure in the key player or the key position here.
Mhm.
Notice the Zeri that is shared between the two of them, but Pleta has shown a smaller champion pool overall, playing only the Varus and the Zeri, whereas we've seen Lure branch out. He's played Ashe, AD carry, not support, and of course the Varus, along with Lucian. So looks like with his KDA and his DPM, he might be the guy to beat tonight.
Yeah, he's looking like a pretty strong player. Certainly, Pleta's going to have to do some work to catch up to that. The Varus seems to be working out for him. The Varus has been working a bit tonight. Not 100% for sure, but yeah, we saw Gamin unfortunately take a loss on that in just our last game. That was about 40 minutes ago-ish, if you were watching. Some more fans.
Yep.
Please give a win as a Lunar New Year present.
Yep. There's a lot breaking down here.
2 years since Clarion Pleta's debut. Sitab, 1 year since his debut. Congratulations.
Setab, man, he's getting all the fans, and then Clear fan on the right side there as well. All of the fan signs. We got a lot of DRX fans here at the arena this evening. It is a very cold night in Seoul. Not as cold as it's going to be tomorrow. Good luck, Chronicler and Atlas. But it's also going to be.
I'm not going to leave my house. Ow.
It's going to be a series where I think that the way that this goes is based on how DRX's performance is against a team that's already proven itself, and as we even have Hanwha fans here too, a team that's proven themselves across multiple bottom lanes is what I was going to say. With the HLE bottom side, we've seen so much more flexibility, and that doesn't mean necessarily DRX are reliant on the Varus or Zeri. Like, oh, if we're playing red side, we're Zeri every game. We're playing blue side, we're playing Varus every game. But they might actually have to branch out here depending on the bans.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. As I like how the fans are like, oh yeah, we're off camera, and they put the signs down early, and it's like, no, you're not. We can still see you.
Yeah.
Get owned.
Damwon Kia does not play in this league. YouTube chatter. But I have a feeling if you're here for Damwon Kia, you might never see them again.
You might be interested in another team called D+ Kia.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They are very strong, and they will be playing tomorrow. That is a match you do not want to miss. Let me just, while we're here, you guys are waiting for DRX versus Helmet Life Esports, but let's talk about tomorrow as well, because the action never stops. We will have two other casters chained here to the chairs. Let's see who it is. It is D+ up against Gen.G Global Academy, and then, of course, T1 up against Nongshim. Should be a pretty
T1
fun
Nongshim
day.
is don't miss that one. Don't miss this one either. You're already here, so you're not going to miss it. Who would leave now except some crazy Damwon Kia fan? That team doesn't even exist anymore. He doesn't even know I'm talking about him because he's out. He left.
Why they dress like Ron Burgundy Anchorman? It's like they've never seen a person in a suit before. DRX versus Helmet Life Esports. Man, YouTube chat just hits differently. I swear.
Chat, man,
it's just a totally different beast. I can't even begin to describe it.
All right, so this is the roster of DRX. Obviously, we talked about it a little bit, or chronically talked about it a little bit last week. No Peach anymore here, and the bot duo is changed with Bleta and Piero coming in. Sponge is the new jungler, and Setab and Clear remaining the solo laners from last year. Setab did play in the LCK when DRX needed emergency substitutions and picked up actually POG in that series. I was very impressed with him. He seems like a very popular player, a lot of fan signs for him today, and just in general seems to have a really positive attitude. He's always smiling and giggling. I like him as a player, and I'm looking forward to the growth of his career.
What do you think about Rooster's hair on a scale from 1 to 10?
I was about to say, like, this team has some hair.
We got like a couple 9 out of 10s, I think.
Yeah, Rooster's hair, very much channeling the older like style long hair pro gamer look from the early 2000s. But you've also got the mid laner Roamer, who's got a little cleaner look, more modern long hair, kind of like Impact. Like, feels like Impact might have actually influenced the way he decided to wear that, even though his hair is a little bit longer. And then the bottom side of the map, of course, which we're for some reason not going to get a shot of. Like, Lures, his hair is pretty rad, and his profile picture as well looks really nice.
Yeah.
They just won't show him for some reason on the camera, but
not allowed.
Look forward to it, guys.
And I mean, Rooster, it's funny because the hair that he's wearing actually is like styled in a fashion of a rooster as well, so it's kind of like fits the theme, you know what I'm saying? It like looks really cool. I'm all about that hair.
Yeah.
Will it be enough
there he
is. Will it be enough to pull them over the edge here and get a third potential win on the board?
Do you ever consider that Lure could be Samdi in disguise? The former Hanwha
You know what?
Life
Now that you
Esports
mention it,
player who was in the 80 role, had very similarly dyed hair, mysteriously vanished from all the LCK rosters, and suddenly Lure with the same similar hairstyle, with very different facial structure.
Kind of same color as well on the hair.
Yeah, just do wonder about that. All right,
Might need to look more into that.
here we go. It is time.
CL's all about the karma bans. They're just like, no karma.
No karma,
Karma's
no
not
rise.
allowed. And then the one time karma was let through, they didn't even pick karma. Right? Like, yeah,
Nope.
they didn't. Like, we didn't see karma
We
yet
thought
today.
they were going to, but they decided not to.
Yeah.
No Heimer either in this game.
Imagine a meta where bot is so powerful that supports are what get banned all the time in the first round. It's like ridiculous.
It is a crazy thing to think about. You know what's interesting too is I think the one bottom lane that we haven't seen, and I think it's because of its lack of longevity later on and all the enchanter supports, is like Kalista lanes, or like the one that feels like should be strong right now, but it's really just about the wave clear more than the damage in a lot of ways. Just not seeing any Kalista. No Renata Glask either.
Who's that?
Some of the support synergy there, just not seeing it here in Challengers or the LCK or other regions either.
Maokai kind of has the face of like what a 3-year-old would draw of a person. You know what I mean? Like if they did like a stick drawing.
Draw a man with a beard. Maokai appears.
Kind of what it looks like. It's a little bit scary,
Yeah.
but you kind of get it. Lucian first pick,
Lucian
by the way.
instead of Nami, I love to
Yeah.
see it.
And Vi immediately comes out, just picking that away from Sponge.
Okay. Kog'Maw support, very popular in solo queue right now. No, I just made that up. This is not going to be Kog'Maw. It's going to be
mid,
Nami,
AP Kog'Maw.
Nami, and I think the most likely outcome here is Wukong, but it could also be
Sejuani.
Sejuani. Now, in the crazy scenario, maybe an Elise, but against the Vi here,
Oh.
feels pretty rough.
Oh, there it is. Sejuani coming out.
Okay, so Lulu? Question mark?
He said it right as it got picked. Oh, man. How do you do this? Okay, let's see. Renekton.
Renekton's out. Okay, so any
So they want to
Fiora
pick.
bans?
They want to pick Cassante. So Cassante is going to be banned by DRX. Maybe not right now, but could be the
Kassadin.
next
Ooh,
ban.
that's very
Yeah.
LCK-esque to ban the Kassadin. We don't do that in Challengers that much, but this
True,
is,
true.
It looks like this in LCK where you on blue side, second ban phase, Kassadin first. Fiora potentially in either of these slots, but I think more likely by DRX. But if they want to ban the Cassante, Jax is gone.
Okay.
Gnar, it feels
You
like
know
a
who
Gnar
never
game.
gets. You know who never gets banned. I was about to say is Gnar.
Yeah,
Why don't they ever ban Gnar? They pick him so much. I
because
mean,
they don't pick him because he's busted. They pick him because he's easy.
what's with all the Ari bans as well?
Very popular.
It's happened 3
Challengers.
times when Vi was already picked. So I guess that's why.
That's a different one. Those are 2 different ones. That's the same one.
This is how we do
Gnar,
pick
Gnar.
ban now. It's like,
Gnar
is
incoming.
it the same or different?
Syndra Gnar. Although Syndra
I'm a big fan of
Syndra is
Syndra.
blind here, could be punished by a Victor, or I don't think you feel good about taking Silas here as Hanwha Life. Might
Is
be
it
an
the
Azir.
same or different?
Gnar, it's the same. This one's the same
Maybe
one.
he'll play Fiora. Clear's got some energy to him, you know. He's got some angles.
It's Gnar. Sorry, Valdi.
I was
Sorry,
getting
man.
excited. I was getting a little bit
SOZ,
excited.
bro.
You know, he didn't auto pick
Okay.
him, so you know. He has
This one,
played 2
this one
games
is
of Gnar
the
already.
interesting one. Is he going to play the Silas rough matchup into the Syndra? Like we mentioned, it could be Silas, but seems bad. Azir or Victor seems like a better option for how this comp functions towards the mid to late game. Vladimir is a troll hover. Nope, it's going to be Silas.
Yeah, Silas into the Gnar. See it again.
I like DRX's comp more. because it has the Lucian lane, it has the Syndra power into Sylas early. There's a lot of harass you can do, a lot of poke. Sejuani means that you're either as Lure and Duro potentially going to get caught by long-range ultimate and die, or you're going to have to cleanse if you're Lure, but then you lose the Lucian Nami lane, so that's a problem. Feeling pretty concerning. However, Roamer gets that early, Rod of Ages, can side lane better than both the Syndra and the Gnar, has a Cassante for engaged in team fights. Could work, but I'm leaning towards DRX here.
Yeah, I think in theory, I would also like DRX's comp better. I do think Hama Life Esports are the better team, just in terms of the players they have and what they have shown already. But DRX, you know, some names that have even made it to the LCK at one point for just, you know, a day, but, you know, it still counts. So maybe they can bring that knowledge and experience into the CL. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like their composition. The Sejuani, I think, has a lot of ways to handle this Vi as well. Let's see how it is going to go, though. Guys, we do have our drafts done and dusted, and we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift as we take one last look at Rooster's glorious hair, and that's it.
And
oh, now we're going to scroll.
Less glorious hot pack. Yep. There we go.
Very slow pan. Okay, we only saw
hair.
3 of them.
Yeah, I think they're kind of on to the Somdi imposter thing, and they're really careful about how much they show him. You paid them off.
Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. We're jumping onto the Rift for Game 1, Match 13.
It's fun commentating this. It's fun commentating this with you. For those who have watched me commentate Overwatch and League of Legends, like the 2 games I've obviously most recently commentated, and when I say League of Legends, I mean LCK because this is also League of Legends, but you know that I'm a overall very serious commentator. Like, I focus pretty analytically. I don't make a lot of jokes because I'm not very funny. Sorry, rip you guys while I'm on Challengers, but
Correct.
It's a very different vibe for me, you know, and we're having a lot of fun, and it makes me smile because I normally I haven't been doing like kind of chill casting like this since StarCraft 2, I feel like. So I'm happy for it.
Yeah. Feeling the good vibes.
Yeah.
Feeling the positive Challenger League energy from our wonderful chatters and from our wonderful players. Roamer. He's going to ward. And a little bit of 2v2 action on the bottom side. Nice little chunk onto Duro. But, of course, double pot start. Just, you know, a little bit of extra poke. Force Duro to use that pot early.
Yeah. Just going to be a nice little edge here. And hits him again. Nami's so annoying. Nami was just built for this lane. Like, in this matchup especially, too. Like, when you think about all the things that Nami does with Illusion and how, as you get level 3, you can really just absolutely dunk on people. But even at level 1, you're like, oh, Lulu, you wanted to trade? Well, I just heal that and also do damage to you. And my Illusion, when he hits level 2, he's going to actually do half the health bar in 2 moves. Sorry.
I started watching LCK because Wolf joined the LCK, and he was my favorite owl caster.
Oh, that's very nice. I hope you stuck around for the LCK after that, because the LCK is awesome too, but thanks for your support.
No, I only stuck around for Wolf. Pay attention. Yeah, we're just, we're sitting here. We've seen a lot of, you know, we talked about this before, where the mid-jungle feels very important just because the jungle likes to spend a lot of time on the bottom side but can't always look for angles there. And then the mid lane kind of has gotten more important as this meta has gotten more and more figured out. So getting those early ganks, getting your mid lane ahead can be huge for potential mid-game, like side lane pushes and getting a lot of map control and stuff like that. Take a look at this. Pleta dashed into Lure, and Lure dashed into Pleta. He's like, yeah, you want to go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
The problem with this is actually, I think this favors Pleta, because this is barrier down for Lure, and even though he got a good trade now, and he's probably going to get an early back from this, it's going to get really nasty the next time they exchange with each other. But they're trying to set up for this Guwon rotation over. They are really trying to bait it, but it's not going to happen. Our sound came back.
Oh, there
it's
you
been
go.
good for you guys the whole time, but we got quiet there for a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Much happier now.
Big fan of Roamer's movement. This is what you love out of some of the challenger players.
This ward
Yep.
is
Gotta be
so
spotted.
good.
So they can kind of like pretend that they don't see him, but actually they do. They know he's in that brush right now, or he's moving away at this moment in time. He's just going to drop his own ward, keep his bottom lane safe. As okay, gonna little whip action in the mid lane. But again, Roamer's movement, very, very strong. I think that's really going to benefit him here against the Syndra, who is entirely skill shot based champion.
Yeah. Just not going to get the flash, unfortunately, but pushing the Silas out of lane, especially with the build he's gone for. He went Dematerializer, or the runes he's gone for. We've seen this build a lot for the rush to Rod of Ages, where you go Dematerializer and First Strike, and often Magical Footwear, and just try to get that one out as fast as possible without that interruption of the boots. And if you get ahead by any means in this lane, even if it's into a Syndra, like if it's into a Zir, like the early parts can be struggle. You can struggle, but if Guwon gets Roamer ahead, it becomes very easy for him to rush that item. As so I'm barrierless. Yeah, it's got to be kind of nasty down here because they know you don't have barrier. Kit's fully online.
Barrierless.
Barrierless, man.
It sounds like some kind of speed run. Like, yeah, I did the LCK barrierless in 36 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's Def's new run is trying to get World Championship barrelless. We'll see if it happens. Still not.
I think
Jury's
he's
not
got
out
a
on
pretty
it
good
yet.
shot, yeah.
Someone in chat was asking where Barrel is. Seem a bit lost, but I'm glad you found us.
Was it YouTube chat?
Yes. It was YouTube chat.
Of course, it was YouTube chat.
Yeah, so Roamer's been around for a long time in Challengers. He, I believe, joined in 2021. And he's been on a few different rosters, and he's very, I'd say, middling based on what I've seen from him and what Chroniclers said about him, but he won't be roaming very much in this matchup in the early game, despite his name, because the Syndra is just constantly perma-pushing him in.
Yeah.
Dematerializer helps a little bit, but it's still a rough time.
Yeah, it's definitely very annoying to play into the Syndra as melee in general, but a lot of the times Silas can stick around for a long time with enough sustain to kind of like outlast the Syndra just because she'll like
Runs out of mana.
kind of run out of mana and stuff like that. But C-Tap's doing a good job of just poking just enough and using his mana kind of to push the lane and keep priority rather than anything else. Life Esports, very early Drake here. 6.5 minutes already they pick up the first Infernal as Sponge was busy doing the top Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, he's going to try to take this red buff to make it a trade. The timing of this is going to just potentially barely work out here because he has a smite. As Guwon's coming over, he pulls it left here, has a control ward. He should be able to smite this.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Nope.
Thanks for the leash.
Denied.
Well, thank you for the control ward and the leash.
Sponge is
coming
back. Oh, no.
and then leaving. And then checking. Oh, the Korean commentators, I can hear them from here.
them, yeah. Through the wall.
Oh, very sad. Tragic.
So Sponge, he got the Rift Scuttler while Guwon got the Drake, and then he wasted a bunch of time trying to steal red buff for nothing, and Guwon did not lose any time. So definitely Guwon going to be feeling pretty good about his position for the situation here in this game. This is what I was talking about. Level 6, Vi, the jungler, trying to group up with his mid laner to make a gank happen, but not meant to be.
If he gets this right as Rift Herald is spawning, it's so amazing too. Lure and Duro.
Just send it.
Nah. Okay, Lure and Duro don't have any information on whether Pleta and Puro are staying here or not. They're just going to hide in this brush and make it seem like they're rotating up. This is actually really smart because we often see a little bit too early. But we do often see the Zeri players lose a lot of potential CS when they don't intend to actually fight. But I think this comp can fight for Herald. Like, it has a Silas in it, it's level 6 Vi, and the lane state for the Cassante is actually much better than average for what we've seen. We actually usually see the Nars having a little bit more control at this stage. So Zeri was definitely thinking like, all right, we can win this. I want to rotate up, and if I can get some extra gold from the fight itself, it's going to be amazing. So they wanted to hide, push lane and grab some plates, and or force Zeri to stay here so they could actually contest otherwise. And that's what's going to actually happen in reality is Lure does stay alone. Now you see Duro is kind of awkwardly trying to find something, clear some vision here. It's not a great cross map to play here, and they're losing control of the Herald. Can they catch the rotation of Piero? The answer is no. He has Tidal Wave too, so I would not advise a gank.
He is on vision, and here comes Pierre and Plata, just to show him that they know. This is actually creating a little bit of room to, you know, get some chip damage on this turret. You know, just the presence of the Homolife Esports jungler is giving this this Zeri a very fun time in lane.
That was a very like solo queue move right there. Like, I just want to let the jungler know I care about his camps and I'm not going to let the guy take him away. But it was at the cost of a plate actually going down for Lure here. So a very aggressive way to get the plate that Zeri might have gotten if Pleta and Piero had gone up to contest Herald anyways. Still falling a little bit behind in CS, but it was a great move, and it almost could have led to something. But they boarded it and saw it, and I guess it's fine.
Still at 0-0 here. Nice steal on the Sedge ultimate. Sometimes if you're stuck in lane, it's like, well, I guess I just take Syndra's. That feels terrible. But yeah, he is able to steal that one and potentially set up for something. Have we even looked at the top lane? Okay, there we go. I'm like, do we know that that's happening? Like, Yuno has learned. He's like, hey, there's nothing to see. Like, let me just glance up there for literally half a second and then go bot. Because Zeri's getting a plate. The jungler's moving around the bottom side. Mid laners are fighting, and it could lead to something.
It's a pretty good sign that we're not looking at it, though, because usually when we're looking at the top lane in this matchup, it's because Cassante is actually losing to some really good Gnar movement and some hyperprocs going off and stuff like that. It's been pretty even this time around. And Gnar took a cull, so at least that's going to be where he can maybe get an edge here once that is completed. Both have plated steel caps, both traded a teleport earlier, but so far, you know, you're feeling pretty good as Rooster here, having a little bit more control over this early part of the lane. As, yeah, playing Sylas into the Syndra it's a mood and not a good one in the early times.
You basically just, you need to like taking a beating. Basically, you're just like, okay, I'm going to sit here in lane and get pummeled over and over and just sustain through it and try not to die. And he did get his rod already at 11.5 minutes, so I would say Roamer's doing a great job. You know, he's not exactly on the same amount of CS or anything, but he has gotten that rod really early. That's essentially his job. As, okay, they're trying to turn onto Setab here, as Roamer can't quite get in range to do any damage, as Sponge throws out a very late ultimate onto him. Now we got a fight down on the bottom side, as Lure is really just controlling this entire lane, it feels like, every time we do look to the bottom side.
Yeah. This time forces the heal out of Pierre with his barrier, so pretty nice trade there. And they want to take this second Drake here with this push. That's why they decided to fight for that, and part of why Guan was actually trying to bait that one out with Roamer in mid. No ult for the Sejuani here for this critical fight.
So, okay, they're going to just try to get onto the Sejuani. Sponge flashes to the other side. As Sitab is left all alone, he does not have his flash, and he finally got his ult back, but still not able to do too much. So first blood goes to Guan. This was such a huge timing for DRX. They just got Ludens on Syndra, and they're still not able to make anything of it.
That Roamer flash, though,
I didn't see that one.
What was he trying to dodge? Because I feel like there's a good reason. I just want to identify it, because Sejuani ult is still down. Maybe he thought Sejuani was going over the wall, and he was scared. Okay, we got those.
Homolife Esports, they won the fight 1-0, and then they backed and lost the server plates. Okay,
this is super disjointed for DRX. Setab over here flashes early, doesn't wait to go over the wall. And then, for some reason, hold on.
Yeah, no, Roamer flashed in to get on top of Setab after Setab flashed away.
No, it was Guan's flash I saw, actually, that went off, not Roamer's at the end there. Not sure why.
Oh. Well.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's gone now, so Guan doesn't have it. Thankfully, for his sake, though, he is going to help his team get the Hextech Drake And it will be an Ocean Soul in this one. So some nice regeneration for all the friends on the Rift.
Otherwise known as the Lake Drake in Challengers.
Oh yes, true. Has a new name.
Rod pretty early here for Roamer.
Yep, 11 and a half.
Yeah, with this build, or with this rune setup, and staved off the pressure pretty well against the Syndra. Rod of Age is going to make him a formidable foe in a side lane, something that it's very difficult for the Syndra to deal with. I think with new Syndra, definitely easier than it used to be, but still somewhat problematic. And an only slight gold lead here, actually, for the Syndra, despite the CS deficit. He's up at, like, oscillating between 50 and 70 gold, depending on the CS that's last taken. So handling the pressure well, getting that Rod of Ages early, which is the key.
Yeah.
Can they defend this turret, though? Guon is coming down with ult.
Sponge also here. The bottom lane returning to its original best form, a 3v3 Twisted Tree line. That is all you need it to be. Just leave your junglers down on the bottom side. They don't need farm. It's fine. Just help out your Zeri. But yeah, this is looking a little bit unlikely that they do hold on to this. Although DRX do back away. A little push here from Roamer actually into a Syndra is quite interesting, as he's able to get first roam, and I think that's part of why they do back away. Meanwhile, on the top side,
yeah, this is
they don't know where Roamer is, and I think they're getting a lot of value out of this.
Yeah, this is actually starting to become a bit of a problem here for Cleaver. His call is going to finish right now, so he's picking up that extra money. But, I mean, Rooster already has his gauntlet online, and I wonder now for Hanwha Life Esports how comfortable you feel to actually look for some real big skirmish fights, because you're looking at Casante's ready to fight. Guon has his mythic, right? Or not his mythic, his first item, excuse me. You have Rod of Ages on the Sylas, who's starting to get further ahead and can start to side lane a little bit better. Zeri, right now, only 400 gold behind. Like, it's not that significant, the lead that Lucian has. And for this second Herald, I think as Hanwha Life Esports is realistic here, especially with the Sejuani ult stolen, to control this choke point fight, and I think DRX know it. And this is a really scary moment for DRX, considering that they have the Lucian comp, they have the Syndra that likes to skirmish, they have the Sejuani, and yet the spikes that are being hit here for Hanwha Life Esports, plus the 2 Elemental Drakes, means that they're just walking right up to the sand, come at me, DRX. And that's not where we should be at this game state.
Yeah, their turn is pretty incredible, but it does look like Hanwha Life Esports just want to back away from this one. No need to force a fight just yet. The mid game for DRX is very strong just because you got Syndra and Lucian who can just essentially one-tap a lot of champs. Not really into like the Sejuani or the Gnar, or not the Vi or the Cassante. I'm like losing my mind. There are a lot of bruisers on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, but certainly the mid-game power is there within the comp of DRX. So I think for Hanwha Life Esports, they're just happy. You know, they've gotten kind of every objective, and they're not behind. So they're like, hey, this is cool.
Clear has Flash, and he has Hop. Still gonna go for this Q3. And Vi is back.
away.
This was a bit of a disconnect, I think, in terms of the communication between Rooster and Guon. With Soluki energy there, right there. No pings either, but, you know, not going to be the end of the world here as Clear gets his Mega Gnar, is going to push this in. And we've gotten to the point of the game where the Lucian-Zeri trade-off in mid lane, except that Zeri already has Shield Bow, not really under any threat here. I'd love to see what Satab's stacks are at right now, but we're not going to take a look at it at this
The
moment.
chain's not going to hit from the Sylas, so Sponge actually just going to stay alive. The Tidal Wave doesn't do much, and actually, stolen Tidal Wave. These two teams are scared to fight each other. Hanwha Life Esports is like, no, I'm not going into that choke, and DRX are like, please get away from me.
Yeah, it's really interesting how DRX just can't seem to group properly to actually look for a setup fight, because I think their comp is better at fighting at this stage of the game normally, or, you know, I'd say like maybe 3 minutes ago, where we are quickly passing that point of the spike for DRX with the early Gale Force and stuff like that. But they're just not actually properly set up to make it happen. TP going to be forced, though.
Yeah, you see Rooster. It seemed like he really wanted some kind of angle here. He's still kind of hoping for one. Clear is about to hit Mega Gnar, though. So not sure if this is exactly the timing they're looking for. Good timing for Clear to just hold this, not attack anything, just wait for the Mega Gnar potentially, as he is going to be spotted with a scanner over the wall. And the Ocean Drake is alive.
Oh, this is so scary. This Silas with Flash Gnar. Have to respect it.
Oh no, better Gnar.
We've seen this one before. Yeah, they're just going to try to force this turret down while Roamer's on the other side, blocking them out from the Drake. No minion wave here, really, though.
Okay, charge. It's going to do a nice amount of damage. You see HLE still a little bit reluctant to just start the Drake. They do have total control of this.
I was going to say,
bait them
like,
into a fight with their better Gnar.
Use your Gnar before it runs out and force a fight here on Drake with the Herald, or don't drop the Herald, you know? Roamer is teasing the idea of it, but start that Drake and look for the turn.
All right, well, they finally did that. Rooster gets in front of his Lulu. That was very cute. Actually is able to save him as the turret goes down somewhere. And a lot of damage done to the members of HLE Esports. So, again, it's just the one solo Ocean Drake, so they're just going to let this one go. As you were mentioning, Wolf, they had a lot of opportunities to, like, really bait them into a fight, try to pull them in, but it's almost like they're playing a bit scared. They're like, I'm not sure if this is the right play, if we should go for this, if we should take this objective.
I think the volatility of how these comps go, like how quickly you can really fall off a cliff if you fall behind, as DRX especially, is what's keeping them back. Although I think they should be looking for more opportunities, or should have, and now that point, like I mentioned before, is kind of past. It's not impossible to win fights here, but you need to have good CCs up. You need to catch somebody with a Sejuani ult, or you need to have a Lucian in position to actually Gale Force forward after the dash with this rapid fire cannon now. You know, or Clear needs to be on a flank angle, building Gnar in a side lane, which he hasn't really had the freedom to do. Rooster's actually controlling this so well. It's been rare we've actually seen Cassante really kind of bully a Gnar like this, and I'm not talking like he's crushing him, he's up 3 kills or something, but he's actually handling the Gnar in sides. He's actually pushing the Gnar into turret very freely. So for DRX, how do you get that Gnar into position right now? It's very awkward, right? And we see the Cleaver first here for the Gnar as well. He does have that online now. But HLE Esports are like, I don't want to start a fight up because we're in such a safe spot and our comp scales really well. And we have Rod of Ages coming online. Roamer's going to be hitting 16, significantly ahead of Satab. So we'll let this Drake go because we have a nice amount of control over this game, and we just, like, being even in gold is massive for them, so why risk throwing it all away when you could just be on your way to another Zarya item, that side laning Silas, who's just going to be able to sit out here freely and push these turrets in.
So we do have level 14 here for the Silas. Looks like his rod just finished loading up. So he has hit level 14. He is getting so close to that level 16 power spike.
This is such a crazy potential dive here.
Yeah, they were looking for this one, as the scout of the week there is going to actually stop Guan from really getting in. And it kind of looks like halfway through that, HLE Esports, again, they're like, you know what, never mind. We're just going to scale. I'd rather not fight you here. We're just going to threaten it. Maybe we'll get the TP from Clear, which they did. They force him to get out of the side lane, and they buy themselves some more time.
Yep, more time bought. And the Silas going to be hitting 15 soon. We're getting close to like a sub 25 minute 16 Silas, which is the new way. It's the new normal. I hate when people say new normal. It makes me just feel really sad. Like, it's going to be bad now. I'm like, no, don't say that. Like, we could accept that things have changed, but don't call it the new normal. I just don't like that term. I don't know why I said that. But anyway.
Let's just turn this into Wolf's Rant podcast.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, it is 1-0 in a Challengers game, 22.5 minutes in.
Okay.
Satab might die here. He's going to wait maybe for a scatter. Doesn't use the scatter. Didn't look
TP
like it at least.
committed. I think
even
he
a
is
TP?
done.
Like, what? I don't even think they needed the TP, but Rooster says, I want to be part of the action. I'm getting a little bit bored, and then Vice steals the kill.
Look at the rotation up here from Clear. They're going to try to turn this into a Baron play. That's why they committed the TP. Actually, a really good read from Clear. He realizes this immediately, doesn't actually try to side lane, doesn't have TP, just runs over here. Is building a little bit of Gnar bar, so he's going to have the timing for this. but they don't really have enough damage in this fight, I don't think, at this stage.
Okay, Gnar stolen.
Yeah.
I think DRX have to back out of this. Are they really going to fight into the Gnar? I mean, Romer is going really far. He's like...
But he's winning this for
Okay,
them.
yeah, actually, he's just going to pull them away.
He's
Makes
like,
sense.
chase me all the way through my turret if you want, but the Baron is ours. That was actually, I think, played very well by both teams. You know, the quick reaction from Clear, he runs right over while managing his Gnar bar so he can come over and look for the turn. Problem is, better Gnar on the other side, who now has his Zonias. So just let that sink in for a minute, esports fans. And he just decides, okay, I can pull this Gnar away, and there's nothing they can do. And if everyone collapses onto Romer, then he just ults all of them, and the Baron is just kind of checkmated at that point. So do I want to blame Satab for this? No, but his aggressive side lane, which we talked about from the beginning of how, yeah, he bullies in lane, but didn't get that far ahead. The Sylas will crush him and has a lot of friends who can back up that type of pressure in a lane. Super Bowl, TP comes in, bam. That's the Baron early here for Hanwha Esports without a fight. Looking very good for them right now. 3,000 gold ahead with the scaling Zeri.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about their chances. I mean, there's still a lot of ways for DRX to click a couple buttons and force a fight in their favor. We've seen this happen in the Challengers League here where, you know, one guy oversteps, he kind of gets burst down. They still have Gnar, they have Syndra Scat of the Week, they have Sejuani Ultimate. They still have Lucian, who can do a crazy amount of burst damage as the game comes along, so there are ways. But again, you know, the scaling, as we have mentioned multiple times with all of the time we have had in this one, in the favor of Hanwha Esports, as they are going to go for this Ocean Drake. Sponge is knocked in way into the team, can't do anything, actually gets thrown over the wall here, and the Cinder's left with no front line. Sponge doesn't die somehow, but it doesn't quite matter because everybody else on the side of Hanwha Esports was just so safe the entire time, while one by one the members of DRX got picked off.
The Sylas pick here just... Fellas, I feel like I'm watching last year again as Pyro. He dies. You remember last season when Sylas was a niche pick at first? And I was like, ooh, this is pretty good. Like, pretty good into Azir. It was like Azir every game. Corki got nerfed. And it was like, okay, Corki Azir. Corki gets nerfed, Azir every game. And then some bright mind, and I don't know who came up with the first like idea of like, you know, I think Sylas might be viable. It might have been Showmaker. But starts coming through. We see Vikla play it a lot. We see a bunch of players pick it up. And then it becomes this perma-prio champion in our previous Zeri meta. And now here we are again, where Sylas just so difficult to kill, could steal so many critical ultimates in a fight like this, and Zeri untouched. Clear tries, man. I mean, he tries his best, but
he got her alone, and that was like, okay, I guess I'm just dead.
There's just too much of a front line here with this Sylas pick, and now he's got Rod of Ages. Remember when Sylas, like, literally 2 days ago, we were like, oh yeah, like, Sylas should see a little bit more play maybe. And now in Challengers and in the LCK to a certain extent, like, feels perma-picked. And it's like everybody learned a different version of why Sylas was good in Zeri meta this year. History repeats crazy.
Yeah. Hanwha Esports' playstyle is very interesting because it's totally different from what we've been watching. It feels relatively clean. It's almost like as a team they've made a decision like, no, we're not just gonna go crazy and play the Challenger League meta. We're like gonna play to our win conditions, try to make as little mistakes as possible, avoid a lot of fights where a lot of people could probably have pressed buttons and just out-skilled their opponents and maybe still won. But Hanwha Esports didn't really do any of that. They're like, no, we'll just wait. We'll just wait until the enemy team makes a mistake. We'll catch Satab in the side lane alone and then get a Baron off of it. Like, that's the second kill in the game. They got Baron off of the second kill in the game, 25 minutes in. It's a very interesting style, and it feels very suffocating. It feels like DRX didn't really know what to do against it. They didn't force any fights themselves either with their power spikes.
Exactly, that's what I was saying earlier. I think DRX needed to hit the Gale Force spike and look for fights with Syndra, even if she didn't have her Ludens yet, which I don't think she did at that stage. And they could have actually looked to contest, but they were like, ooh, this is too scary. This is Sylas. He's very tanky. We don't have control. He's got Gnar ult. You know, there are a lot of problems with giving Sylas this much power, which is why we don't see Gnar in a lot of Sylas metas.
Uh-oh, no charge up here from the Vi, but Guwon's just gonna go in, and Zeri is already huge. He has the IE completed, and Clear just has to Gnar backwards just to try to get some room for his team, and they are just left to the hungry wolf that is Zeri, not my co-caster. As, yeah, that's 3 free kills, essentially. They tried to go in onto the Vi, and a super clean turn from Hamalife Esports. This team is looking great.
Yeah. I'm also not hungry. I just had half a pizza shared with Valdez. Don't worry. We had a little pizza to break. Thanks, WDG, for the pizza.
Very nice.
These fights that seem... like, for DRX, it seems like, oh, this is what our cop's supposed to do. We're supposed to look for a pick. We got to find the angle. It's just so frustrating when you come up with nothing, you end up hitting a target that is just going to tank through it. Like, Guwon just instantly pops his Radiant Virtue and then stopwatches, and the rest of the team gets value from the Radiant Virtue, and he sits there, and your Zeri is scaled. Look at this from Sponge. He's like, I just need any target possible. Positioning, by the way, for Guwon here prevents that angle from hitting Lure, who then dodges the tidal wave, ults through, and is just speed skating. He's got that buff from the Radiant Virtue.
Lucian died so fast.
Yeah.
And I don't even think Setab was there. I mean, he got there, but it seemed a bit late. Like, he wasn't able to do anything. At this point, the Syndra is like, I don't know, it's like your little 5-year-old cousin is trying to slap your arm or something. Like, it barely does anything compared to the Zeri at this point in the game.
Well, there's so many threats for the Lucian too, because okay, I'm gonna hold that thought.
Yeah, here we go again. Look at this target now. They get onto the Nami this time, and Lure is just, you know, he's not picky. He'll take anything he can get. So if it's a Nami, if it's a Mermaid, if it's a Boar, if it's a whatever Gnar is, sure, that sounds good. As the Zeri has a quadra kill and is looking for a Penta, as Lure is now going to chase Pleta.
A Penta Searcher.
Any Penta Searchers? Okay, nice movement here from Pleta. He is dashing away, trying to deny the Penta. But he's not being very successful. Do we have another dash here from Lure? He's got great vision. He's gonna zap him down! And there is the pentakill from Lure.
Beautifully played. It's the ace with the penta, and the base is going down. Meanwhile, 8,000 damage in that team fight for Lure alone. It's a 14-0, extremely one-sided bop here in 30 minutes, and we got to vote for POG. It's a tough call. On one hand, I want to give it to Sylas because he played such a beautiful mid-game, but might have just gotten overtaken by Lure there at the end.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give it to the Penta Searcher. I think he played it very well. He was never seen. I mean, to be honest, if I have to be completely honest, I think that DRX didn't really give them much of a challenge, and Lure was basically able to do whatever he wanted. So he is a great player, but he was also made to look incredibly amazing because he essentially was super, untouched the entire time.
There's a lot of things, too, that happen in this game that are quite unusual beyond the Zeri playing out the laning phase really well. Like, let's not forget to mention that yeah, he popped his barrier earlier, but still actually got a good push with it, then came back and started getting ahead in the bottom lane, then forced another all-in bottom side so they could get a Drake, so they got that early Drake. Another thing that is very rare to happen is a Cassante actually having power against a Gnar in the early game. Really good laning there from Rooster on the top side of the map to actually push him down and control the early parts of that. Syndra, good laning phase, forcing the Sylas to back early, forcing him to back a second time after his teleport was gone. But couldn't actually, like, DRX just didn't know how to force a 5v5 fight when the Gale Force was ready, because there's just so many threats on Hamalife, and I think you still have to be willing to take that risk and look for that fight, because yeah, if Zeri gets 2 kills on a Rift Herald fight, you're definitely going to lose the game. But if you don't fight ever at all, you're also definitely going to lose the game. So if you're going to run this comp, I think you have to play it with a different attitude, if that makes sense.
They chose the old Gen.G strat, which is do nothing until you lose, and it's an unfortunate one. Hamalife Esports will eat teams that do that alive, as we did just see. They have a lot of talented members on their team. I feel like every individual player had a great moment where they did something, to really push their team ahead. We ended up having to vote for the Zeri, because that's the way it goes a lot
I
of the
think
time.
Roamer might get it, but I did vote for the Zeri. So.
We're not exactly helping Roamer. So yeah, Lure is going to pick it up here, 8-0 and 4. When Legendary got a pentakill, did nearly 37% of the damage.
At least one of the Korean commentators also voted for him because we are outnumbered by them.
True.
Like it's 3-2, so it was so funny if it's the play-by-play caster, I believe is the Marine today. The other two analysts are like, no, silence!
Yeah.
Robbed!
Guwon had some good plays as well.
Yeah, he did.
Like, his Vi was really clean.
Rooster was not pog-worthy, but we did kind of never look at top lane, but it was because it usually only look when the Gnar is kind of putting the pressure on the Cassante. Not this time.
Yeah.
So, good game here for Hanwha. Good macro, and does look like Somdi, yes, one of the YouTube chatters pointing it out again. Striking resemblance to hairstyle of Somdi.
Yeah. Maybe some inspiration, perhaps.
You ever seen Somdi and Lure in the same room?
Never, actually.
No.
That's true.
Sure
now that you mention it, yeah.
Pretty sure that proves something suspicious is going on.
Yeah, it's clear proof. Also had 290 CS, so nearly 10 CS a minute, as it was a 30-minute game. So really good stuff from Lure. Just a hard carry from the Zeri as we got her ahead. Either way, guys, that is it for Game 1. We'll be back.
파란 팀의 억제기가 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, guys. We are here in the midst of Humble Life Esports up against DRX at Challenger League. And so far, Humble Life Esports have not allowed DRX to get a single kill. It was a 14-0 lack of blood in that first one. Humble Life just totally zoning them out of everything.
I hope we see some changes in the draft. I still think that... Well, here's the thing. If DRX is going to play like they just did, I had a thought. If they're going to play like they just did, I would expect that they will probably want red side, right? Like they will probably want to play the Zeri comp, the more scaling comp, and not pick blue side. I think if they've identified the same problems that we in the chat and probably the Korean commentators identified about them not hitting their spikes,
Yeah.
if they also see this, I would say pick red side. Like play not to your weaknesses. We'll see if their strengths are on the red side or not, but I expect, however, Valdez, that they will pick blue side and draft this way again. Because that's what they prepared for today, and it's hard to completely shift gears in the middle of a best of three when you're this young. And yes, this roster does have a lot of experience. Some of these players way more experienced than a lot of Challengers players, even on the other side. But time will tell. We're still waiting on word for whether or not we are... Which side we're going to?
Yeah, I think I would have to say blue.
I think I have to say I would have
This
to.
kind of feels like a
guess
salty
blue.
run back because I think DRX are a smart enough team to be like, okay, we know what went wrong. We're going to change that. We're going to mix it up. Like, we're going to pick the same comp, except this time we're going to play Victor instead of Syndra or something like that, you know? DRX selected... Blue
side. We called it. Although we don't agree with it, we called it. But like I said, this is what you prepared, and I think the run back is coming. I think the draft will look
just a
almost
little bit,
the same.
you know, a little bit of a run back. Who's your favorite chat? My favorite chat is MySpace chat.
Xfire.
Facebook chat gets a solid like second place.
Xfire was always my. Did you ever use Xfire chat?
No.
Ahead of its time.
No, I have not.
It was basically Steam chat. You know how Steam tells you like what game you're playing and stuff. You can message anybody. It's like that, but it tells you what. It's basically pre-Discord. It shows what game you're playing. You can message anyone, anything, and you do the same overlay thing like you did on Steam, but in any game. It just Xfire works for everything. I could message people while I was playing StarCraft. It was great.
Cool.
Now Discord exists, and I'm a boomer, and you know, people don't know what that is, but
Yeah.
AOL Instant Messenger, yeah.
This is Penta for Lure. And why are you so good, Hanwha Life Esports?
Well, some good
That's the question.
rotations, solid drafting, nice setups. Like I can answer her. Like you should tell her to talk
Some
to me after
great
the show.
hair. Maybe
Yeah.
it's the hair. Maybe Rooster's just.
Can't believe they let
leading
Somebody
them all
play on this team.
Yeah. Okay. So again, same sides, same starting, and Hanwha Life Esports for them. Again, you know, the onus is never on them to change anything because they almost got a perfect game outside of like one Drake, I think. So for them, just go ahead and do the same thing. DRX, what else are you going to bring into this one? I believe that Heimer ban is the first difference. I mean, they banned Heimer, but they didn't ban him first in the first game.
Okay, Rise also off the cards. Now, if you want to run the Solution Nami back, you're going to leave the Zeri open, of course. Vi is banned this time around. That was pretty problematic for them, I think, especially with the Sylas. Super empowered by Vi hovering around that lane. I think that we'll probably see a Sylas ban in the second ban phase if they really do run this draft back completely. It would be really funny if Han would just ban Lucian now, though, also, and they have to do something else. They could do a similar draft, of course, with the Varus, but I don't think they will. Maokai goes in this slot.
True.
Karma, though?
Yeah, the Karma ban is back on the cards.
Well, if you ban the Vi and the Karma, then Hanwha Life will probably take the Maokai for themselves if you do go for that Lucian or Nami first pick.
Caitlyn has been left open, by the way, the entire day. Seems like Challenger League doesn't really want to play with the Caitlyn. Not too much.
I think the power trough for Caitlyn in the mid game is where a lot of teams do struggle. So I think her power is just so insane versus area right now that I think we should be seeing it more. But they'll actually take the Wukong, leaving the Maokai open here.
Yeah.
I have a feeling Sejuani coming through with the Nami.
Which one first, though?
Sejuani. Oh! I mean, the thing is, if you're not sure if you're going to lock in the Sejuani, you will put Nami up first and hover and spend this extra time to think about it. So I guess in that regard, that's what we're seeing. Zillion jungle. DRX really just said, Riot said all junglers are viable with the jungle pets.
Yeah, sure.
Zillion runs
in
really
there.
fast.
No, it's Sejuani. And Lulu. Feels very good.
Yep.
So
Alright,
yeah, you were calling for the Silas ban.
I think Silas ban here, or they need to change up the mid matchup because obviously the Sejuani or the Syndra, excuse me, didn't work out for them in those early team fights, and even though he laned well, he couldn't actually push that power into objectives. I think Hell No League Esports literally doesn't have to change anything else about this draft though. Okay, that's not Silas.
Yeah, no changes yet, but it could be, you know, Kassadin Silas. You never know. Still got a second ban. Now, I think they banned Jax here.
Yeah. I think if they want to run Cassante again, they could just ban Gnar, but then the Cassante ban comes through. But then they get the Silas, they could play something else.
Yeah.
But they want it to be Cassante Gnar because that went so well for them last time. Okay, this is a change up. Not going to be the Cassante this time around. Perhaps we'll save that 5th pick for last now. Well, I mean, this 5th pick is always going to be last. Save that mid pick for last now, I should say.
Syndra.
Ooh. This is a completely different look. I'm not sure how I feel about this just yet. I think it's a very risky blind pick right now into what DRX are running. Because now DRX can play Silas and feel very good about it. They can also play Azir here and feel very good about it, I think.
They definitely have a lot of options. It does mean they will have to blind pick top, which is probably just going to be Gnar because it's the safest thing that's available here. It leaves a chance for Rooster potentially to be the carry, to pick something like a Fiora, like a Camille that can really put on the pressure in a side lane and make this a 4-1. But you don't necessarily have to do that, especially if you are running a Zeri composition.
I like Camille for Rooster here a lot, especially because he has a Wukong with him. There's the Azir. So going for that rather than going for the Silas here. Gangplank is another really cool option here in terms of scaling aspects and having a big impact across the map, but fairly squishy.
Yone.
All right.
Yone top.
Didn't expect that one. I think the side laning power of Yone in this composition is his power is based upon his lead or lack thereof when we do get to that stage of the game, because Azir can beat a Yone in a side lane, especially if he's shadowed, if the Yone is having a bad game and is struggling, right? So Gnar can also handle him pretty well. I don't think On Life Esports is going to have a bad game, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, they did look really dominant in the first game, so sometimes you see drafts like this and you're like, well, I guess maybe Rooster's just going to make it work.
Some of the same reasons why DRX, I think, were really timid in fighting in Game 1 were because of the setups that On Life had with their draft, right? Where they had the Cassante with Prio top, they had a Silas that could, you know, steal the Gnar ultimate away, made it very awkward to fight for those first few Heralds and Drakes. In a similar way, the Yone ultimate in the early game is super strong with Wukong's ult. Like, this is a tough comp to fight. And so, if you're thinking, oh yeah, I got the Lucian Nami, Gale Force Power Spike, Azir, we have a good team fight here, you may find yourself running into trouble because Sejuani, yeah, she's got a good ult here, but Gnar is reliant on his Gnar bar. Sejuani, outside of her ult, is going to probably never get into the backline, into that Wukong, the Syndra. Not going to be a fun time.
Well, guys, it looks like we're just about ready to jump into this one. Should be absolutely a different look. Maybe could be more of a bloody one with some new champs. Yone back into the action. up in the top side alongside of that Syndra in the mid lane here for Homolife Esports. So trying something new up against what they have shown on the side of DRX. It looks like we are just about to jump onto the Rift, guys. So here we go for game number 2.
Someone in the chat asked how old Guwon is. He's 19. Was born in 2003. He will be 20 in about 2 months' time. Just want to give you guys all the history about these players and some of the additional info.
He was born on December 19th.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I was reading the 3 wrong. He's got 10 months, 11 months to go before he turns
Yep.
20. My bad.
A long time.
When can we see Tarek Wolf make it happen, please? I cannot will it to be, but I can hope alongside you guys. We did see some Tarek in 2021.
Yeah, it didn't go so well, but this mid lane matchup is going to be interesting.
I actually like this early trade from Romer.
Of course.
Did go Comet instead of Airy, which is a pretty safe choice. This lane can be so volatile. I think a lot of people favor the Yone going into this lane, but it's really about whether you hit your Qs. And Gnar is a laner who feels pretty safe against almost anything. And you get the right hyper procs, you get the right trade here with Conqueror. You're going to start getting ahead, obviously, in terms of those trades. But I think Clear's going to play respectfully through the early parts. Because the risk is so high that Rooster actually gets ahead in this lane, and then you can never fight with your comp. Which is why I like this Yone pick a lot, because it basically says, hey, you guys want a spike like you did last game with this Lucian, you're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, definitely going for some more lane dominance, holding that counter pick for the top lane. And Romer with the blind pick Syndra. You can see this is already going pretty well for him. He did go for Corrupting Pot, which allows him to trade pretty aggressively and to take a bunch of the harass that Azir is definitely known for. Sponge, though, over the wall. Romer, he might not expect this kind of timing. The Azir...
He has no idea.
Yeah. But...
They
actually,
don't.
yeah, it just pushes away from him and they don't go for it. I mean, Azir does not have the best gank assist from the lane, so...
Yeah, pre-6, he's going to have a problem.
It's going to be up to Sponge. Nice flash, very quick into immediate scatter the weak onto both of them.
Double scatter, insta-flash.
Clean.
On basically the frame that Sejuani's model appeared on his screen. He just was not going to be caught. Speaking of getting caught...
Uh-oh. That was a stealth monkey coming in, but Sitab does not have to go for the flash as Scatter... If they just waited like 5 more seconds, Scatter was off cooldown, probably could have been a kill.
That was clean. Suddenly pretty hyped about this Hanwha Challenger squad, and we know that this squad has had its ups and downs, obviously, across its org's history, but them being having them this on form right now, yeah.
He whipped the blue buff out of the brush so that Guwon could smite it. He whipped it out of the brush.
That is the result. Remember what happened to Clid? I don't want to see it again. Gnar is coming down.
Yeah, this one should feel a bit better. It's probably going to have to be Guwon flashing. I don't think he's getting out of this, actually. He's not even going to flash.
Trickster? Oh, there's no plant.
Wait, why did he flash? He's never getting out of this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Sponge is going to flash to follow, and it won't be the biggest deal, but certainly a deal.
Well, it does cost Clear some CS, but it was a cannon wave, so not that much, actually. It's just not much of a trade-off here. Flash and dead. Could have just taken the small W, but he wanted to capitalize it. And he got erased.
What happens when you turn that W upside down, Wolf? I mean, you knew what it was on Friday.
He said, I think some M, yeah. That's why I said,
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, the frustrating thing about this is like, if the blast cone had spawned, which doesn't this early, like maybe he could have flashed onto that. I think he just kind of panicked. Satab.
Okay, going in for this one, but Guan is here. I mean, they knew he was here. The Nami saw him. As Guan is still going for this one. He's over the wall, but now there's a Sejuani in this one. They're just going insane. As, okay, Rover will survive the Yone ult. Hits nothing, but it doesn't matter because it gets him into position and takes down Sponge.
Heals traded. Okay, very long extended fight here in the mid lane. Who says we have to 3v3 bot every game? We could make it a 3v3 mid game. This time it's personal. Okay, well, Duro rotates over, heals there. They have just enough damage to go through. This is flashless, of course, on the Wukong. Then he pulls this off. And now, money over here on the side of HLE. These are the kinds of trades you want to be avoiding as the Gnar, but the wave is in an awkward spot. As soon as he takes the bad trade, he's going to shove it in. Look for a back timing here, it looks like.
You know, if you look at Clear's name, kind of like from the side, it kind of looks like Gnar.
Not seeing it, really.
Like the CLE kind of can look like GM, you know?
Okay, well, this fight is really nice heal from Duro. Rooster roams down, whatever. Rooster's flash is down also after this.
Nice little bubble. Lure is probably dead here. It doesn't even look like he... Okay, he's going to flash late. Not what we like to see there, but a good capitalization from DRX this time.
Yeah, Duro also having to flash. Had no heal to help give the speed up there to Lure, so I think Lure kind of perhaps forgetting about that, expecting that he's going to have that extra bit of movement speed to get into the wall so he can zoom out of there, but does not happen. I see what you're saying with the C, like, connected to the L, kind of.
Yeah, it kind of makes the capital G.
Yeah,
and then the E,
bit.
if it's like a little blurred, it's kind of like an N.
I mean, I'm just trying to... I'm your co-caster. I can't make you look bad, so I'm just going to say yes.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, no, I see it for sure. I'm winking at you, chat. You know, I'm definitely crossing my fingers under the table. I mean, no, yeah, totally. Hanawa Life finding themselves pretty significantly behind in gold here, but the gold they do have is on the Yone. And DRX, if they give this Drake up right now, which it looks like they are prepared to do because they're completely in no man's land, they want to trade this for Herald. This could be very problematic because I think Hanawa Life Esports, if they rotate quickly enough, can contest Herald. Rooster has ult, but they're not going to commit. Just a little bit slow on this one. And this is, I think, in a lot of ways, really a better trade for Hanawa Life Esports, because where are you going to get money with this Herald? Also, Lurik's going to get a free plate while you commit everything topside. So Zeri gets gold bottom. You're going to drop this top onto a Yone that you can't dive. You shouldn't be able to.
Who did this in LCK just yesterday? With the
5-man Herald top?
Yeah, the lane swaps, and then the Herald top to give it to the AD carry. It was a Zeri.
I think it was...
It wasn't KT. It was
no,
one of
it was
the teams
the previous.
in the first
it was the first series.
I guess it was Hanawa Life Esports, right? Because unless it was Live Sandbox.
No, I think it was Sandbox. I think you're right. I think it was Sandbox. Anyway, yes, we discussed this at length yesterday. Herald not dropped, by the way. Again, Yone is so difficult to dive here. They can't trick him with the lane swap. We'll lose a little bit of farm here, and he does not have teleport, so this is a smart move, but I think this one is not going as successfully as the last. Remember, Lure got plates bottom side too. Lost some CS, no doubt, and so did Rooster, but the 5 minutes of time that HLE buy with this Drake itself alone makes me feel pretty good about their current game state.
Yeah.
Even down 700 gold.
And it looks like DRX's bottom lane is going back to the bottom lane, as is Hanawa Life Esports' bottom lane. Reading the re-swap.
I think it was a Cassante that did the swap with the Zeri last time. That was the top laner.
Probably?
It's a lot.
It's probably a pretty high chance, yeah.
I think it's a lot trickier to pull this off with an R2.
Uh-oh, Piero. Oh no, not like this. He might be okay, actually. There's not a lot of damage. He just flashed away. And it didn't look like Humble Life Esports really wanted to commit to that just because, of course, Sponge was right there, and so was the Azir Satap. So he's just going to get away. They get his flash and his heal.
Yeah, Roamer doesn't commit the ult. I think he probably would have still lived, even if the ult goes off there. But that's what I'm just saying is Roamer realizes like they can't actually kill him, and they're happy with the flash. Lure going to get heralded here, and there is no ult for this Wukong, so he needs to be very respectful. No level 6 for Duro either.
Yep.
Surprised they actually don't try to force this even further. Force a flash. I mean, the flash is actually already down for Duro still from that previous engage. I think they could have pushed the envelope further, Valdez, but
Yeah.
better safe than sorry is what they think.
Roamer was roaming down to the bottom side, so maybe they just were like, well, if we dive, maybe the Cinder gets here faster. Both mid laners had TP, so there was like potential to make some plays, but either way, it just means we're chilling. Still no more kills after this. Top lane has evened out a bit.
Do you think that, like, I want to get your take on this because right now I'm very confident in the capabilities of this Hanwha roster. Is missing that one could cost Rooster some health. Do you agree that you think Hanwha has not taken enough damage here in this early game and is in a really nice spot, or do you kind of feel like Lucian's about to hit Gale Force soon, this game's about to turn on its head on this next Drake fight, like DRX are going to contest? Because I'm not ready to trust that DRX are actually going to pull this one off on this upcoming fight here in 70 seconds. Like I'm really feeling like the gold graph is telling a lie.
Early. It does feel a little bit early for them. It still feels like the game is even enough that I think it's just going to come down to execution on this fight. But certainly their spike for Lucian is right around the corner, but so is Roamer's. Only thing about Roamer is that he's actually going Rod, which is not a Cinder item.
That's not very normally someone check him PCN game.
Maybe he's going Abyssal Mask?
No, I don't think so.
JK?
He's definitely going for the Rod, but this is a really big time for DRX to force this fight. Like, this is the fight they didn't force and couldn't force last game. They've got a Azir ult. They have Sejuani ult. Gnar with TP. You know, there's so many ways this goes their way. And I think Hanwha are willing to give it up because they have that extra Drake buffer, but I think DRX can't fall into their trap and play their games. Like, right now, Gnar coming up here topside is fine because he does have TP. But they need to be starting this Drake up, like, right now. Clear that bottom wave and go in, because if Hanwha get more money for Rooster and then he decides he wants a TP mid, and Hanwha get plate gold top for Yone and get this Drake and have a 2 Drake lead for the Zeri comp, that's when we're in a similar situation to game 1. It feels really bad.
Clear's getting in there, and ult away. That is going to be just ready to go, even after he is put in the wall, of course. And now, DRX going to start this up as soon as they possibly could. We do see Guan is kind of hanging around here. He could potentially go for this, and even DRX are going to back off of the Dragon for now. Still having it leashed. Not continuing onto it. Lure just trying to keep it leashed for now, as the two junglers going to butt heads here. With the Zeri on the opposite side as well, has to go into the clone as they want to follow up. This goes onto the Zeri. Lure is actually fine. He does jump into the ult and has to barrier. But at the end of the day, you know, Humble Life Esports not necessarily really able to take this fight, so not sure even why they were there.
I think the fact that Rooster has no ult makes this a very awkward situation because he was forced to use it by clear, so even if he does TP down, which he didn't have unleashed TP at the beginning of this fight, obviously, so he would have had to teleport to the bottom turret or the mid turret. It's very weird without even having the possibility of Yone turning to do this. If he was there with ult and he teleported mid, I think DRX show a lot more respect, but he's pushed back, so good play from Clear right before the timing of this, gets those hyper procs off and forces Rooster with his Narbar to ult away. I think that's kind of the unseen force of that Drake take, is that Clear forces the Yone away. Roamer doesn't have that first item just yet. And it's still a Zeri comp, so this is the kind of objective take that we've been waiting for DRX, and they commit hard this time.
Infernal Soul. We'll see if Life Esports wants to get more aggressive on some of these ones, but I think they really want to use Yone potentially just to deal with an R in a side lane. I mean, he will have immense team fighting potential, especially alongside of the Wombo combo of the Wukong, so can get him in there, but we'll have to wait and see how it does go. Life Esports will take the second Rift Herald now. As once again, Sponge just trying to hang around, but Guan will get this pretty easily, as this bottom turret doesn't look like it has long to live, as this will be the trade here for DRX.
Yep. A little bit of funny movement there from Fleta, but it does take it down here. Not gonna try to have the turret like kill some minions or anything, just takes it out and leaves. You do sometimes see players try to, you know, make sure the turret takes as many minions with it as they can, but it was very low health. We're getting to the stage of the game where some tough calls are going to have to be made for Hanwha Life here in terms of what they want to do with the side lanes, because Syndra and Yone, who do they match up against? Do you want the Yone to actually fight the Azir? The Azir, with Ludens this game, can definitely tussle with the Yone a little bit, especially if it's shadowed. Or do you want to actually try to send your Gnar back to the Yone as we were before, because it was going pretty well, and have the Azir into the Syndra? I think that Hanwha Life just simply can sit back so much because they have this turret on the top side untouched. Like, yeah, Rooster had to ult there, but the turret wasn't taken out. And they could just react because they just need to not lose. That's the goal. Even if this Rift Herald doesn't take a turret out, you're still feeling really nice as Hanwha Life right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just chilling, right? They're not losing anything. They got that first Ocean, so they have a long while until they really feel pressured into taking a big fight or anything like that. And they're just scaling up. Lure did a fantastic job when he was fed the last time around. Roamer, I'm a little bit worried about him. I wonder if he went Rod just because he knew this was going to be a long game. He's like, okay, I just want to get there a little bit sooner. I want to be more of a problem a little bit sooner, you know. Although that line, I think it doesn't really work because they're not fighting either. So
I saw the chat like kind of mentioning, a few people were discussing that the Rod could affect his execute, but that's based on his passive, his splinter stacks now and stuff like that. Like, that's how his abilities get upgraded, not by levels. So, you know, in the past you'd want to get those levels as soon as possible so you could upgrade all of your abilities, but Syndra's been mid-scoped, so it's not as impactful. Still, I mean, getting your abilities upgraded is nice, and you do get the base stats from that, but it is kind of puzzling. Syndra is in a weird state right now where Ludens is a lot of burst damage, right? Leandri's is, but you know, do you want that in this comp necessarily, where you're really just protecting Azeri? Not necessarily. Ludens is good for a long team fight, but how do you proc it? And yeah, you can get some splinters, but we're talking about the level 16 hit Olive Cafe.
But you get the splinters like slightly faster.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I'm a little bit surprised we don't actually look at the splinters more often in game because, oh, hold that thought. That was potentially a scary tidal wave engage. Still potentially a scary tidal wave engage. Just out of range, so only gets the call off.
Yeah. Not really the play they were looking for. I mean, DRX as well, they're going to be happy if they can kind of casually pick up Infernal Drakes, because Lucian Azir is going to be a big late game threat as well. So even though you might say like Supreme Scaling will go to the side of Hanwha Life Esports, if DRX have total control and they get all these Infernal Drakes, then it kind of does change the angle that you have to look at it, just because of all of that scaling through the Infernals, especially Infernal Soul if they can get to it, although I doubt Hanwha Life Esports will let that happen. Rooster has joined up here.
That's a lot of damage.
Well, actually, I'm just kidding. He is gone now. Haha. He has not joined up. He is backing. And that's an Infernal for DRX.
Yeah, it's weird, like, what build do you actually want for Syndra in this game if you're not taking Rod? They're going back to the kind of conversation, because Luden's hard to proc, Or sorry, Luden's not hard to proc. Leandri's hard to proc. Luden's, you don't really need burst damage. Like, Everfrost is ridiculous. Like, I mean, I could see some utility in that, but do you really want that? Tough call. So, if you want just the base stats early here, I guess it's fine to go Rod. It's still pretty strong. Maybe would have wanted to get tier with it, so you can go into Seraphs next. It's still early days. Like, it's not standardized yet. That's a fun conversation to have. And nothing that happens in Challengers, necessarily has to be the rule by any means.
No, that's certainly true. Holy Esports have a very different playstyle. As I say that, Rooster is going for the execution. Nice flash away, but he flashes straight into Guwon, who says thank you very much. Now everybody's trying to collapse onto the Wukong. A massive Scatter the Weak comes in as now Lure's just going to frontline, get CC'd nearly to death. But it doesn't really matter as the execute quite not there. Roamer and the rest of his team will just back away after a very nice look on the kill on the top side.
Yeah. Turret goes down too. OnLife Esports taking a little bit more map control with this play, but aren't able to turn this into a Baron or anything like that. Can they punish Fleta? No, but they prevent him from getting this turret. The next objective, the next critical one, is probably going to be this Infernal Drake, because I don't think either of these teams... Like, DRX doesn't have the damage to start Baron, nor does OnLife Esports really want to fight quite yet. OnLife Esports has 2 kills in this game, and they're skirmish-based kills, because their comp can skirmish well. Speaking of, this is going to be the second of those 2 kills, where they are able to take out Clear. Unfortunate that he went the wrong way there, but they're trying to trap because he flashes towards the enemy, but also towards his team that's trying to help set up the escape for him.
No cleanse for Fleta, and maybe he dies.
Yeah. Good call.
It was close. I mean, they forced the cleanse. You see the power of the Syndra. It's kind of a control-oriented Syndra, not going to be looking for crazy burst over and over or anything like that, but, you know, waiting for his moment and landing those scatters. And Roamer definitely does feel like that kind of player. Saw a little bit of that on the Sylas as Guwon is kind of getting bullied a little bit by Sponge. This push feels like this may be the 3rd or 4th time they're trying to go for this, as Rooster just kind of laughs at that one. But they will lose the tower.
This is like the best of both worlds. I don't know about this, but for DRX, you absolutely want that turret down because it opens up Lucian Nami so much. But for OnLife Esports, you also don't want to look for a fight to contest. Like, it was absolutely the right call to just back away there and not engage. Roamer side laning. You see Rooster side lanes a little bit during this as well. Just give up this turret and buy time. Let Zeri kill minions. That is what, you know, let Zeri cook. That's the meme, right? That's where it originated, right? It wasn't Breaking Bad or anything like that. Let Zeri cook is where we're at for a Hanwha fan. 1,000 gold down. It feels way less secure than the last game, though, because this Syndra does feel like paper right now and does feel like a secondary support in this game. And I don't know if that really changes when Shadow Flame finishes here. And I don't know if it really changes when Roamer gets a few more Splinter stacks with the extra level up. I do wish we had a closer look at where he's at, because the champ is so new, and obviously I'm not getting them as quickly as pro gamers are when I play her in solo queue. But we're never really checking where her progress is or what the time is. The LCK kind of does.
A little bit.
But I wish we had a closer look at that, because that is very important for what's going to happen in the future of this game. Makes it a lot easier for her to threaten a Lucian and blow him up, for example, and that's fully upgraded.
Well, Roamer's level 14 right now. He's about 2 minutes away from getting his rod fully stacked. So that'll be nice. It'll coincide kind of when he's about to level 15, so he can hit that level 16 potentially. It's going to be in a pretty good spot. Infinity Edge second for the Yone. And from what I can tell, I mean, he was in the top side. He went for that one play onto the Gnar, and ever since then he's kind of been grouping with his team in mid rather than looking to, you know, split onto the Azir or anything like that. So nothing about that. I think the Gnar would be a little bit of a problem for him, especially with the Randuin's kind of just in his face with all that crit, and also the Trinity Force to potentially trade back.
Lure is... He's just got so many bodyguards, man. He's the president. It's the protect the president comp. They can just walk up to a turret and take it out and then group up for this Infernal Drake. Because there's a Yone ult, there's a Scatter the Weak, and a Wukong. How do you get on top of this area is the question that DRX has to solve. Like, show me the answer, DRX, or you might lose this Drake. I want to see the answer, because you have Tidal Wave, you have Emperor's Divide, you're going to have to close the distance.
So Scatter's down right now, and they just blow up the Wukong as Rooster is going to have to ult to get away as, wow.
You were saying wow for a different reason when that happened, right?
Yeah, the stun hit, like the wallop was good, and then the Gnar was short. So
growing pains. It's a young
Nice try,
Gnar.
nice
It's
try,
a young
you know?
Gnar in this game. He's just hasn't quite gotten the arm reach just yet. That's going to be DRX grabbing Infernal Drake. Really nice ult there from Setab. And the Tidal Wave is good, right? You come in, you scatter down, they see the angle. Rooster has to ult out. That's a Drake. Can they turn this into a Baron? I don't think so. As let's take a look at
how
this again.
fast Guwon dies.
Yeah, takes a ton of damage here. Sponge on the edge. Setab on over here, doing so much damage. Doesn't actually commit the ult here, but the Tidal Wave follow up, and Rooster's like, I have to ult out of here. And then Clear gets the stun, but just can't quite reach. The Nami ult was really clean there, forcing Rooster to ult. Tidal Wave covers so much distance when you're actually the engage comp like this. And Setab could have actually ulted, I think, on the side of that fight, but decides to hold it. So still has his here. They don't commit to the Baron.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how this comp, like, Hanwha Esports comp, I both love it, but I also am worried about how it works besides protect the Zeri and everything is fine because there are just so many threats. That last fight, I think Hanwha got a little bit out-positioned, and so it was really easy for them to force them back and make them use that defensive Rooster ult.
Yeah,
the Nami Tidal Wave follow-up was good.
Guwon didn't do anything, right? He just died, so it was kind of like a 4v5 with momentum in DRX's favor because they got the kill, and plus they were pushing forward with the Gnar, so Hanwha was like, oh, we're leaving now. Goodbye. We don't want any part of this. We are on the cusp. I mean, Rooster's about to hit level 16. We just hit level 16 for Rooster. Wow, gonna get on top of Setab as he nearly dies. They try to push it forward just a little bit. Guwon wanted a little piece of the action as well, but
Clear gets the turret. Like, he's not even here for this. He gets the turret for free. Rooster, if his back gets interrupted, that would be terrible, but he has TP. And I don't think he needs to use it. He can just catch this wave top, but it feels like both teams are fighting for an objective that hasn't spawned or the right to start a Baron, which is a scary concept right now, I think, for DRX to actually start this one up without clearing any of the vision. But still, Rooster forced to back. No shield bow cooldown, no ultimate here. Like, the Yone can do a lot, Syndra can do a lot, they just aren't. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like something is a little bit amiss here for Hanwha Life in these fights. They keep getting caught. They have no real vision game here at all.
there are two control wards of DRX on top of that. So, IE complete for Lure. Maybe this is the moment where they will begin to press the issue. But IE is complete for the Lucian as well. And you've got a Azir with a stopwatch, 2 items, you know, like there's a ton of damage on the side of DRX as well. Question is, you know, were Hanwha Life specifically just waiting, trying to play as passively as possible until Lure hit this 1 item timing? Or were they just really not feeling the angles and not confident to go in before? Let's wait and see how they decide to do this, because they have gotten some vision around this Baron a little bit, at least on the backside of it, with the 1 control ward in the pit, so they know it's not going on. And DRX at the same time, just, again, they got those 2 free Infernal Drakes, as I was talking about before. They just kind of got them for free. So that's going to change the scaling element of this game a bit.
Stopwatches are up for Setab and Fleta now. And Man, this game has been so perplexing because both teams are just not willing to fight, and we've had unlimited lull states here and very little aggressive side laning or split pushing. That it's kind of just felt like a K-Ram for the last 5 minutes, and this Syndra's functionality in this comp with Rod and the Shadow Flame, it's just... He can't engage. There's too many ways to kill him, and he also can't. Like, if he plays defensively, then why did he build like this?
I
have so many
health.
questions. He does have a lot of health, but what does that mean?
What does it do?
Yeah, like what does it mean when Syndra is like not tanky but very healthy?
Rooster. Careful. Yeah, she's like, I deal no damage, but I also don't die. Got him. Yeah, I don't know.
It's so weird. Like this blind Syndra, punishable, I guess. You know?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Turns out.
Where is the side laning in this game that just doesn't happen?
Who are these players? Where is Pyoshik? Okay, Sponge going to get caught out randomly in the enemy jungle as the Yone ultimate comes through. They're looking to push this on some more. Piero also getting caught a massive scatter of the week, and I guess this is what Hamalife Esports were waiting for. One massive mistake, as one after the other they get caught, and Hamalife Esports will get a dragon. And no doubt they will look for the Baron after this.
Yeah, this is actually really tragic for DRX because
all that.
And then just one small mistake, and then they get all the things. Like right at the important timing. On one hand, like a lot of people are probably pointing fingers at Sponge, but he's trying to clear vision and try to shadow for potential side lane setup where they can threaten something, do anything in this game. Because they have good turn too. They have 2 stopwatches. Like this is the double stopwatch spike that they were hoping to fight with, and then they just die before setup, and that's the end of it. And like this doesn't even explain how Hanwha comps works either. Like it doesn't actually tell us anything. Sponge is just over here trying to get a vision, and he's like, "Oh no, there's nobody here with me."
He went too far.
Yeah, and nobody. Look at the bottom wave. Like if you're trying to deep ward for this to set up for a bot push, then you gotta have the bot push with it anyways. Like there was no real objective worth fighting, but that control ward he dropped is so far away from the entry point to the dragon anyways. It's just a puzzling mistake that may cost DRX this game, frankly.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, you know, maybe just like we were kind of sitting here waiting for something to happen, maybe Sponge was the same. He's like, I'm super tanky. Nobody can touch me. I just finished Warmogs. Like, of course I can walk in the enemy jungle. My team's right there in mid. They're going to get to me if anything happens, right? But then he just gets 100-0'd in CC. It doesn't matter what champion he is, right? And here we go again. As Guon's going to get the double cyclone onto the Sejuani. As Sponge will get scattered here. Is there enough damage from Lure? Yeah, he's even going to ult. No, he's not going to get him down as the Azir ultimate hits thin air. DRX do look a little bit boomed at this point in time. Yeah. They're really going to have to screw their head on straight here a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of boom going on. There's a little bit of losing patience here, for sure, especially for Sponge. Looks like Lure didn't actually have his extendo beam there to finish him off, because I think he certainly could have. He used it moments later if he did have it, but Baron buff leads to a pretty significant amount of gold, but notice that no inners have gone down, actually. Hanwha Esports is just showing a lot of respect to this composition because there's no Wukong ult. You can't push deep if you don't have a Maokai or Wukong ult really in this meta when you have Baron like this, because you don't have bad wave clear, but it's not insanely great either. You don't have Siege in this comp. So you're kind of like, all right, we killed him, or we almost killed him, and we got the Baron, and we're not going to go that deep, because what if Gnar pops out of the other side? What if Azir pops out? We don't have good deep vision, and we also do not have a defensive ultimate that we can use to peel. Guon has it now, but he did not have it moments ago. And maybe they could push for this top inner. And a 4-man group up, soon to be 5. Rooster's coming over too. No flash, but can ult the wall if they do try to collapse.
Okay, that was a pretty big one, but immediately polymorphed. And where is the follow-up? It is not there, as the Azir ult this time going to gain a little bit of space, I suppose, but he just gets over the wall and kills the Sejuani instead. As another couple of big picks, Lure gets a little bit out ahead of his team, as in goes Pleta. He's getting angry now. He's looking for the 2 taps, but again, a little bit of desperation. He is going to get healed on the GA, and he actually did a nice amount of damage to push them away.
Yeah, that was actually really important. So he looks kind of silly because he loses his GA, but I think absolutely making those plays was the right call. Yes.
Nice. That was like Ocean Man right there.
Take me by the hand.
Take me by the hand. That's all I want to see.
I hope we do get to see that replay because I want to see the thought process behind Clear's engage there because he has almost no follow-up, as you pointed out. Rooster is unseen on the map. They don't know where he is, and he could ult in at any time. And this is why the push, I think, is much safer this time around for Hanwha Life Esports because they had the rest of DRX dealing with pushes in other lanes. They weren't all grouped, and they had that crossfire of Rooster who can ult over the wall to try to trap them and make it a safe retreat. So he can use his Unbound Soul to get back as well, so it's a non-committal. It's weird to talk about Yone's ult as a non-committal CC in this case, but non-committal CC. Sponge, do not get caught again, please.
Yeah, I mean he's playing with the team.
More Mogs.
He's a very huge kind of soak tank right now. That's his job, to sit in the front and try to take as much damage as possible. Get your ult onto someone that matters, right? And don't get caught. So he's doing a better job of that now. He's going to hit the ult onto Roamer, but immediately they just turn this around as the SQSS. It's a lot of damage going on to Guwon at least. Rooster has to go into the stopwatch. As this time around, Satab is actually doing a decent amount of damage. Clear gets a little bit too close to the stun though, as that stun actually hits only the Nami. Lure doesn't quite have the range that Satab does, so he's going to have to back away. And this game is not over yet. We got a TP back in from Rooster.
Yeah, they're going to look to take their 3rd Drake of the game. Another 7 Drake game.
Drakes.
Valdez. Lucky 7. That's what we're going to start calling these games. We got lucky again. Staying up all night to get lucky.
These fights are pretty close, though. I feel like Satab's really realizing, like, hey, man, I've got some sick damage, actually.
And the other thing is the... Oh my god, the Syndra does not. She went for Horizon Focus as her 3rd item here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. She's just buying random AP items at this point.
Yeah, sometimes you just freestyle it. Sometimes you're like, well, no one's ever done this before. Like, there is no right answer.
It's kind of like the Ahri build, right, where you go for like the cooldown boots and you've got like the Horizon Focus, right? Like it's weird. Okay, here we go. Satab gonna have to go into his stopwatch. Not Azonia's, actually, so
but
I feel like that's almost a win for him because Roamer lost his flash.
The thing about Horizon Focus for Ahri is the increased damage works really well because you open the fight up with your ult, then you charm, and then the rest of your spells go off. You Q, you Foxfire, or whatever it's called, the W, and you get the increased damage right with the Horizon Focus. You kind of get that with Syndra, but a lot of the time as Syndra, you do your combo, and then you're like, my team's going to clean up the rest, and you're just kind of like looking at the fight, which is what that last fight looked like for him, as they're just going to start Baron.
Okay, they have insane damage. I think they're just going to get this. Like, Sponge can't get into the pit, can he? I mean, he's being zoned away for now, as they do not have the vision, and yeah, it's just going to go down. In goes Guwon, massive ult in the backline, and the Zeri ult hits everybody. Lure is just massive to zoom in on the one Zeri. That's all you got to look at. He's going to take down 3 people with the help of his buddy Syndra, as Piero was left to die alone in the mid lane. He's just going to run away. That might just do it. Baron here for Hanwha Life Esports, 38 minutes into the game, 7,400 damage for the Zeri. This one looks done and dusted.
Clean 2-0. We don't have to look at the Syndra build. Nothing to see there. And it is going to be, nearly a 0-kill game for DRX, right? They had a much better game here in Game 2 than they did in the first one, but Hanwha Life definitely with a more dominant kill score this time, or 2 dominant kill scores this time around in this series. And I think it's a game that you win as Hanwha Life Esports where nobody's like high-fiving or feeling pumped after this one because you know that this comp did not work out the way you wanted. You're not really happy with how you won. You're happy with the result. But the process is going to have to be looked through a little bit. Not a huge fan of the Syndra build. I think the Syndra and the Yone turned this Zeri comp into a pick comp with Zeri, which doesn't make sense.
It was weird. Okay, it was almost like Hanwha Life Esports were trying new tech in a live challengers game, and they still won. I mean, Hanwha Life Esports, great team. They didn't have to do it that way, that was interesting, but they got the job done. You know, they got the win, and the fans are very happy, as you can clearly see. It's another 2-0 here for Home Life Esports, and I think that there are ways to punish this kind of style, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of, to be honest, for 2 games, we kind of just sat around until Home Life Esports found them making a mistake, and they were ready to fight, and then they just punished DRX. Like, they just looked like the much better team, and I think a better team will be able to take advantage of Home Life Esports, but I don't think we really saw any of that today, Wolf.
Yeah, I think I kind of got hung up a little bit on the Syndra items for a while, and I was trying to figure out how the items help Syndra in this comp, when I should have realized earlier that maybe Syndra just doesn't make sense for this comp at all, actually, and it doesn't matter about the items. I like the idea of using the Syndra and the Yone when you consider DRX were timid with their last Lucian comp to take those early fights and going, well, I bet they definitely won't fight us now, and that kind of held true. But beyond that, like, idea in the microcosm of this series, compositionally, I think they could thank their lucky stars that Lure is a fantastic player, has great movement, and also that I think the secondary potential POG vote here is for Guan on the Wukong, who had a great game once again. So I think they're very thankful as well that DRX lost their patience at the end, because without that misstep from Sponge, maybe DRX actually wins this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I think, you know, it was a pretty crucial time, so certainly it's going to be one of those obvious mistakes that even Sponge himself is going to be kicking himself for. It's, you know, it happens, though. He's super tanky. His team was, like, relatively close, and I think, you know, if he didn't get 100-0 under CC, he probably would have been okay, but it was not meant to be. It was really nicely handled by Home Life Esports after they found him, like the angling around from Rooster to not get spotted and then kind of like really lure him in, you know, as Lure is going to pick up the player of the game once again. And to be honest, for me, I picked him because I didn't feel like anyone else on the team really deserved it, and
for
he
me,
put in a lot of damage. So.
I was kind of between him and Guan, right? I thought Guan had a fantastic game. He did die randomly that one time.
He had some issues, so...
Yeah.
But some good plays as well.
I think a Lure vote is a vote of consistency, because I think throughout this game he was the most consistent player for sure. Because Rooster was fishing at times and came up empty, right? We had a Syndra that looked very out of place in this game, and Lulu caught a few times too. But I think Lulu had a pretty good game too. It was a wild game that felt like DRX lost in a lot of ways more than Home Life Esports won. So, yeah, a bizarre game. I think, like I said, you could tell by the players' faces and reactions after the game, like, that was not the way they wanted to win this. That comp didn't work out. They did win. They did take the 2-0 and now their 3rd win of Challengers. But, yeah, definitely will be workshopping this composition a little bit more in the future, I think.
Yeah, or maybe just throw it out and do something better. That could also work. Yeah, Lure's going to get the double POG. Home Life Esports were the more patient team in this best of 3. They waited it out and waited for a couple mistakes, and their Zeri got online, and they were able to play better as a team to make it happen. So shout out to them. Home Life Esports will take the win. And we're not going to have the interview over here on this stream. Again, if you'd like to check out the interview, it's all in Korean. You can check out the Korean stream.
Yeah. I wanna take a little peek, see how many of you guys are supporting the Twitch channel that we built, right? Because I really want to build this channel with you guys, which is why we look at the chat, why we get involved with you guys. I know a lot of you guys watched the game just now. I'm just like, open it up, taking a peek. We got up to 3.6 thousand followers today, so
nice.
We almost doubled our follower count, which is crazy. We are growing fast, and I am glad that you guys are getting the word out there. A lot more people are tuning in each and every day. And if you're here for the first time, we see all the time first-time chatters in the Twitch chat. It lets us know if you're a new chatter, so
yeah,
we really appreciate you guys.
It also points out when you're being a little bit negative as well. It really enhances your... makes you very obvious, and don't worry, we will have mods in the future. But yeah, thank you all for everybody who is chatting and interacting and making this a better experience, because of course we've been here for a long time, And it's been a lot of fun games of League of Legends, especially the KT versus Bro one. A super clean 2-0 from KT. Nothing to see here. Really awesome series that we did get to check or cast a little bit earlier on.
That was definitely the best series of challengers so far, or
Yeah.
at least the best game individually as challengers so far.
This last one,
Worst
I'm not
of
sure.
challengers
Yeah, I think
so
the worst
far?
one we've done so far, to be honest. I don't know. Like, just nothing really happened.
It's funny.
Hama just waited until they made a mistake and then they won.
If a
in
lot
both
of
games.
Yeah, if both teams make a lot of mistakes, it can be messy, and from an analytical perspective, can feel painful. But from a casting perspective, can feel very fun. If both teams play perfectly and make few mistakes, it can lead to no action. But it's like smart play feels like okay,
Yeah.
boring but chess-like. But this was like fearful play, and some strange choices were being made. It was like the players were afraid of the chess pieces. And,
Yeah, it was-
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of those knights on the board, they get scary, let me tell you. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting. I think Kamal Life Esports pretty much just solidified that they're a strong team. I think they will definitely be like a West Side team on the Challenger League. But again, like I said during the cast, like I think better teams like D+, like T1, even Nongshim probably going to be able to punish play like this. Like you're not just supposed to be able to sit there and do nothing and win. Like that's not the way League of Legends is generally played. Like T+ is going to be looking for more aggressive fights earlier on in the game. They're going to be looking for dives, right? They're not just going to let you lane for free. They're going to be looking for ganks. They're going to make more smart rotations if we're talking about like T1 or something. Like Smash might just smash your lane, right? Stuff like that. So Half-Life kind of got their work cut out for them as well. DRX, again, you know, based on what we've seen from some of their other games here in Challengers as well, it's like, I don't know, they look a little bit lost here in this meta. Doesn't feel like they really understand what to do. They look like they're playing really scared, maybe a loss of confidence after their first couple of losses here. So they'll have to maybe kind of bounce off the bottom and, you know, kind of like refigure out where they're going, because as for now, also not too impressive from there, to be honest, because also sitting around and doing nothing and, you know, doing the Jin-Air, as I call it, and losing, that's also not the way to play.
It seems like somewhere along the way, DRX lost, obviously some of their players, but lost a lot of confidence. And remember, June has been really touted as a strong shot caller, right, moving into the Guangdong Freaks, and losing him, I think, may mean that this team feels a little bit headless in some ways in terms of what they're trying to do and how they're moving around the map, especially when you're considering they're running these 2v2 bot comps on blue side where they're trying to actually crush and then turn that momentum into something without their old bot duo and potentially their shot caller. I mean, that's what we heard about June, right? So without this, you know, leadership, it's like taking Barrel out of Dom 1K. We saw what an impact that made in the LCK.
Yeah.
This on a Challengers level, I think, makes an even bigger impact because these players are so young and still inexperienced.
Yeah, like you need someone to have some clue of what's going on, but a lot of the times, even in the LCK, there's some teams we have in the LCK that don't really have a shot caller, and they're like, oh, we're just kind of figuring it out as we go. At least for those guys, generally they'll have more experience, so it's like, well, you're not kind of just leading around a bunch of little kids, you know, like, oh, it's time to go to playtime, like, not like that. So I think here in Challengers, we're still developing a little bit, and it means we get games like this where everybody's a little bit scared to do anything, and it also means we get crazy games like KT versus Bro, and it's a lot of variety. It's, well, outside of the drafts, but
Yeah.
we'll get
We're
to
getting there.
We'll get to 13.2, and it'll be a little bit different.
Sometimes
maybe
the
a lot different.
sometimes the variety is wrong. Also, sometimes the
Yeah,
variety is
you
wrong.
know.
But that's okay.
It's incorrect, but it's different.
I'm
Which
happy.
is good.
I'm happy to wear the CL badge. You know, I'm
Oh,
happy.
I just realized I like always cover it because I'm holding this with my left hand.
Wear whatever your hand you want. It's visible on you. I'm just happy to wear it and be part of this show because I think last week we had.
Bro, our Goga Chad.
That's the way. They need no shot callers.
They are Goga Chad.
Last week we had, at least you and me, we had some pretty good games of challenges actually, and we were like pretty high on like,
It was like
wow,
pretty high level.
Challengers-
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like, challenges is not what Mao said at all. Like Croc was saying it was like crazy. and
Little
stuff.
did we know.
They had some games like that the previous day, but we had the normal games. We come into today's matches, and it's like, as we could see the results, come into today's matches, and we got a little bit of everything, right? We had the crazy first series that went 3 games with an upset win. We had the messy game with KT and Bro. Game 1, Hanwha looked super clean. Then in Game 2, looked like a completely different team. Unfortunately, not able to find the same result. The same result they find, but not by the same methods. So I'm glad to be part of the madness, and I think tomorrow we'll have some quality games coming up as well.
Yeah, I think the madness really helps us understand what's going on here. Life Esports and KT, they both got wins today, so they will move up to first for now. But as you'll see, T1 and T+K have not yet played, so if they do get wins tomorrow, they could either tie or overcome the scores of Life Esports and KT. And for tomorrow, we will have T+K up against Gen.G, and then T1 versus Nongshim. So definitely could see, and here it is, next matchup tomorrow.
Yeah.
Starting 3 hours later than today's broadcast did.
It's a very cool set of games. It will be cast, of course, by Atlas and Chronicler tomorrow, so be sure to tune in and check it out. You and I will be getting some well-needed rest
And
after
warmth.
this week. Yeah.
Not being outside during that freezing
It is
day.
very cold tomorrow. If you guys want to check out the stream, follow the Twitch stream, obviously the YouTube stream as well. You can follow the two of us on Twitter. I'm Proxy Wolf. He's Brendan Valdez. If you guys want to keep up to date with what we're doing between games and stuff like that, we don't really do Twitter plugs all that much anymore, but I think a lot of people joined this stream kind of casually today because there's not a lot of League of Legends going on in the world at this moment in time. It's kind of an off day, and LEC is going to be on later and stuff like that. But for now, it's just us. So glad to have you guys here with us.
Yeah, thanks to all the kind comments in the chat, as always. Love the vibe we got going on. Mostly positive, although inevitably, as we get more and more viewers, we will have a lot of people who don't quite understand what the Challengers is about. Don't worry, they will be taught what is the correct way, either by kind words from us or from the mods that will eventually arrive. Eventually.
You guys got to be the ones who saw that KT Bro game earlier. You could be like, I was there. I saw that live. I was there. I was in the chat. I was the guy when he watched.
That was me.
Your friend watches the VOD. Who was that guy they were talking about the chat? I was the guy in the chat they were talking to.
Guy in the chat? Oh, man.
The guy in the chat. Or girl in the chat.
Yeah.
Whichever may be the case.
Absolutely. So just hanging out. Wolf giving Hamalife new life with his casting. Feels good, man.
Doing my best, Danian. I'm doing my best.
Yeah. Well, there you go, guys. It looks like we are good to go. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure to watch Challengers again tomorrow. And until next time, see you later.
팀의 억제기가 파괴되었습니다.